Welcome Disclosure Festival. Waradayanga Surya Ganeat Manira Devidanwanga Saraswati Namaswaha. Om Jaya Jaya Manira Barakmana Namaswaha. Waradang Rothakan Tri Pramana Bayu Sabjaita Pinamaswaha Inkara Bankara Mankara Warada Swaha Bayu Tankara Inamaswaha Inkara Parisuddha Inamu Siva Guru. Manira Devi Danu Sawa Devi Danu Amkara Devi Danu Mankara Weda Parasamaniro Atuayang Mohajia Dharmuling Sera Paran Guru Nabi Warkamar Dayat Manira Mahadeva Mahadeva Yanamu Mahadeva Warkamardayamuna Parasabda Chandra Mathanirang Tantra Kahurepan Bumi Wakuru Kuru Baskar Warkamardayat Manira Tureka Mahadevi Namu Tureka Mahadevi Roaya Sista Turmangala Baiwan Pengeruatan Pancagiri Pakulani yang Mahadewi Ulan Danu Batur Waradang Laburwah Pengmutaran Jagat Warkamardayat Madarwah Kawadinambah Widya Machanirang Kanda Patiat Manira bumi wahana wa param wa bumi wakana etro chanda kamradnama Wisnu kawidniya parasambam warwatu yang mahasakti Dewi Dandu wat prakambani kalam Mahadewa Sang yang kahuripan panca kiri amarta Caya Namo Wisnu Guru Wisnu Guru Purna Siddhiya Mantra Paratnyanam Aveta Swangyang Moharjanga Oratua yang paramoci darmuling sereparan guru nabi Pakulon yang Mahadewi ulan danu patar sembahiratu yang siwa sakti Lugaraha titiang sang paramusiti mantra Wahana resigana wahana Dewi Dandu Riswadara maning linggih waradoang lukatakan pawaradiani resiti wahana manusa Waparan perthitaniya manuat manu persaptaniya brahmana paripurna Labur sang kalaning roh sang pramananing weda lukatan pramada Baewas tantra chandra chandra bumi Wat kamanambah sangkan jaya Mahadewa Wat kamartaya makawadinambah Aparuan pawaratianingiya purwahamba Prajapatiya purahma siwa paripurna Maprakampaning kalidrahmadam Watande aprakambam Dewi adanu asawa bumi Ihahami namah swaha Waradaiwat manira paramusidi mahadharma ya mahaguru Riswadara maning linggih para sabdang tu kahuripan purandam Mara pramaritia brahmanira kanggiang catriya dhamma mantram Wartiang marutiang brahman berwahman sata kama brahman Ma paramaritya gangga wahana guru yang maha Dewi Dandu Riswadara maning linggih anglarakan warada Riswadara maning waradi angga purahma paripurna Waratu yang kamardayat manaritya sangyang Yasteka mantram yasteka buana Watamba angkara patara brahman narayam suryam jiwa buddha Budwa parama buddha dhamma bodhi Satuam Bodhiya Satuam Kungru Porachamdio Wektam Chanara Tanna Kana Pati yang kawidindiru Wahanda Yanamah Guru Pramadam Waradaywastanirata Angkarma Bodhisatwam Puradam Maprabaritya Sang Mahadeva Angkara Budayatna Mahamantram Surya Puranam Waparamaritya Genicaya Rasikanda Durga Mahadevi Nabah Maparamaritya Ganda Patiya Sang Chanaratham Chakra Mudram Mantram Wisnawa Wahandam Guru Waparamaryang Kawa Dinabah Weda Mahadeva Mahadeva Purandam Risudara maning lingge anglarakan waradi angruat parasamam parisuda Risudara maning sudah malang laboratri parasabda nama swaha Maparamaritya Ganda Pati Amarucaya Kangga nama Prachada Namo Buddhaya Namo Buddhaya Ya Pramananda Chinda Wakamni Parisnamurti Brahmanantu Waparam Wapurabhaswa Twatsavitura Variniyam Parikantodayat Maparamaritya Ganapati Sangyang Rasigandwa Sawayinamah Swaha Risudar maning linggih anggelarkan dharma Risudar maning guru anggelarkan permana Risudar maning weda angga panca sakti upramana Wahanam Bayu Pramana Waradi Sangyang Purana Brahma Wisnu Wedang leberoh pretitiak manira bayu sang mahabayu. Wa paramartia ji sang paramusidi, ji atmanam, ji pancadewa, ji sang karma, yeda mantra, durga, brahma, wardi narayan. Om Surya Stawa Mahadewa Nama. Wangka Marutia Prajna Brahmata Kalayanya Mantra Sang Paramasti Bumi. Warada Buandang Rotri Parisuda Inamah Parisika Bayu Inamah Parisika Guru. Ma Paramurti Ing Ang Mang Ung Sang Bang Tang Ang Ing Omkara Aswarga Mahadewa Om Santi 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 Om Ihaham Siwa Guru Yanama Swaha. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to DisclosureFest Foundation's virtual mass meditation initiative. I'm Michelle Anderson of Awakening Code Radio, and with me today I am super happy and excited to be with my dear friend, Chief Golden Light Eagle. Chief Golden Light Eagle has been just an amazing teacher of the Starways, the 1111, with starknowledge.org. That's your website, right? Starknowledge.org. And these 1111 conferences that you've been teaching for now, is it 24 years?
Since 1996, but we didn't realize we were teaching them even before that time.
Wow. So I remember doing a really pivotal Star Knowledge event with you. It felt very ceremonial 4 years ago in Desert Hot Springs.
Yeah.
And I think this time on the planet is really urging us to come back into ceremony with each other. So I would love for you to start us with an opening prayer.
Okay. Haate wakantaka tukashila na trate dopa na uchimaka. Na kaya pe tukide wopi la tanka. Na ktai tukide nino washtedo. Na mitake pi na wiakide na wiana wakanja ke makasi tomni na okiapo. Na wachozai na woki cheki. Na wichakpe tua mitra na okiapo na trawachi na ri tracha na chante wapia. Na tukashla wakon yate na wichakpe yate na kapipilo yate na wo kachniga wa chewa ke tukashla na hi trawachi ni chante na hi hanka umpi wa cheke. Na ke wo pila tukashna wo pila tranka na petu kide wo pila tranka amitaku ye oyasi.
Wopila, wopila, wopila.
So
And that means thank you?
Yeah, what means more, what it means is that saying thank you doesn't mean anything compared to how I really feel.
Mm. Beautiful.
Wopila.
Wopila.
Yeah, because we say thank you because we're paid to say it. Oh, thank you. Come again. You don't really mean it. Here, you want your receipt?
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
So,
Just like when we say fine. How are you doing? Fine. Right.
how are you really doing? So yeah, wopila. It's a feeling, that we get a lot of times. It's hard. A lot of times those feelings are hard to express. Hard to express.
Mm-hmm. Well, I felt it in my heart the way that you expressed it in your opening prayer. Thank you for that, Wopila. Well, I am really feeling that you have a lot of wisdom to share. And one of the first questions that we wanted to ask you about was about the white buffalo calf woman prophecy and who she is and where she came from. And we wanted to start there. Can you start there for us?
Yeah. Well, she originated from the Big Dipper. The center of the Big Dipper, there was a star there millions and millions of years ago, but it imploded on itself. And if you notice, there's a black hole there. And that's the result of that implosion with that system. So before that happened, well, she went and incarnated into the Pleiades. See? But that whole system there wasn't just one star, but it was a system of stars. And there was like 7 brothers, and she was a little sister to these 7 brothers that were there. So we have stories about that with the Devil's Tower, about the bear and the brothers, 7 brothers and the sister. They wanted her to come back home, but there's no home there anymore. Mm-hmm. So she incarnated into the Pleiades, and it was I don't know whether she downsized or created a higher vibrational area for herself, but she ended up being part of the 7 sisters that came here and incarnated on Earth. So there was 7 sisters that came here. Blue Star Woman, Wichachpe to Washtewi, and we usually call her, over in Asia they call her Kuan Yin, Then we got Wichachpe Luta, Red Star Woman. We got Wichachpe, and we have the Holy Mother Inawaka, and Unchikea, Grandmother Turtle. And we have Wagmaiza Washtewi, Corn Woman. Then the baby sister, Tesawi, the White Buffalo Calf Woman. So these sisters are covenants of these continents. The White Buffalo Calf Woman is the covenant of this Turtle Island here. So all the religions, everybody that comes here from other places, that's the covenant. They have to check in with the covenant of the land. Mm-hmm. Over in Europe, the Holy Mother, she's the covenant of the land. And it's the mother of Emmanuel and Emmanuel's twin. We got Corn Woman in South America. She's the covenant of that land. But she has many names because all of these grandmas, when they appeared with certain people that carried a higher vibration than people were children, like Lady of Fatima, Bernadette, these children were able to see them, and different ones were able to see them. Well, they were given different names according to their apparitions, but they were the same, individual. So Lady of Guadalupe, Lady of the Roses, Corn Woman, they're all the same grandma. So the woman is the covenant of all these continents. You got to, and of course, man don't like that. So at the Piscean age, they worked with interpreting it into a way, because Piscean age is a masculine age. So they made a mockery, an example out of Emmanuela, which is Emmanuel's twin. She was really the one, because the spirit said it was not that man that died on the cross, it was his sister that the government was after. They killed and they murdered her. See? So I checked in with Grandma Chandra and all this, and yes, she was the twin to Emmanuel. So she was the covenant of that land over there, the Holy Mother, she was the covenant. But so from that point on, they killed women, they stoned them, they burned them at the stake, and they drowned them all through this age of Pisces. So these covenants need to be recognized. Again, we're coming into the feminine age, the divine age of the feminine, the Aquarian age. So the women are starting to, rise, and the spirit said, you stand with those women, stand with the women folk,
And that's where you think, as far as where we're going, once we get through some of these enter energies and times, that it sounds to me like you're really supporting that more and more women step into their...
Well, yeah, we've been talking about this for years. It's our teachers are the women, We don't have no issues with women folk, because White Buffalo Cap woman, when she came here, her first appearance was over 15,000 years ago. That was in the age of Virgo when she first came. But it was that age, that timeline, when the giants all were dying off, the giants are the big bison, the buffalo, the mastodons, or the mammoths, and all those prehistoric people, that was coming to an end, because there was something happened with the atmosphere, with the air. So they died overnight, and when they find their bodies, they said there's still some green grass in their bodies and things like that, and they still can't figure out what happened. So that was the time when grandma with the grandma White Buffalo Cap woman came. So she came in at the time when these men were searching for food, because a lot of these animals were dead. There was a lot of survival people that survived, and a lot of other animals. But when they went out searching for buffalo, well, and that's when they come across this woman that was out there. And when these two young men met him, well, the one of the men didn't have respect or any kind of reverence towards this woman. So she did her magic, like melted him down into some ashes, to the skeleton. So, but she did instruct this other one that had reverence and respect and love for the women to go back and tell the tribe that she's coming with a gift to prepare, in a place and have it a lodge built so that she could come in, but she was to come in from the east, in the morning, and to make sure that there was sage there was tobacco there. I mean, not tobacco, sage, cedar, sweetgrass, and a buffalo skull. So she was going to come in and to make sure that those were there, and that the chief was going to be there, So when he went back to tell the people, well, then they noticed that he came alone. And usually when they come into the circle, the encampment, the way they run is zigzag, so it catches the attention of everybody. It's like if you were to go home and run around the house like something's going on, everyone say, "What's going on with Michelle?" They'll catch you. So they did that to get attention. They ran around, zigzagging around, and finally, when people came, then he gave that information to the chief. He came and told him that this is what this woman said to prepare. Place she's coming tomorrow, you know. So when they prepared, they made a big, and people came. So when she came in, she was wearing her real beautiful buckskin, and she was carrying a bundle. So when she went, well, she just said that she just told she greeted the children first, you know, and talked to the children and told them and gave them instructions to listen to their parents, to their mother and their father, because they love them so much, and they will never mislead you, or they will not guide you into danger. Or so listen to your parents, because in the future you're going to be like them, you know. You will have children as well. Then she went to the mothers, the women folk, and gave them instructions to stay strong, you know, because they're this backbone of this nation, and all women are backbones of all nations, of every culture, of every race, every tribe on this planet, whether it's the white tribe, red tribe, yellow tribe, or the black tribes. The women are the strength and the backbone of that nation. So to stay strong, you know, and that they give them the memory of their relatives. They give them the memory of the past, you know, because they remember a lot better than the men do.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
I'm really feeling into that. And where is it that we're going? How do we get there? When you give your teachings from all of the knowledge that you have taken in from the star visitors that you've been working with, what is it that they want us to do? Do you have a message from the 11:11, 12:12, 13:13?
Yeah. For those of you that have forgotten their indigenous roots, you know, of black, white, yellow, and red people, yeah, it's easier for them to stay in a certain condition because they're connected to the earth, and they're pretty good at, you know, keeping the instructions of their teachers, of their covenants, of the grandmas, of the Pleiades. So when these grandmas come in, they gave 7 ceremonies, 7 gifts, you know, the sweat lodge and the sun dance and the fasting, the making of relatives, the Ishnati ceremonies, the marriage ceremonies, and keeping of the soul, and releasing of the spirit, releasing the soul. The ceremonies that you need to get into. So one was like the Ishnati, like the young girls, when they come into their moon time, they call it Ishnati, that they're alone. And today our mothers, they bombard the young girls with so much information, blah, 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 hits them right and left. And they give them too much, so they end up in the room and closing the door. They call it Ishnati, because they didn't experience what you experienced, you know, and they don't understand it. So they go into themselves and they call it Ishnati. So they call it Ishnati, and they bring them out, you know, and the grandmas, the aunties, the older sisters, the mothers, they come in for 4 days. They sit with them and do ceremony with them and talk to them about, you know, about life, about how to earn their, they call them a belt, how to earn their belt, how to earn their knife, you know, how to earn their owl, how to earn these little things that help them to make people happy, you know, with growing the water, knowing the ceremonies of the water, of the earth. Women had 13 ceremonies, and the men had 13 ceremonies with the new moons and the full moons. Then the integration of the quarter moons and the last quarter moons with the men and the women, how they work together, you know, with each other. So learning all that, that's just one ceremony that engulfs so many ceremonies into that little Ishnati ceremony that work with the women folk. And women were women when they're like 12 years old. They knew what all the roots were. You know, they knew what to do because they're not like us today. We go, if we want light, we make a little switch. You know, if we want water, now we just turn a little knob. And if we want heat, we just like pull some little lever up to make the heat come on. So the knowledge of nature isn't there, you know, as much as it should, as it should be. So a lot of our people, black, white, yellow, and red, they're moving away from nature. You know, they're rather stay in their homes, and you know, when the lightning strikes, they go and hide. They don't realize how much love and light that energy that lightning bolt has. Or rain, you know, how beautiful the rain is to stand there now. Now it was what, acid rain.
Or we run and get an umbrella. You know, like, oh no, we can't get wet. We need an umbrella. But
and not, you know, the earth was a woman's ceremony. Mud, now they don't get dirty, you know. Don't get dirty, go wash up, you know. But you notice that dirt, if you go outside, every inch of land, there's something growing there. That means that earth is sacred, you know. And it's very healing, like when we sun dance. A lot of the men, the women, when they pierce and they have these holes of blood, just grab dirt, plow it in there, pack it in there, and it's the fastest healing wounds that you could ever see it heal and experience healing. So sometimes you could put anything in there, you know. But dirt was one, just you didn't have any, you don't put any bacitracin or iodine or nothing. You just grab some dirt, pop it in. There are holes in the chest or in the arms, wherever, back.
So going back to
the ceremony of the earth, the feminine, that's the feminine energy. It's the most beautiful energy that we have is the earth here, right under our feet. So knowing about all of that, the basics of our primitive, beautiful teachings, you know, it's so beautiful that we can't even figure it out. We think we're intelligent. We can't understand or figure out the Mayans, how they built their temples over there in Machu Picchu or over there in the Egyptians. They can't figure out how they built the pyramids, you know. What did they do over there in Tibet? Well, you know, you notice that the ancestry of the buildings and how they worked with the stone, you know, how they connected them and where they can't see, you know, they connect them in such a way that it just stimulates the mind of what they call experts and professionals of architecture. They just can't figure it out. So our primitive mind was the most purest mind, you know, the caveman mind, the cave woman mind was so pure. They think that they were just like a person that said, ugh, you know. No, they were intelligent people. We're still here. We know we survived the millions and millions of years of life here on Earth. So now we're into that area where we're integrating chaos for some odd reason, you know, chaos, and it attracts our attention away from our basic mission, you know, our purpose. It's a good test, you know. In the beginning, I just said, oh, this is just a scam, you know.
How do you say what our mission and our purpose is? How do we language that?
You feel it, you know it, you know. But it goes back into your original thought, not getting involved with anybody else's thing, but you go right inside here, you know, that's where everything's at. But if you're not looking in here, you're gonna have a little bit of issues and problems because you're gonna adopt everybody else's thought patterns, and which aren't yours and they don't belong to, they just belong to somebody else. So we got to stop externalizing, you know, everything. Stop externalizing. Because the internalization is the best thing that we could ever do, and the heart way is our best teacher. You know, it's our God, our goddess. It's everything. Our heart, it stands for everything. So that's where you need to find. You need to, when you get in your heart doesn't lie. Just ask yourself, "What's my mission?" And the answer is automatic.
I like that whenever I've witnessed you at some of the conferences or when I'm around you, a lot of people like to ask you questions. And I overhear you a lot of times. And someone will say, Chief, you know, I got this question for you. And you sit there and you listen. And then you always look back at the person and say, what do you feel?
Yeah, there you go.
So you have them answer their own question
Right.
through feeling. You don't say, what do you think?
Mm-hmm.
I always have heard you say, what do you feel?
Yeah.
And I think that's an important piece that you're bringing to the forefront right now, is where many people, I think, are here thinking. And when we really feel into our hearts, our heart gives us a direction.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for bringing that teaching forward.
But thank the source for that. You know,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of times, like you say, we got to stop externalizing. And a lot of times we could say, this is really good. This is a true story. A lot of times, if we don't feel too good, we have been programmed to go to the hospital, see what the doctor says. And the doctor says, oh, yes, mm-hmm, you have this issue that you already know before you even went in.
Mm-hmm.
But you want confirmation as to what you know. But that should stop right there, because what they're going to do is they're going to start throwing the pharmaceutical medicine into you that has no power. All the power is in the plants and the herbs, and there's a cure for everything, you know. So if you were to say, okay, what do I need, you know, the doctor and say, oh, here's some Tylenol or some aspirin, take this. But that's dead, you know. It's not a plant. It's made in factory someplace.
Manufactured.
You know? Yeah, and there's no love in there, because the basic thing is money. Oh, it's gonna cost you something.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go outside, go dig that root, grab that, sing a song, you know, bring it out, pray with it, make your tea, get it, then you're going to be all right.
One of my favorite stories, you just reminded me of one of my favorite stories, when you were staying at my house and there was somebody that needed doctoring. I don't remember what the issue was, but I remember you saying that you knew what medicine they needed. So you told somebody who was in the group, we had 13 of you staying here at our house that time, and you said, we need this medicine from this tree. And one of my friends, Shelly, is a medicine woman, and we went driving around looking for this tree that you explained, or this, I don't remember, it would be at the root of that tree or something. And we drove around and we couldn't find it. We came back to my house,
right,
and
there.
In the backyard, Shakara, I think, was in the backyard. And all of a sudden she just said, Chief, isn't that what you're looking for? And it was at the base of one of the trees in my backyard, and the ants were showing her. The ants were walking by, and she just watched the ants going to the base of the tree. And then you said, that's the medicine.
Yeah.
That was the medicine needed. Yes.
That reminds me of one thing too, and how the animals help us, you know, to get the medicines.
Right.
Usually, how we used to do it at night. Go out at night, pitch black night. But how the animals help us is when the spirit says, okay, go in that direction where the sun went down and keep moving And this coyote, when you hear this coyote, you know, go to that direction where the giants live. In other words, go north. You know, go in that. And when you hear that owl, look down. See, and usually there's a glowing light by that plant. So that's the plant. You might have maybe 100 plants there of the same family, like a piece of sage, like 100 pieces of sage, but it's just that one plant of sage that has the same metabolism as yours, that's pretty much equal, that will help to cure whatever it is that you have in your body. So we would do that. We'd take them and go, give them to the medicine man, and he would pray with them, sing to them, and make the tea, take it into ceremony, and have that spirit of that plant come in and talk, you know, and say, give a message, and how to use that medicine. So that's how we did it, and we still do that at times. And there was another faster way, because you are walking medicine, you know, you're a walking miracle. There's this woman who we all know went to the hospital. The doctors said, you have cancer. And you know what she said? Oh, thank you, but not anymore. See you. And walked out. And never developed it into a issue, you know.
She didn't allow his words to create her reality or her future.
Right. She says, thank you. I created it, you know, I'll get rid of it. Because I know a lot of the spirits, they said that. I was working with one of my friends that for 8 years, and his messages start becoming the same. So finally, I said, Kola. After one of the ceremonies, I sat down. I said, I've been listening to you. You give messages to the people. These messages are all the same, all these ceremonies now. They're all the same. There's nothing new. So I know that the spirits are telling you more than what you're telling the people, and I have every right to know what they're saying, because I've been here and helped you for these 8 years. So he said, yes, you're right. He said, the spirits are telling me that the people don't want to know that they are the creator of their own sicknesses. They want to blame everybody else, want to blame that food, that piece of that water, that flora. They want to blame everything else but themselves that created it. They just want to know that they're going to be alive tomorrow and the next day. That's free will. So the spirit said, okay, this is what they want to know. They'll be all right. Go in peace. God bless you. And they're all right. But they don't want to know the detail of that they're the creator of the positive or negative or whatever it is in their life. You know, you are the creator. So yeah, it's important to know through these laws that they point out little things like that, you know, really slow, so it doesn't put you into that negative space, but they do it in a way that it makes you accept your own creation. Oh, yes, yeah. Yeah, nobody made me stub my toe, you know? So, yeah, so a lot of the laws were really important, you know, because every law is a universe, how the spirits say. Every law is a universe, and every law, you understand every law because you know.
Are you talking about the laws in your books?
Yeah, every universal and every spiritual laws, that's why you understand them. You know, so we as teachers of these laws, yeah, we are the teachers of these laws that are within our DNA. So when you teach them, one of the things is, okay, why do you know this law? Then you're going to externalize and say, oh, because so and so used that against me, broke, you know, my free will, da 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 da. But when you say, okay, what did you do? Then you're going to say, oh no, I broke them too. Yeah, but you're gonna have to go through these scenarios that only you know in your heart of what you created. Through a little word. We'd all controlled a certain situation or a person. We all had did a manipulation thing on this and that. So we all understand that and we were aware of it too, but we just blew it out of our brain to say, oh, everything, as long as I got my way with it, and everything's going to be all right. As long as they agree with me, everything's going to be all right.
It does seem like the way that everything is kind of playing out. I see everything kind of cycling back around. And there is a theme that I've noticed with some of the speakers through this DisclosureFest Foundation's live stream for the Mass Meditation Initiative, that the theme that seems to be running through is a lot about personal responsibility. And like you said, internalization and being responsible for our thoughts and our words and our feelings and our actions. And these teachings are ancient, but many people have forgotten. A lot of us have forgotten. And it's really beautiful to see the way that you're helping us to remember. And I see a lot of people that are they're very thirsty for the original teachings of the First Nation people that bring us back to the earth as our mother and bring us back to these natural laws and to nature. And that's a reoccurring theme too. I think a lot of our viewers would be well served to look deeper into original teachings and how far we've gotten away from those teachings. In addition, one of the things that I love the most about the Star Knowledge conferences is that the Star Knowledge conferences aren't just about people talking and teaching through their words, but you're always bringing it back to that grandmother drum and those drummers and singers, and what they're doing is praying, and it becomes like a conference meeting, a ceremony. And I know that the ceremonies are really important right now.
Right. Song and dance and that feeling that comes from the heart. So when you can listen to some of the singers and certain ones move you, And certain ones, not every singer does that, but just certain ones, and you could feel, there's a certain feeling that you get from them, whether it's a little chill on the arms or you get a full body chill when they sing.
Or the tears come to my eyes.
Yeah.
Right now, I can feel it.
But that is 100% cure when your whole body chills, because all your water molecules are going back into 6-pointed star systems. It's not gook anymore. But what's important is the key that they're singing to is, if you sing in the key of A, then you could cure any form of cancer, and it's that body chill that tells you that. So a lot of people will they'll just get up on their upper torso and they'll just say, "Oh, confirmation! I got chills," But when that first heard that, I didn't pay too much attention to it, with your body hair standing up in the back of your neck, or if there's a ghost around, or your body tells you certain things, if it's a positive or a negative experiences that you will go through or you won't go through, your body will tell you, because you have hair, and hair is a basic ingredient for intuition,
That's why I'm getting more intuition. Now you're one of the things I've said lately is, oh my gosh, I feel like I've gotten way more messages lately with feeling in my body, but I grew my hair back out. Maybe that's what it is. My antenna is up.
There you go. Yeah. So they proved that years ago about the hair. But, you know, they used to call it the women's gift, you know, way before that. And if you look at the history of hair on a lot of the men, you know, right from the 40s on up, the 60s, or before the 60s, the men had short hair, crew cuts.
Right.
You know? The women had long hair. So that hair, like you said, would act as antenna for different things. And we know that when we listen to certain people, we could hear, we could feel a lie. You know, you could look at somebody and you could feel that person's energy, and you know, I don't want nothing to do with that person, you know.
Right.
But I guess I have to, I paid my little bill here, so I have to listen to them. But even when you do listen, and something in your body says, bullshit, you know.
Right. I've labeled that the discernment meter, and that it feels like a muscle that needs to be exercised, so that when we are around people that may not be telling the truth, we can feel it and tune into that feeling and recognize an energetic signature where something feels off. And I think that that is a tool for every one of us to use right now, is that discernment meter on what feels, not sounds, but feels right to us.
Yeah.
Well, wow. I can't thank you enough for...
The other meter, you know what the other meter is?
What's the other meter?
I.
If they say I a lot, I, me.
I. That's, I call it the false prophet syndrome. You know, look at me, I'm beautiful. Look at me. I'm the one. I'm the only one. Follow me. You know? So we would have a little tablet in the back, because we go through about 50 speakers, you know, over the weekend, sometimes 5 days.
Right.
And every time a person or a teacher or a speaker said I, would put a little check mark in the back, you know. And you'd be surprised, a sheet of paper would be all filled with eyes, you know. So we announced that at the 11:11 over at Cahokia Mounds to all the speakers that it's not about us, you know. It's about what we need to share from our sources, you know. And I know some of these information are timelines for people. Some of them are not for you, but they belong to somebody else, you know. That's on the first step, or so second step, or third step, or so if you hear something that you've already heard before, and it's good, beautiful, but you heard it, that's good, but it belongs to somebody else, you know, because you've already gone through that. So now it's coming to the point where all of the speakers, all of our family, we're all on the same page, you know. We're all on the same page. We're all saying the same things on one level or another, you know. And it feels good to be around the family when they get together. So you know what they're going to say, and sometimes you're telepathing while they're talking, you know, to them about, oh, that sounds good. It brought something else up. Say this, or could you repeat that? You know, you could telepath like that. They'll get it, and they'll wonder what the heck their information came from, you know. And it's always like
coming on really strong right now.
Yeah. So I was just thinking that. I was just going to say that. And I was hoping you would say that, and you did, you know. So we're all connecting on another level like that, 13th, 11th, 12th, 13th dimensional level. So it's about knowing, you know, not thinking, but like I said, knowing. We just feel it and know it. That's all we need. But there are others that are need a little push, little shove, little stepping stool to help them to get to the next level. So it's ongoing because we get new people all the time. Some are really have a lot of questions. But one of the things that we worked with growing up and worked with 12 men, and in the beginning the Spirit said, no questions, listen. So 12 years, no questions, and we learned from the Spirit. Then after that 12th year, they said, now you could ask questions. But nobody had any questions because all the things that they wanted to learn over them years, they got from the Spirit. They were answered. Mm-hmm. Then the other thing was, they said, now you could sit with the women. You have the right to sit with women now. And it was like, whoa, my God, I didn't know the women are so highly vibrational compared to the men, and it took us 12 men, just 12 men, 12 years to learn this, that now you have the right to sit by a woman and listen to them. And it just like blew everybody away.
That's quite a lesson.
It is, because the men are all ego-filled with their little beer bottles and their little pipe-filling smokeroos and all their drunk talk and, war talk. And we heard a lot of it, this past few days, but we didn't get involved with it. Just watched and listened. So yeah, we have to get out of our egos and give credit to the source, Mm-hmm. Give credit to the source, because everything we learn comes from a source. Name it, come from a source.
Everything.
If it was that ant, yeah, give credit to the ant, what you did. That ant spoke,
I was just in Mexico with my husband, and we did one of their Temazcal ceremonies there, a healing ceremony with 2 women, and they call their stones the grandmother stones. Yeah. And the day before we went into the ceremony, I was walking and a little baby snake went right in front of me and then stopped and turned and looked at me and then, went down. And I thought, that snake had a message for me right before I went into ceremony. And then right after the ceremony was over, we experienced the ant people again. Mm-hmm. I mean, you didn't even know they were ants at first because it was just this big black thing moving. But it turns out they were ants, a bunch of ants. And those ants had a very profound message. When we got home, our whole pantry was filled with ants.
Right.
So, yeah, big messages there. And I really appreciate how you bring us all back into this wisdom and this knowing, and how to appreciate the helpers, the animals, the plants, the grandmothers, the grandfathers, the children, the trees. And these teachings are the teachings that I think many people are yearning for, and it will be the catalyst that gets us through this particular time on earth right now, is to return to these original teachings. So Wopila, 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 for being with us today. My heart is so full, and I just love seeing you, and I want to fist bump you right now. There we go. We got the bump going. Thank you. Well, I hope
you in Camp Verde.
Camp Verde, I think coming up in November around the 11th.
Right.
There will be a Star Knowledge gathering of some form if people want to.
Yeah, it's called a retreat, according to one of our coordinators, Miss Jennifer Berryhill. She's called it the Our Knowledge Retreat, one of the first of its kind because of what's happening now.
Right.
5-day deep, what they call it, immersion intensive with a lot of our teachers, a lot of our guests, probably with each other, as you know, from November 10th to the 15th. And Camp Verde at the Jackpot Ranch. I think it's the Jackpot Ranch.
I don't know if is that where it still is? Go to starknowledge.org and see what Jen has put up there. I know that she has information there, and definitely a experiential.
Yeah, information will probably change in and out, upside down, right side up every now and then. So we're working with this Stargate called Unity, and also it's the moon of the heart, Jen Berryhill, myself, and maybe Grandma Chandra will be there, working with her telepathic messages and her ways to activate certain things at this time, certain healing ways, and also these other gifts that need to be extracted out of you in order for you to get through this little hump,
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Christy Grace, that she's going to work with the yoga ways, the stretching, the breathing, and all this. And Maritza is going to be there. Maritza Valdioserra, when she's been working and interpreted all the 11, 12, and 13 information into Spanish. So that was like a chore, a big teaching, a big gift for all the people that work with this, those, whether it's Spanish or, they all integrated through that language. But it was beautiful because it changed her life as well as, her family and, her energy and all that. Brian Berryhill's going to be there. Brian, he's a good singer. He's a Sundance singer and a Sundance sub chief, and he's been working, these laws and ceremonies of the moons, whether it's full moon, new moon, quarter moons, 3/4 moons. They've been doing that all for these past few years. And we have that Stephanie Phelps that will be coming in to help us through this change as well. Along with, there's another woman, what the heck's her name? Michelle Anderson. Somewhere in the program. So she's, will probably be around to, share her little spirit and her smile and laugh and whatever it is. So there'll be more, but that's the basic.
Everything's very fluid right now. We're all just finding our way and being very fluid, but I feel enlivened after being on this call with you and having you share with us. And you always bring a smile to my heart and to everybody at these events. I think we laugh more than anything. You always have all of us laughing and bringing us into our hearts.
Yeah, this is kind of a balance that's coming together too, because we're looking with the eagle and the condor coming together. Maritza, her name is beautiful, condor woman, from down there. So she has that energy. She has that energy of the condor. She has the energy of Mexico, born and raised in Mexico, and come up through this here to learn about this way of the eagle with the Chanupa.
Right.
Chanupa. Then she's working with she has the influences of the 20. The 1320, and we have the influences of the 1111. So that's merging, helping to merging that together. So we have the sun ways here, and we got the Venus ways down there with the Mayan calendar. So that's an emergence of that power of love and life, that go together. So that's just a little formula that we need as family,
Yeah,
my
absolutely.
brothers from the South.
That's going to bring us across.
All right.
Well, thank you. And I will see you very soon.
Okay.
Right?
All right. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you to our sponsors and partners, biomats.com, Follow Your Heart, GT's Kombucha, Califia Farms, LA Weekly, Rock Paradise. Thank you for supporting Disclosure Fest Foundation and this virtual mass meditation initiative. And we'd also like to thank our virtual vendor marketplace. We invite you, our viewers, to come on and support all of our vendors who are normally at all of our events. And now you can support them by going on to the virtual vendor marketplace, clicking on it at disclosurefest.org. Thank you to Chief Golden Light Eagle for his first time supporting Disclosure Fest. Wasn't that great?
That was so beautiful.
Incredible. His teachings were so heartfelt and powerful.
That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you for coming back with us, joining with us again. Really excited to support and bring on Billy Carson, his interview. And Neil has had Billy Carson and worked with Billy Carson for a long time with Portal to Ascension. Maura, you've worked with him for a long time with Contact in the Desert, and Conscious Life Expo. So why don't you both give a little flavor to what we're going to see with Billy Carson?
Billy Carson is remarkable. What I love is he puts so much passion and insight into what he's saying. And he has a beautiful blend of being brilliant and also so dynamic and playful and heartfelt. You really feel the spirit of what he's talking about, and you see the wisdom and the discernment, and yet it's a beautiful combination of heart and mind and soul. What do you think?
Well, I am extremely honored to be, with you guys introducing Billy Carson, because Billy is a man that wears multiple hats. He has 140 social media accounts that are full-on independent businesses, basically. Everything from a vegan cooking show to Anunnaki history to space anomalies. So he's not only, presenting this information, but he's implementing it in his own lifestyle, and it really shows in the way he treats himself, he treats his body, and the way he communicates with everybody. He just a little bit about him from my notes here, but Billy Carson combined forces with top anomaly hunters in the world to form a united family of anomaly hunters. Their mission is to provide enough evidence of past and present life on Earth and other celestial bodies inside our own solar system. Just this last year alone, I've done probably 5 events with Billy Carson. Everything from Akashic Records, Our Science Reality, where it was a whole presentation on the science of the Akashic Records, to scriptures, prophecies, ETs, and Atlantis. His range of information is so vast, and his energy and his radiance really goes with it all. I talked to him the other day and asked him how many hours he sleeps at night, and he's like, all he needs is 4. He literally meditates so that he can have more time during his day waking life in order to do the work that he knows he's here on Earth to do. So it's an extreme honor and privilege to be introducing Billy right now. So enjoy, everybody.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Here we go. Disclosure Fest. And this is the deal. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. And today we are welcoming one of my closest friends who has been part of Disclosure Fest from virtually the very beginning. And that is Billy Carson. Billy, welcome.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for having me on. I'm glad to be back.
Billy, you and I, this is what is so great for everybody that's watching us today here on Disclosure Fest, is that you and I are very close friends. Yeah. And we talk all the time. I'm on your stuff, you're on my stuff. We've been working together. And what is so great about that? It's that you and I got all the other stuff out of the way years ago.
That's right.
We are able to just cut to the chase. Yeah. And discuss things that we haven't discussed before and break new ground. And there is a circle of trust between the two of us. and you know I'm going to step out of bounds, right? You know this is going to happen, but you trust me for that, and you are willing to step out of bounds sometimes with our conversations. And are you ready, man?
Absolutely. I'm more than ready. I'm excited. I'm pumped up.
Now let's I always say this with you. Let's start here because there's so many directions that we can go in. But you and I have always focused, not always, but have done a large amount of our focusing on past civilizations, what they were learning and teaching each other, and how amnesia has set in, and we have forgotten more than we have remembered from all of the important lessons of the past. And that's where we are today. Here we are. The world is in flux. Things are a little bit crazy right now. Should we be looking at the past and what we have been warned about from maybe Egypt or maybe a Greek, Roman times, or further back?
Well, you know, you hit it right on the head, because the past is prologue. And we really need to look into the past, because the past really is going to become our future. Sometimes when I'm posting content online or talking at lectures and I'm talking about the ancient past, certain people, not a lot of people, but certain people make these comments or gestures as to why am I focusing on the past when I should be focused on the problems we have now. And I try to explain to them, like, you don't understand. We have to understand what happened back then. We have to get as close to the truth as possible. The lessons to be learned are in the past, and that is how you effectively change the future. And so when we look into the past, we need to look at all the different, civilizations, whether it's Greek, Roman, Egyptian, all the way back, even as far as you can get back to Lemuria. I mean, we need to go back as far as we can, and we need to study each civilization, how they rise, and what caused them to fall. Because so far to date, I haven't seen one civilization sustain itself eternally. It seems that there is a rise and a fall. How can we break this cycle? And the answer to that is in the past.
Is it as simple as that in the past, they were able to focus on the self without distractions of technology? And do you understand what I'm saying? Where today we have distractions all day long. They were able to focus on the mind, on consciousness, on family, on society, on the development of the self and the perfection of the self, which would include the power of the brain and the power of the mind, and taking advantage of all of that. Is it as simple as that? Or is it that we just are a technocracy today, where we don't have time to focus on the self, don't care about it? We're more focused on cell phones with flashlights on them, right?
Yeah. Well, it's that's a great question, because it's a little bit of both. Now, when you look into, like, for example, if I go into a civilization, the ancient Egyptians, for example, they had an era before the invasion started happening in the dynastic period, where all they focused on was the self, was on knowledge, was on wisdom. They would travel to Australia to sit with Aboriginal elders and get knowledge and wisdom. They focused on art and painting and music and all these types of things, instead of focusing on war. Yeah, they didn't even have a military.
That's exactly it. That's right. That's right. Well, and to stay focused on this for a second, when they changed, they evolved, but they went through about 1,500, almost 2,000 years that are documented, by the way. It's a much longer period, but if we just focused on what is documented, right? That documented part of history, 2,000 years of arts, entertainment, fun, religion, family, science, right? The religion, they teaching, songs, music, everything was about the self without any concerns of invading another country. They didn't bog themselves down with the thought of killing another human being. They literally did that for 2,000 years. And they did that longer than from when Cleopatra died until now. right? Now that's an extraordinarily long time to develop the mind and arts and culture.
Yeah, that was their golden time. That was their golden era. And unfortunately, some people from the outside noticed that they were focused on self, and they realized they didn't even have an army, and they began invading. Egypt was invaded and taken over 7 times. So that was the fall of their dynasty, or their era of their golden age, so to speak. But there's always in the past, there's these things that you can glimpse these lessons from. And I think right now, when you're talking about the technology that we're all addicted to, in a lot of ways, technology has made the world easy, but it has made us more ignorant in a lot of things. It has taken away a lot of our own personal knowledge of self. It has taken away our own recognition of self, and it put a lot of the power of what we want to say to recognize us, or self-gratification, in the hands of others. Does this person like what I put out? Does this person like my information? Is my knowledge good? Is this information I'm putting over here good? Instead of becoming your own cheerleader and looking internally, we've kind of now, technology has sent us external. And a lot of the children these days, unfortunately, haven't, they have this computer in their hand, and they haven't really learned anything in school. They've learned how to take tests. But overall, the vast majority, the knowledge is not retainable, because it's all inside of this thing. It's push a couple of buttons and get the answers, instead of having to know what the answer is, like we were when we were in school. We had to know the answers. Google didn't exist back then.
Yeah, I don't think that we thought, and I'm talking about the world, including the United States, but I don't think that anybody thought that we would, again, repeat the past. We would become a divided culture, that we would lose sense of family and consciousness and helping others and what was right, that we were on a path to doing that. And there was no way that it could happen again. These civilizations and minds and cultures that failed in the past weren't going to repeat themselves, that we had learned from that. And here we are today, where the things that make consciousness great, and helping others, and being different is great. It's an awesome, look at you and I, couldn't be any more different. I would talk about vegan food, but I'm not going to. But the point being is, you and I couldn't be more different. Right? You're an athlete. I'm the opposite of athlete. We can just start right there. But we are great friends, and we listen to each other. I don't agree with everything that you say, or everything that you believe. And certainly it's the same thing with you and I, or others. And that's what makes this world great. Yeah. And now we are divided. Shouldn't we be learning from these lessons of the past? If things go sideways, instead of a conscious awakening, moving, helping others future, we're doomed, just like the past.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, a lot of this, in this era right now, a lot of people are becoming a little over emotional. Everything gets somebody sent into this emotional whirlwind. And like you said, there may be some things that I say or post or put out that you may not fully and totally agree with, and the same vice versa. And it's the same way that I feel like when I'm on the internet, I'm scrolling through my feed of social media, and some people that I follow, and I handpick the people that I follow. I don't just follow anybody, but I don't agree with everything that they post. I just keep scrolling. But for some reason, there's these triggers that happen in people these days. I wonder if it's the technology that has people so on edge and so emotional. Is it the economic system? Is it the pressure of society? When you look back into the past, when they're at every civilization's golden age, it always seemed as if things were more simple, and they were able to just develop that peace and that tranquility, and everything moved a lot slower. And I think as things speed up and are moving so fast right now, people are so, it's the age of information, and everything is triggering everybody. It's too much. And I think it's too much input coming in right now.
It seems like people are enjoying being triggered.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That there is something about that. And the question has to be, what is it that we can do? I mean, meditation is great. I mean, that should be on top of everybody's list. A healthy diet should be on top of everybody's list, and we can talk about those things.
Yeah.
But what is it that we can do as a society to pump the brakes and refocus our values?
I think that we have to find a way to start off at the young age, because when a tree is young, its limbs are very bendable. You can bend the limbs, it's okay, a sapling. But when it gets older, the limbs become hard and stiff, and you try to bend them, they snap. I think we've got to start at the younger generation. We've got to change the way our educational system runs. We got to change the way that we're parenting. We need to go through new parenting courses. We need to do a new educational system that helps develop kids in their own specialties, the things that they're good at, the things that really excite them, and encourage those things and get them to understand loving one another from a very early age. And unfortunately, a lot of it has to do with some of the things that society has kind of set up for us in this system, this institution of a country and countries. We have to break some of those barriers down if it's ever going to get a lot better, and allow people to develop into who they truly are, and then push them into, encourage them into what they really truly are, and find different ways of teaching. But it also encourage unity and love, and also encourage respect of other people's understandings of information, under other people's belief systems. And with that, also being of service to others. If we start that at an early age, I think we have a good chance of raising a future generation that will then propagate that down the line. And maybe we can see some serious change in the future.
There is another issue that is here, but we just didn't realize in 1995. And I wrote about this pretty extensively over the last month, and I've been speaking about this, but this is the reality that we find ourselves in, that since the year, we can go with 1990. It's a nice round number. We're in the year 2020. That means, the internet really took off in 1995, 1994 with AOL and chat rooms and things. Mm-hmm. But we now have people on this planet, generations, 30 years old, that have only experienced the internet age. Yeah. You and I, we know what the world was like before. Yeah. But they don't. Their reality, their understanding of what reality is a world with the internet. Yeah. We have to, as people that have experienced it before, we have to talk to them about that, about the world that is also out there. In addition to, there's nothing wrong with your world. There's not. But we need to embrace the fact that they are the ones that are going to possess this world. You and I are going to be gone. Yeah. We need to make sure, because like it or not, it's their world now. What they do with it moving forward is up to them. It's at this crucial point where we need to talk about service to others, what's important to this planet, your consciousness, and that there is a real world that you can touch and love and understand that isn't a part of your cell phone and the world of likes and subscriptions and tweets and retweets and blocking and fire. So all of that, it's just a bizarre thing, but we created the world for them. Now we need to help them understand it, because this world is theirs after you and I leave. Absolutely. That's why I try to encourage people to travel. Obviously, travel is a little bit restricted right now because of this situation that we're in. That's why I used to always say travel while it's still legal. But traveling, getting out in nature, even if you can't leave your country, getting out in nature, being part of nature, touching and feeling the real solid world, taking off your shoes, grounding your feet to the earth, going to the beach, watching the ocean, going to the wilderness, watching the mountains, or climbing a mountain, or whatever, anything to get plugged back into nature and disconnect from the virtual world every now and then would do a great deal of help. I know some people that have not only not left their zip code, but have rarely ever stepped one foot outside. They purely live in a virtual world. Everything that they know, all their friends and everything, is inside of a plastic box, which we call a computer or a cell phone.
And I think that we've got to find a way to get them out, plugged back into nature. I think that's a big part of it. You're right.
Well, and it sounds so simple, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it could be that simple. That's the thing. It could actually be that simple. There's another part of this, Billy, that again we need to address, and that is, yes, over the last we're moving into October, we're moving into 2021. The majority of this planet has dealt with 2020 most of the year in lockdown, away from their coworkers, away from their schoolmates, spending way too much time in the house, on the internet, like this show tonight, and Disclosure Fest last year enjoyed, you and I were there together. It was amazing. 20,000 people outdoors, experiencing life, dancing, laughing, yoga, meditations, artwork, speaking, music, an absolute glorious day. This year, this festival, just like everything else in the world, everything got shut down. Everything, sports, entertainment, television, news is being broadcast from people's homes. And to go with that is the individuals are also spending too much time now at home on the internet. Right. And maybe not having the best of times there as well. And it's going to have its effect, isn't it? How can we change that? People are going to leave the cave, right? They're going to go out and say, oh, there is a world out here. I remember this place.
Yeah. Well, now that some of the restrictions have freed up a little bit, I really encourage people to get outside, go for a walk in your neighborhood. If your neighborhood's not that safe in some situations, I can understand that. Try to get, somebody to pick you up, or try to find a way to get a ride down to a park, go to a beach, go to a camping ground, go to anywhere that you can, and just try to get out. Even if it's to, there's a lot of parks that are open now. They're opening back up parks a lot, at least down here they are. Just try to get outside and get some fresh air. Even if it's just 30, 40 minutes, an hour, just try to unplug yourself. And then before you plug back in, and then when you do plug back in, the thing about the internet right now is, that's why I'm glad we have Disclosure Fest. Disclosure Fest is about enlightenment, ascension, positive information, something that you can grab onto and learn from. But there's so much other content out there that's detrimental to you. And so we've got to find a way to tell people, like, look, don't spend all your energy and time on all these negative posts and information that are on the internet. If anything, just take a break from those. If you're going to stay online, go to some positive pages that put out, affirmations, things that are going to give you some self-help, go Google, parenting tips and things like that. Go work on yourself on the internet. Since you're going to be on the internet anyway, you might as well take your time to not focus on a bunch of junk that's going to harm you consciously. Focus on things that are going to uplift you, enlighten you. Do some research on some things you may have had questions about in the past. Spend time looking for things and working on things that are going to help you become a better person, instead of going down the regular normal track of getting caught up in street fights and police fights and crime and murders and everything else, and all the crazy stuff that's going on out here right now. Try to take some time away from that. Even I had to unplug from that. I was seeing so much negativity that it was getting me so caught up and so mentally destroyed. I had to even stop and just take a step back myself. And I actually made a post on Facebook. I said, for 120 days, I'm only posting positive information. I can't take it.
That's it. I've chosen to go that route too. And I did it naturally in that I didn't have anybody warn me. I didn't read. I didn't see a video. I could tell the changes that were happening with me. I mean, physical changes, not feeling good. Yeah. And I just went back, and I'll just give this advice to everybody. If you don't want to read somebody's post or the content, that mute, right? Unfollow. They don't need to know that you're not friends. Just don't read their, it's just mute, unfollow, mute, unfollow, mute, unfollow. It's your friend. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that my news feed is a bunch of unicorns and rainbows. right? But it's close. And I would rather read about unicorns and rainbows and kittens and dogs and children and people cooking food. I would much rather read that than negativity, because it started to affect me. I want to change gears, but actually follow up with what you just said. And I thought you were going to go there. So let's back up for a second.
Okay.
About 6 months ago, at the beginning of the coronavirus, the beginning of the pandemic, you were on a Fade to Black.
Yeah.
And we were just having a conversation like we're having now.
Mhm.
And I said, so Billy, I got all this free time, right? What should I be doing? And you said, you know what? Now's the time. I want to expand on this.
Yeah.
You said, now's the time for anybody listening to my voice. You always wanted to start a company.
Mm-hmm.
You always wanted to write a book.
Yeah.
You always wanted to make a video. You always wanted to learn how to knit. You always wanted to do, there was something that you wanted to do, but you never had the time.
Right.
Don't use that as an excuse, because that's not an excuse anymore, is it?
No, it's not. As a matter of fact, I know a lot of people got some money from, some government money or some unemployment money. And I know a few people, and unfortunately, they really didn't do anything with it, other than, of course, they pay some of their bills and put some food in their bellies. But for $75 in most states, you can form a corporation.
Mm-hmm.
You can file for an EIN tax number for free with irs.gov. Doesn't cost you any money. You can answer the questions yourself. Doesn't take a genius to do that either. So for less than $100, you can actually start a corporation in the United States. And then you could begin to, create your own website. You could go to Wix.com and create a website for $25 a month, $10. I mean, there's so many things you can do. And a lot of people, the majority of people really want to start something for themselves and just never do it. I mean, I have people that contact me for 5 years. There's one person, I'm starting next week. It's been next week for 5 years,
Right.
And we've got to recognize that there's windows of opportunity in this lifetime. And windows open, but windows also close. And sometimes something that can seem so negative and so awful, like a pandemic that happened and shut down the whole country, in a lot of situations, for some people, it could be a blessing to let them focus on themselves, to let them focus on starting a business, to let them focus on their children. So many kids are being babysat every single day by video games. The mother and father go to work, they come home, they put food in the kid's belly, the kid plays video games morning till night. That's their babysitter, that's their teacher, that's their mother and their father. I have seen some friends of mine who've now spent more time with their children during the pandemic, talking to them, walking with them, taking them outside to play, throw the baseball around like the olden days, and stuff like that. And man, so you have to see there's always good in everything. You have to find the good. And how can we take advantage of this pandemic situation and make it work for ourselves for the better? And I think the people who did that are going to come out on the other side of this thing light years ahead.
And there's and staying on the subject, I remember, I'm just going to let the audience know, Billy and I have some pretty dynamic conversations over the phone, and it always seems to, most of them happen when I'm driving or he's driving. But I was driving, talking to you a couple of weeks ago, and you said something to me that was so moving. And I want to try to put this in words the way that you and I were talking about it. But that is this pandemic's going to be over. Mm-hmm. It's not going to last forever. And you don't want to be walking out your front door ready to head back into the real world in last place. Mm. You don't want to be that person. You don't want to see everybody racing by you. You need to be doing stuff now. Yep. Whatever it is, you need to be doing it now, because you don't want to just stroll into traffic because you're going to get run over.
That's right. That's no doubt. That's exactly what's going to happen. Some people are going to be light years ahead, and some people are going to be, unfortunately, light years behind. Mm-hmm. And because they didn't take advantage of the opportunities that were given to them during this pandemic. And for example, I could have just sat back and relaxed. I didn't have to do anything. I could have just went through this. I was prepared for a collapse of any kind. I could have just sat back and relaxed. I worked twice as hard during this pandemic than I did before the pandemic got here.
So did I. So did Rita. We haven't stopped. We haven't had any time off. You know, and that's it. You know, because it's you don't want to next year when everything is fine, pandemic's over, the world didn't end, everything is back, and you don't want to sit back and go, man, I should have wrote that book last summer.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't write the book. I had all that time off. Yeah. Instead I binged 8 years of Star Trek, right? right?
Yeah. You know, I mean, I have right now 11 books in editing right now.
11
books in editing. Yeah.
Am I writing the forwards to all of those books?
I would love you to write the forwards to those books. It would be exciting for, especially because a lot of them are about ancient Egypt, and you've become pretty well astute on ancient Egypt now. So that would be phenomenal.
Everybody can go and what we're talking about here, Billy's book. I have it right there here in the bunker. The compendium of the Emerald Tablets and Thoth. And that book, big seller, bestseller, all of that. Congratulations on the success of the book. But Billy said, hey, Jimmy, would you write the foreword? I said, it would be an honor. I mean, the book is great. And I had the advanced copies of the book, right? And writing the foreword to that book because, and this is what's so important. Yes, I wrote the foreword to the book, but I read it so many times. We talked about it so many times over the last few years. Mm-hmm. What I didn't plan on in writing the foreword to the book and what that book is about is that we would be living that book today in 2020.
That's right.
Crazy, isn't it?
That's crazy. It's incredible. I mean, that book taught me and you so many lessons, and so many other people now, so many lessons. And it really warned us about this exact situation, the time we're in, the mindset we need to be in, how to battle through the darkness or the brothers of darkness or the dark brothers, how to ascend to the light, how to seek consciousness, how to take take advantage of the time you have. All those things are there. How to, keep your body healthy. How to enjoy tranquility and peace, how to bring that to yourself, how to law of attraction, bring those things into your reality tunnel during these tough and hard times, and how to overcome them, and how to talk yourself through those times using cymatic frequencies to make those negative vibes flee away and only stay focused on positive.
And what's funny is this is an opportunity for people like you and you directly and myself to sit back and go, I told you so, but that's not right. That doesn't help anybody.
No.
The point is, when I mentioned that we were warned in the book is right. Now, warned isn't the right word, but the book was the tools for preparation for what we are going through today. And you don't ever want to have to use those tools, right?
Yeah,
you don't, but that's not where we need to be right now in the I told you so moment. The message needs to be to everybody is, look, this is a reality that we find ourselves in today. We have talked about it over the years, but we are here now. And if you ever had any questions or doubts or anything like that, don't freak yourself out. There's no reason to go there. But just know that the world isn't what it seems to be, right? And it's certainly not what we are told. And we know how to move forward. Isn't it really that easy?
It really is. I mean, that's exactly what it's all about. Sometimes we try to overcomplicate things and we think too much. And when you start thinking too much, things become so obscure when it really is very simple. I mean, and people ask me a lot, how do you raise your vibration? How do you do all these things? How do you help people? I tell them it's very simple. First, imagine unconditional love for yourself. That means no matter what you've done wrong in the past, you forgive yourself. You forgive yourself. Don't wait for some other thing or entity or person to forgive you. You have to forgive yourself first. And forgive yourself for those things. Have confidence in yourself. And then now take that same exact mentality and, you're having unconditional love for you. You're going to treat yourself like you love yourself. Now do that outside. Now give that same love to others. And then it becomes contagious. It becomes like a positive virus, and it moves through other people and other places. And then eventually we have a planet full of people loving one another in unity, love, and peace. And eventually we're going to get there.
Yeah. And there's no question about that. And the other thing is this: being bad or doing the wrong thing is easy. That's easy. Anybody can do it.
Yeah.
Doing the right thing, being good by others, being of service to others, it's opening your mind and consciousness and understanding the world and loving this planet. That's hard.
Yeah.
That's not easy. That's work.
Yeah.
You know, but it pays off. And in the end, you're more pure inside. It reflects outwardly. Certainly diet has a big part of this, which is what I want to talk about next. And it's this: if anybody out there that's watching you and I right now has any doubts at all, take a good look at Billy Carson, because Billy Carson is 126 years old. And people don't know that. Billy's 126 years old.
Oh, man.
How do you do it, man?
Well, you know, it's for the majority of my life, I primarily ate a plant-based diet. I wasn't always 100% plant-based, but for the majority. So, you know, even if you add up all of any animal products that I have consumed over the last 50 years, it would have to say probably maybe 8%. So it's not about being 100% vegan, because some people I found out can't be 100% vegan. I actually know 2 people in my life right now, 2 good friends of mine, that are both allergic to most plants, in other words, most salads they can't consume.
Wow.
Allergic reactions, and most fruits. One person can only eat pineapple and peaches.
Well, that's not bad. I mean,
those are 2 good things. Yeah, but
it could be worse.
So, right. But if you can incorporate a plant-based diet into your life, into what you're doing, and reduce the amount of meat intake, you'll find that you'll be a lot more healthy. Your skin will have a lot more natural oils in them. Your heart and your blood vessels will be clear of any plaque. You know, so what I've done is I've started a plant-based cooking channel. You know, I have the Instagram account Plant-Based Alternatives for like the last 3 years. I think it's almost at 1 million now. And we give recipes every day, 3 to 4 recipes a day of plant-based meals that look phenomenal. Not just a whole bunch of lettuce, like real solid, like hearty meals that you can eat that you'd be like, wow, I can't believe this is plant-based. And so now I've taken it to another level. And on Forbidden Knowledge TV, I now have plant-based cooking with Chef Abdul. He's my personal chef. And so he comes to my house, and we record some of the episodes here, right in my own kitchen, with him cooking plant-based meals.
Now, how's it taste?
Phenomenal.
You know, and see, this is the thing. For those out there that are thinking about vegetarian, right? Maybe not full on vegan, but they're in that transition phase, and they may have a bad experience with that type of cooking, where they're used to, you know, something else, right? What are these recipes like?
Well, they're phenomenal because Chef Abdul uses Caribbean seasoning, okay? And so these Caribbean seasonings, like Scotch bonnet peppers, you know, all these different types.
His name's Abdul.
Yeah, Abdul.
And he's a Caribbean chef.
Yes.
Okay, that's another show. We'll do that later.
Oh, that is a show. But he's a great guy.
Right.
And very intelligent, very astute guy. I mean, really intelligent guy. And I mean, a real master chef. He's a chef to a lot of stars. He's been Puff Daddy chef, or, you know, Combs, you know, Sean Combs.
Right.
You know, just Rico Love, many other famous people. And now he's mine. So, but the reason why everybody loves him is because he cooks with seasoning, and his food is well seasoned and well flavored. So it's like, wow, when you bite into something, you're like, oh my God, I can't believe this. And it's phenomenal, you know? So we've got.
Well, this is the thing, Billy, is talking to the majority of the people that are going to be watching us today are part of DisclosureFest, and they are vegetarians or they are vegans, right? This conversation needs to reach beyond that, because they already get it, right? They already get it, right? It needs to go out and beyond that. And that's the thing. Adrian, who is going to be listening to this conversation later, he's going to laugh. But Adrian has introduced me to some amazing food.
Wow.
And that's when we are talking about UFOs, or we're talking about conspiracy theories, or we're talking about consciousness, we're talking about service to others and feeding. Well, generally speaking, we're speaking to an audience that already gets it.
Yeah.
I've said this to you many times. I need the people that don't know what we're talking about to listen to this program.
Yeah.
I need that person that goes, that eats fast food every single day. That's who I need to talk to, right? That's who needs to get this message. And I think that's most important. Yeah. So these new recipes from Chef Abdul, somebody that has never cooked like this before, would be introduced to something where they would go, okay, I could actually work with this.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about the fact that it's on the Forbidden Knowledge TV network is it's on Apple TV, it's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and of course, many, the Amazon app, the iPhone app and the Android app. So these are people can find this cooking show on my TV network without even knowing who Forbidden Knowledge is, without knowing anything about DisclosureFest or Jimmy Church. They might not even be in the conscious community, so to speak. They could have stumbled across it looking for something to watch on TV, and now they're watching plant-based cooking with Chef Abdul.
Now, what have you learned when Chef Abdul leaves? Do you cook? Do you try to do what he does?
We've worked on a couple of things. Me and my girl have worked on a couple of things, and it's been pretty exciting because adding the Scotch bonnet pepper to a lot of different meals just takes it to another level. I didn't think it was that big of a deal just to add the Scotch bonnet. Just that alone adds like 15 flavors to something, but also understanding like how to wash your fruits and vegetables, how to keep them stored longer by adding colloidal silver to the water when you rinse them. Now, I sell colloidal silver, and I never even knew that by adding colloidal silver to my fruits and vegetables in the washing process would extend their lives. So all these things I've learned from watching Chef Abdul, and how to prepare food in the right way, what types of fruits and vegetables to pick versus ones that could be more contagious and things like that.
Man, that's a good looking pepper, man.
Oh, the Scotch. Oh, listen.
I'm looking at it right here.
It's phenomenal.
So yellow or orange, which ones are yours?
They're both. They come like mixed in a bag.
Yeah. I see it here. Yellow, green.
There's some green, a little bit of green, a little red,
some
orange,
purple. Yeah. Is it hot?
Oh, it's hot, man. Don't bite. Don't just grab one and bite right into it, bro. I'm just telling you.
It's just a spice.
Listen, it takes a little bit to season a whole pot. That's how powerful this thing is.
Oh, man, I love cooking with peppers.
Try the Scotch bonnet. You won't regret it.
Now, let's talk about Forbidden Knowledge TV. This is your new network that we've been a part of since it started, actually.
Yes.
Pretty exciting. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But let's talk about that for a second. How can everybody sign up and go check it out?
Well, they just go to forbiddenknowledge.tv with the number 4. Or they can put forbiddenknowledge.tv on the website browser, on their phone, or wherever. Or if you have Apple TV or Roku or Amazon Fire TV, you can just go on there and search for the apps and just search for Forbidden Knowledge TV with the number 4. It'll come up with the blue logo with the Eye of Horus, and it'll have a TV in red right there. Just add it. It's a free app. You add it, and then you can actually click on and register, and you can get 3 days free. If you have it on your phone, you can just stream it right to your TV if you have Google Chrome or a Roku box.
Or Apple TV,
Apple TV, you can stream it to your TV as well. But it's very versatile, very easy to get access to it. Right now, there's 2,120 shows and a little over 10,000 subscribers, so it's growing very fast. We're very excited. And we've got a lot of great new series coming out, a couple of exclusive documentaries, a couple of exclusive films that have been put up there now. I'm getting more licensed to more films, independent films. So it's going to grow, man. This is going to be phenomenal.
And the content that's on there, how do you break it down?
Well, it's broken down by lectures and workshops, interviews, podcasts, documentaries, yoga, work, exercise videos, health, financial, And right down the list, there's so many aspects. Cooking shows, obviously now. So just a lot of different areas on there.
Now, I just want to ask you this because you're the CEO of a television network now. Is this, do you break it down? You look at the numbers. What are people most interested in when they come over to Forbidden Knowledge TV? What knowledge are they seeking?
The number one TV series right now is my Egyptian Mystery School.
I knew it. I knew it.
Right away. Yeah, 20 episodes.
What is it about Egypt, man? I mean, it's my favorite thing to talk about. It's your favorite thing to research and talk about. The fans. What is it?
It's so mysterious and so intriguing, esoteric, and eccentric at the same time. It's so much to it, and so much science and technology involved in it, because I explain it from a point of understanding the physics and how the physics that they're talking about is what we see today. And I compare the two and show them side by side. This is what they were talking about back then. This is how they implemented this back then. This is how the spirituality worked. And if you look at physics right now and understand how electromagnetism works, you can see how it actually is applicable. It's not just a mysterious, magical thing that happens. It's actually real science. And so I plug it in that way. And so right now, I think episode 20 or 21 is up, and we got about another 60 episodes to go. They're in editing right now. So it's a huge series. I think it's over 36 hours of Egyptian Mystery School.
The Egyptians knew what they were doing when it came to art and sculpture and the intrinsic value of the aesthetic. They knew how to grab your emotions.
Yeah.
I am exactly like everybody else on this planet. And that goes back to Napoleon or Plato. It doesn't matter who you want to talk about. Yeah. Is that I remember seeing, I was probably 10 years old, and I'm looking at King Tut's sarcophagus, the gold face, and I'm looking at that. And it sucked me in. There's something about it. I'm like, man, I got to get some of this. I've got to go and this is beautiful. This, and then you find out later that it's 4,000 years old, 3,500 years old.
Right.
Wait a minute here. We don't have anything this beautiful today.
I know.
We don't do this. They did before they were supposed to. Yeah. Right. The rest of the world, Billy, was running around in animal skins, foraging for seeds in the dirt, living in mud huts. And the Egyptians were crafting this kind of artwork that would affect us all the way to today.
Yeah, it's incredible. When I went to Australia in the beginning of this year, right before this pandemic occurred, I was out there looking for these proto-Egyptian hieroglyphs out in this area called Carryong 9 that I had talked about for so many, really over a decade. I had talked about it. I've been on many TV shows talking about it, and even your radio show talking about it before.
Right.
And I finally got a chance to go out there during the fires, and fires all around us. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to one other site because the fires had already consumed that area. But we did get to the one main glyphs, and these glyphs have been now verified by the Board of Antiquities at the Cairo Museum that they are authentic Proto-Egyptian glyphs. And they can be dated because of the patina inside the glyphs. So we have the dating is accurate. So 5,000 years ago, Egyptians were leaving Egypt and going down to Australia to sit with Aboriginal elders to gain wisdom and knowledge and exchange with them and trade with them. I mean, it's incredible. That's a long time ago to be making trips like that. And I mean, not just one, but the glyphs represent literally hundreds of trips back and forth over thousands of years. And it only ended when somebody stole something from the Aboriginals about 1,000 years ago, close to 1,000 years ago. And then they told them they couldn't come anymore.
Now, with the beginning of the dynastic period, okay, going back to Mene, right? The first king of Egypt, the first documented king of Egypt, right? Okay, all right. Apparently around the year 3000 BC. Okay, the dating could be off, it doesn't matter. But if we just stay with that 3000 BC, how is it possible from 3000 BC forward that Egypt was correct? Mm-hmm. They already had everything.
Yeah.
Right? They had religion in schools and laws and science and engineering. They had mathematics. They had every art, right? Entertainment. They had everything in play. Writing,
Yeah.
right? They had everything in play. How is it possible that they came out of the desert, if you believe, the historians, that they just came out of the desert and one day they were off to the races, and that's just the way it was? Was there something that was happening before 3000 BC where this education was ongoing to allow them to hit the ground running at 3000 BC?
Well, according to the Sumerian tablets, and also according to the animal tablets, civilization started much earlier, tens of thousands of years ago, and they originated out of the Mesopotamia region, but then expanded out into other areas, including Egypt and Africa, which Egypt is in Africa, but in just a specific area. A lot of the knowledge was there. The Great Flood happened, according to these tablets, according to many cultures around the world. Egypt became a place full of mud. Everything was washed over. The gods, for these, the Naturu, whoever you want to call them, the Anunnaki, Atlanteans, whatever you want to call them, they came down and they said, we're going to rebuild this area. They rebuilt Egypt, or at that time it was called the land of Chem.
Mm-hmm.
They rebuilt the land of Chem, and they brought the knowledge and wisdom back to the people and raised it back, it says, to a high level of civilization, meaning it had already been at a high level before.
Right.
So they took it back to where it was, and it was already all the information, all the wisdom, all the knowledge, all the technology was reinstalled back in that region. And so by the time of the beginning of the dynastic era, they had already inherited what was already there.
So Lemuria, Atlantis, whatever you want to call, when you're referring to the Great Flood, are we talking about those catastrophes? Are we talking about Lemuria and Atlantis and other advanced civilizations from the distant past?
I think that this flood, this global Great Flood, happened a couple times. I think there was one that was a complete global flood that could be that Lemuria Atlantean age.
Mm-hmm.
And then there may have been another one that may have not covered the entire planet, but a vast majority of the planet. Not all of it, though, because there seems to be some areas where there is no flood story, and you can see a consistent flow of history going all the way back. But when you look in other certain regions, you find that there seems to be a great flood or a flood in that area. And people may have thought from their perception that it was an entire planetary flood, when it could have been just a massive region where there was a flood. So I think there was a few floods over, maybe two, maybe even potentially three, a third smaller one, over the course of 40,000 years.
Now, of course, we have Egypt and we have Mesopotamia and we have Sumer and the information that is pretty solid as far as being documented. If we just go with the pragmatic black and white historical perspective, we are able to go back to 3000 BC and look at these different cultures. But we were also told that nothing happened before then. So there wasn't any Atlantis. There's nothing to discuss here. There was no advanced anything. And then, as it turns out, 7,000 years prior to ancient Sumer and Giza, we have Göbekli Tepe.
Right.
And it wasn't supposed to exist. But it wasn't a couple of weeks before Mene, right? It was 7,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
And not that far from Giza, not that far from, it's not quite walking distance, but it's certainly in the neighborhood.
Right.
The construction of Göbekli Tepe, are we looking at the same ancient civilizations that taught Mesopotamia and the people of Giza and the Nile Valley, where their knowledge came from? Is there a relationship here?
I believe that it's the same exact people,
right,
brought that knowledge globally. When you look at those columns in Göbekli Tepe and you see the inscriptions on them, the glyphs on them, a lot of similarities to glyphs that are in Egypt, a lot of similarities to glyphs that are in Cambodia.
Mm-hmm.
Even, for example, there's dinosaur glyphs on those columns, and similar dinosaur glyphs etched into temples in Cambodia. When I was in Cambodia a few years ago, out in the jungle, I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, there obviously had to be people walking amongst dinosaurs to know what they look like with meat on the bones. I think it was the same people. And when you look at the ancient story of of Thoth when he tells his crew members, so to speak, that after we build up Chem, I want you guys to travel around the world and duplicate what we did here. I think they took that same knowledge and they went around the planet and duplicated. And that's why we see everything kind of start up from there and then expand out around the planet.
Do you think in the couple of minutes that we have left, and I want to thank you for another amazing conversation, Billy, just absolutely fantastic. Do you think that the knowledge out of the library in Alexandria, we've all been told it was burned to the ground. Do you think any of that was spirited away and not only hidden, but into other countries, and it's going to reveal itself one day, or is it all gone?
I think the Library of Alexandria burning was a book heist, a knowledge heist. That's my personal opinion. I could be wrong, but I think that, yes, some books burned, and yes, there was a real fire, and it did burn down. But I think that was a distraction for the theft of the knowledge, because that place was full of too much knowledge and people had their eyes on that knowledge. They knew that knowledge was power. How can we take this knowledge away and take this power out of this region and divide it up amongst ourselves, or maybe take it into another place, maybe even hide it to prevent advancement of mankind for any particular agenda that they may have had. Mm-hmm. But I do believe that it was a knowledge heist.
Well, if we're ever going to take away a lesson from the past, and we were so close, well, we're still there. You know, we haven't quite lost it yet. We're trying to mess things up. Yeah. It just seems like we're doing our best to mess it up. But the library at Alexandria was like the colors of Benetton, right? It was the coalition of everything from around the world. Bring it here. Let's get together. Let's discuss it. And let's teach each other from our different cultures and our different lands. You come from these distant places. Let's get together here, and look what they ended up building, right? You know, divided, we're strong, right? Yeah, I mean, divided, we're not strong. United, we are strong, right? And that's exactly what happened in Alexandria, and that's what made it so great. Yeah, and that's what made the United States great and other countries around the world, right? Being different is the way forward.
Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, if you would pull up to, the dock at Alexandria, your admission fee to actually dock your boat and get off was you had to bring knowledge. You had to bring books.
That's right.
Yeah. If you didn't bring books, you couldn't even come in there, you know? So I mean, this place was, I wish I could just go back in time right now. Oh my God, I wish I could go back in time.
Where would you go? We've got just a minute left, Billy, 2 minutes left. I love this question. I get asked of me all the time, right? Jimmy, if you had a time machine. Billy, if you had a time machine, where do you go? And be very specific.
I would go back to Mesopotamia. At the time of the Atasiea epic and the Enuma Elish say that the Anunnaki developed the advanced civilization, the street grid, the cities, the plumbing system, all that. I want to see it all.
Really?
Yeah.
I would, my thing, and because we don't know the exact date, I could go back and miss it and not be at the right time. But quite honestly, I'd want to go to Giza. I want to be right there. I want to see how they built the pyramids. I want to see it in real time. Right. But we don't. They say it was 2650 BC, right? So if I go back to 2650 BC and they're already built,
yeah, you'd be
for the opportunity. I need the exact date, but that's what I would do. I would really want to know how they built the pyramids right there on the Giza Plateau.
Yeah, it'd be phenomenal. Yeah.
I'll bet you money. You go back 6,000 BC, the Sphinx is already there. I'll bet you money on it, Billy. I bet you.
Oh, for sure.
It's already there. Maybe 10,000 BC. It's already there.
It's already there.
Yeah.
I think that the Sphinx is about 36,000 years old, because I think if you go back 2 processional periods, you're right around 36,000. At the perfect time to build the Sphinx. At 13,000, we have the Ice Age, not a good time. another processional period back as it aligns with the constellation of Leo. A lot of turmoil, a lot of extinctionary events happening on the planet. Not a good time. You go back one more processional period, perfect time to build a Sphinx. And I think it's right around the time that the Great Pyramid was built as well.
Thank you so much, Billy. Be safe and be well. What's the immediate plans besides trying to survive 2020 and get into 2021, which can't happen soon enough?
Oh, yeah. Well, just immediate plans are just continue to build Forbidden Knowledge TV, to acquire and license more content, to develop more content for the TV network, to get it out there more and bring as many people to consciousness as we possibly can. Enlightenment through entertainment.
Everybody here at Disclosure Fest, we thank you. We thank you for your support. It's too bad that you and I aren't walking around with thousands of other people here in Los Angeles and hanging out, but we will do it soon enough. Okay, Billy, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Peace.
Billy Carson. I'm your host, Jimmy Church. This is Disclosure Fest. I'm going to hand it back to Adrian and the crew.
That was an amazing and awesome talk by Billy Carson. And to have Jimmy Church with him, that was so fun.
I'm going to have to watch that again.
Yeah.
You know, you can see all of our talks, even the ones from yesterday, on our Facebook page, our YouTube channel, as well as DisclosureFest.org. Hope you are visiting us over there, signing up for our mail list, because there's lots going on.
Well, this is day 2 of our mass meditation. And we had Billy Carson just offering so much wisdom and insight. And he went from the modern day energies into ancient civilizations. And it's beautiful because now we're going to be stepping in to some ancient yogic practices that are taken to a modern day place. And Shiva Ray is the perfect yogic goddess to do this. And she's got Shrikala doing music with her that is so moving. They're at a pretty secret location, and you're going to see they're doing 108 pranams, or blessings and offerings, in such a mystical way that it's its own meditation.
I think it's an interesting contrast to yesterday's meditation, which had us rooting into the earth, aligning with the central sun. This one shows movement and flow. So I think it shows how meditation can take lots of different forms. And please know that even if you're seeing this not on the actual day, on the Sunday, the 11th, that it will still hold the off-the-chart energy that comes through an incredible yogi like Shiva Ray.
Yes. Well, enjoy this incredible movement meditation and the frequency and vibration. Wherever you are, whenever you're watching this, we are all connected.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Here we are. We've all come to this sacred place, the top of this mountain, this sacred circle, opening this space for the divine to step in and guide us, uplift us during these times of challenge and opportunity. We welcome it. We welcome it. The divine is speaking through all the challenges and all the parts that are hard for us. The divine is saying, yes, yes, yes. You can manage this. You can go through this. You will uplift this. You will carry this in your heart in such a way that all those who are around you, all those who are near you will be uplifted. And that's why we're here. We're here just so we can affirm that among us, there's only one. That one is the divine. There's only one. So breathe deep and open your heart and your mind and gather up all your strength and courage and glory so you can lift up that which is heavy and hold it and know that it is yours to carry and you can carry it. And then bring your arms around those who are in sadness, who are fearful, and hold them close so that they will know that somehow they can manage it. They'll be fine. We want to make sure that we are the ones, among the ones who can carry this divine light and spirit in a way that will bring light and joy and forgiveness to this world right now. Forgiveness, acceptance, prayer, honoring, holding with reverence, knowing that without the divine's presence in us in this moment, we're nothing. So we're on this mountain, we're drawing in the breath, we're bringing up the belief. We're seeing, we're knowing, we're accepting, we're opening the space so that all the doubt, the fear, the anxiety, the mistrust can melt away, and allow us, all of you who are here and who are around us, who are in this space with us, wherever you are, just to know that we are together. We're holding the space. We're offering the prayer. We're giving honor to, and we will never forget this moment. It is a seed. We're planting a seed. This seed will sprout and bring forth hope and joy and light everywhere. And so it is. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om.
We're here, breathing with all our brothers and sisters, this mystery of the pulse of life. And we're here to bring peace and love in action. So those who are moving with us, breathing with us, feel the circle is a place where we can listen to the earth that is our mother. So we're here as a mandala from the city of angels. we open to pranam, the power of taking refuge, and then rising. So as you join us, listen to what you need. You can just join us by listening to the pulse of life, just bowing your head, and we're going to come into that together. So let's bring our hands to the heart, and we open our heart, and exhale, bowing, intelligence, the power of love. And you're going to hear our voices. And as we bring our prayers in action, this is a place of refuge where all of our spiritual traditions are honored, all of our ancestors and their movement meditations are honored, the way of breathing and coming back to the teacher. So we open our inner ears. This is the simplest unit of pranams. Just bowing, listening, receiving, and then being empowered, rising together for change, rising together in love. Place where our breath is moving us. The reality of breathing for those, any challenge in breathing. Give thanks for the breath of life. And now you can follow, coming to the earth halfway, bending your knees. Like gazing through the triangle, the unity of birth, of sustaining energy, and dissolution. As we enter the nonverbal space, breath rhythm becomes our guide. Keeping deep respect for your body, you can adjust, you can enjoy just the arm movements or now as we draw our heels in, open our hips and touch the earth. This becomes a place of intimacy as we rise. We invite you as we enter the 108, it's really a space of channeling our prayers, feeling support, refuge, being guided. As we go down, we feel what we take refuge in. If you like now, coming into the half pranam, prostration, touching your forehead to the earth, spin the breath cycle here. All sons and daughters welcomed home. Just simply turn over your feet, rising up again as you like. So 2 more rounds like that. rising, humility and empowerment together in the circle. Now, if you ever feel to stay seated or to stay in any place and rock with your breath and prayers, feel free, or if you like, you can slide or walk out. And feeling the origins of chaturanga, either knees, heart, lowering down. Full cycle of breath here, feet apart or together. Feel the sacred bond. Hands under your shoulders. Slowly rise from your core. Turn the toes under. Walk back, feeling the earth. Feel how she lifts us, gives us strength, vitality, inspiration. And exhale, we're called again. Feeling the intelligence through you, giving our strength to the earth. Full cycle of breath. And rising. Son or daughter coming home. These soulful, challenging times. Receive the strength, the guidance. And rising. So we're going to start to feel our rhythm. You can stay with us as we go towards sacred number 108, sacred across traditions. Our great fire, the center of our solar system, one of 10 billion suns in our multiverse universe. Let's rise now. So the sun is 108 times greater in diameter than the earth. The same light, breath, earth we all share. So if you want to get in this rhythm now of rising and staying in a continuous flow, this will help keep you strong, steady on the path, feeling strength and circulation, being able to process grief, despair, and rising, as beloved Krishna Kar invoked, how we grow through the challenges. So you'll start to feel these great souls in the circle, and know that here in the middle of the fires, as we rise, we're coming together. We're radiating this to you all around the world. Join us. Come together across traditions, across forms of meditation. And now as we flow just with the rhythm, sacred sound, give your prayers. Call in your family, Call in those you're worried, concerned for. And feel the spirit rising. Our strength together. And we'll see you on the other side. Like you can feel a simple mantra. When you go to the earth, you can hear, oh, I'm taking refuge in. Be love, to be your ancestors, your faith, your devotion, and qualities. Feel how you're lifted. So when you come up, it emerges from the roots, taking refuge in. And then here, I'm rising for. I'm rising for. Every being is needed. Everybody can make a difference. Let us be instruments of positive change. So flow with respect. Feel the breath, the mover within the movement, guiding us, breathing us, moving us. Wahe. Ashe, Ole, Chai.
la 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 la.
That's it. Become the flow, the fire keeper. Every movement, whether just a rock or a full pranam, is like a mala bead. Allow your breath mantra to open your channel. If you ever need to pause and listen to the earth or come to a simpler movement, and feel that effortlessly changing naturally like the seasons, earth. Offer your questions, your longings, your calling for peace and action. You can also feel it as a non-verbal flow. 1,000 words of a prayer contained in your heart. So keep flowing. Keep growing.
Wow. That was amazing. Our second day mass meditation initiative with Shiva Ray. And wasn't that incredible, Maura? I was so moved by that meditation. I saw Cece White in there and a bunch of people from Bhakti Fest.
It felt so sacred, and I love that they put that beautiful spiraling geometry inside, and the location was gorgeous, somewhere in the desert, probably out near Joshua Tree. And to hear Cece White's beautiful voice, and there were other incredible singers from Bhakti Fest and Shakti Fest offering their beautiful light and gorgeous voices, and to see 108 pranams as they went up and down, and 108 is such a sacred number.
Yeah.
Even our mullahs have 108 beads. So when you meditate, you do it 108 times if you're doing a mantra. And 108 is a very sacred number. So I'm sure their intention with this mass meditation initiative was about connecting to the divine and letting that movement be powerful.
I'm still feeling it.
Gorgeous meditation.
I'm still feeling it in my body. And I love to see the theme and the weaving of these golden threads of collaboration and how we get to be together and be a part of all of this, inspiring and uplifting people through modeling this conscious collaboration. It has been incredible. And I'm super excited for our next segment with one of our dear friends, Mark Sims, and the First Contact band. Maura, you have had firsthand experience with putting together this actual segment with Mark, and I want to hear more about the process of what you went through with Mark and how he got the download and then brought it to DisclosureFest Foundation's virtual mass meditation.
Well, it's pretty fun because, as we've seen, movement with Shiva Ray can be a meditation, music can be a meditation. And Mark's offering with this, it's the First Contact band. And part of his vision was, if a band were to come as ETs, and even better than ETs, our Starseed family, what would they look like? So there's fun colors, there's lights, and you saw them at the One Love Fest.
I saw them a couple years ago at One Love Fest, the first time Mark launched this. And it was it was like something I had never seen before. It was kind of like Cirque du Soleil meets, I don't know, our ET family, our star family. And Mark is just so passionate. And I love seeing him really put his passion into this project. It's something different for sure.
So Mark Sims has a huge heart and a very powerful and huge mission that is also focused on meditation. And he loves Adrian and the whole Disclosure Fest and what we're doing here. So what he had a vision to do, and you're going to hear more about this during this little video, because he was sharing with it to Nassim Haramein about this vision. So you'll hear it direct from him. The idea was to take 13 songs and upgrade them, raise the frequency to help raise consciousness. And you're going to see about 5 of the songs out of 13, and there's still more songs. Larissa Stowe did some of the songs. Elijah Ray, our beautiful brother, and the Band of Light did songs. And then a really incredible man, Bruce Sugar, brought together a lot of his different musical artists to help do some of the songs.
And these are songs that I remember from my youth. You know, I think these are songs that are classics that he made into a whole new, he just brought it up a whole new level.
And then once he had these amazing songs and he was given direct guidance on which songs and how to do it, he had an inspiration to put them to a video because they were so inspiring. And it was really fun, the process of the videos, to first put in images. And it's so fantastic because we've got someone right here, our awesome Jason, actually helped with the compilation of one of the videos. And so many people added their gifts and wisdom and knowledge in cutting them. And a beautiful friend, Michael Perlin, Hanuman, who did 3 Magic Words. He's helped edit the video you're going to see, and he helped work on one of the videos. And we even went to Vegas to use Cirque du Soleil dancers, to weave them and the magic into these songs. So as you sit there, our beautiful audience, really just take in what you're about to see as music, dance, and the First Contact Band as a way to raise frequency and put you in a meditative state and help to inspire the world.
I love that. I'm super excited to see this next segment. Thank you, thank you, thank you to all of our viewers for joining us on this journey.
Hi everyone, this is Adrian Valera with DisclosureFest Foundation. We are a multicultural initiative-based nonprofit platform here in Los Angeles, primarily focusing on 6 initiatives. Our Mass Meditation Initiative, a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival, Feed Our Souls, our homeless initiative, Starseed, our children's initiative, our clean air initiative, tree planting, forest restoration, our beach and river cleanup initiative, and our Every Elder initiative.
For me, it's about sparking something in humanity and our creativity and our passion for being with each other and the planet. It just makes my heart smile.
One of our initiatives that we're most known for is the Mass Meditation Initiative, which happens every year, summer solstice, in Los Angeles State Historic Park. Up to 22,000 people. This is a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival. So we kind of touch on all these different ways for people to activate so many different parts of our higher consciousness. Meditation, workshops, and so many indigenous elders from numerous tribes come and inspires people to tap into a different frequency, something that sparks and activates our being. One of our most important initiatives is called Feed Our Souls, our homeless initiative, where we do these mini pop-up festivals in Skid Row, working with our homeless brothers and sisters on the streets, and bring different organic, plant-based foods, healing sanctuaries, a space for children, clothes, barbers, showers.
Can we show up and can we support each other? This is an honor for us to show up, to be present with our neighbors.
I'd say my favorite time was Feed Our Souls on Skid Row. The joy you see when somebody gets treated like a human and helps you connect back to that we're all connected.
One of our other initiatives that we do at DisclosureFest Foundation is our Starseed Initiative. We go into schools where our children are dealing with severe poverty or actual homelessness. So we bring a curriculum into these schools with different teachers, yoga teachers, instructors, sound healers, and we bring 100% plant-based foods.
This love and aloha, these peaceful vibrations, Jah.
So bringing these mindful meditation, yoga, sound healing, parkour, Jedi basketball to schools like this and work with children that are working with so much trauma. It's a healing exchange for these children and also the community of volunteers, instructors and teachers that join us.
They get to really drop into their ninja self and they get to surprise themselves with what they're capable of.
We all feel equal here.
Yeah.
And it's like more fun. It's like I haven't been to a school like this before.
When I found DisclosureFest Foundation, it helped me find more purpose in my life. Living a life of service has helped my depression.
One of the first initiatives that we introduced in 2017 is our Clean Air Initiative. This initiative partners with multiple foundations like Tree People and Arroyo Seco. We plant trees and restore forests and waterways. We restored waterways on multiple mountains. We planted over 26,000 trees.
The trunk of the tree wants to be in the sun and in the wind and the air.
The tree that I just planted is called Coast Live Oak, which is the most important species that here in California, the lungs of Santa Monica Mountains.
This initiative is also designed to activate our root. When you're planting a tree and your hands are in the soil, you're remembering that connection with Mother Earth. Also in 2017, we introduced our Beach and River Cleanup Initiative, partnering with other foundations like Heal the Bay, Oceans Conservancy. It's great for the community to come out, put their feet in the sand, connect with the earth. Within a few years, we picked up over almost 30,000 pounds of trash. Some of the things you learn, how this trash affects our marine life and their habitat. And making a difference in the survival of that ecosystem is so important for the community. So in 2020, One of our newest initiatives that we partnered with Alma is our Every Elder initiative. This is an initiative where we and our volunteers go into convalescent homes, retirement homes, assisted living, and just sit and listen to our elders. Let them speak and feel empowered. A lot of them have been forgotten, and we bring meditation and sound healing, industrial crafts, musicians that can sing a song. And when you can bring the community together, it's such a beautiful, amazing thing. Disclosure Fest is all about being of service, and just know you can be a part of something that serves a homeless person in the streets, a child, or Mother Earth, or our oceans. So join us at Disclosure Fest Foundation. You can go to disclosurefest.org.
Everything we do is volunteer based, so whether it's coming to a tree planting or joining us at Feed Our Souls, any one of our initiatives requires the energy and the passion of the people in our community around us.
They do amazing things for our world, like as a community. I was so happy to find them. Just like-minded people. When we uplift each other, it's really uplifting us too. I really encourage you guys to have this experience for yourself.
If you feel called, on our website you can sign up an application to become a volunteer. We'd love to have you, or support us in donations.
And if you feel really strongly about one of our initiatives in particular, we can make sure to direct your donation to that initiative. So please don't hesitate.
And love to see you soon.
The music came to you when you were in the hot tub?
So I'm in the hot tub.
Yeah.
I do my 20 minutes of hewing.
Right.
I then stop and I go into this silent contemplation. And immediately I get this major download, and I'm scribbling with a pen furiously, taking this download and transcribing it.
Yeah.
And it's speaking of organizing a group called the Harmonic Convergence 2020 ET Band. And there's 7 members to the band, the 7 musicians and 7 dancers, 1 for each chakra.
Wow.
Okay? And that I'm given 13 songs to reproduce. And when I reproduce them, I'm supposed to make small lyrical changes to activate. Now, this was a word he gave me, to activate the music for the harmonic convergence. The first song he gave me was the song Grease from the musical, right? And, this is, undoubtedly one of the most well-known songs of all musicals created in human history.
Yeah.
And it's become part of our consciousness.
Right.
And it's not only multinational, it's multi-generational. My daughter loved Grease, just the way I did. When I was a teenager, I saw it at the theater when it first came out,
Right.
and I loved it.
Right.
So if he told me to do this, just simply change every occurrence of the word Grease in the lyrics to the word peace. And the other word he asked me to change was the word motion to notion. And all of a sudden, when you sing it that way, it's like, oh my God, it's like the key, that just unlocks the song.
Yeah.
And it's magical. It really is. And all these songs are similar in that way.
got groove, it's got meaning. This is the time, it's the place, it's the notion. Now peace is the way we are feeling.
We take the pressure and we throw away. Conventionality belongs to yesterday. There is a chance that we can make it so far. We stop believing now that we can be who we are. This is the word that you heard. It's got groove, it's got meaning. This is the time, it's the place, it's the notion. Now this is the way we are feeling. This is a life of illusion, wrapped up in trouble, laced with confusion. What are we doing here? I solve my problems and I see the light. We've got a loving thing, we've got to feed it right.
There ain't no danger, we can go too far. Stop believing now that we can be who we are. Peace is the word.
It's the word that you heard. It's got groove, it's got meaning. This is the time, it's the place, it's the notion. This is the way we are feeling. This is the word. This is the word, it's the word that you heard. It's got groove, it's got meaning. This is the time, it's the place, it's the notion. Now this is the way we are feeling. This is the word, it's 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 the word. This is the word. Just a small time girl living in a lonely world. Took the midnight train going anywhere. Just a city boy, born and raised in West Detroit. Took a midnight train going anywhere. Singer on the starlit moon, sending out the lonely tunes. From a smile they can share the light. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting up and down the boulevard. Shadows searching in the night. See like people living just to find devotion, hiding somewhere in the night. Working hard, get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill. Playing anything to roll the dice. Just one more time. Some will win, some will lose. Some are born to sing the blues. Oh, the movie never ends. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers sympathy and trust abounding.
No more false or derisions, golden living dreams of vision. Mystic crystal revelation, and the mind's true liberation. Aquarius, Aquarius. When the moon is in the seventh house, and Jupiter lies with Mars, and peace will guide the planets, and love will steer the stars. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius, age of Aquarius, let the sun shine, let the sun shine in, the sun shining.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us, only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for. But no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. And they may say we are dreamers, but we're not the only ones. Hope today you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. When the moon is in the seventh house and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will guide the planets and love will see the stars.
Welcome back, and thank you, First Contact Band and Mark Sims. Actually, really awesome to finally see that come together. I've been waiting to see that for a while now, so really, really beautiful to be able to share that with y'all. So I'm here joined with Brett Mitchell from Crete Academy, which is one of our partners with our Starseed Initiative, a very, very dear to my heart initiative that we started because this is our initiative that works with inner city children. And Crete Academy has been doing so much amazing work with the youth and inner city children that are dealing with a lot of poverty and actual houselessness. And you know, Brett, like you spoke yesterday about why we started Crete, and then I know that we wanted to get into some of the discussions about like the experiences and different realities that some of the children are facing at Crete Academy, and get into that a little bit, and then what kind of transitioning we're doing to help these children.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've had a little bit of everything. Hattie and I, all we knew when we got started is we wanted to make an impact. And I think our first year we had a young mother come in, and we were kind of like finishing up school for the day, and she had 3 kids with her. And so she had a 4th grader, kindergartner, and a baby on her hip.
Wow.
And she was just like, hey, I've been on the streets for a couple weeks, and my kids haven't been in school for a while, but I heard you guys could help with this kind of stuff, so I'm here. And
Wow.
Hattie talked to the staff, so we're going to do everything we can today to find some support for this family. We were able to put them up in a hotel for that weekend. We got them into a shelter that Monday. The kids were enrolled, and now that baby's like in the same class as my daughter. They're really good friends. The mom has since found housing. This is like 3 years down the line, and they're doing well. So that's just like one of the stories, but ultimately they have challenges that are unheard of, even for me. Some is shocking, not eating for days, the power being out, no transportation. And so, that's what we're here to do, is to serve this community and do our best to make change where we can. One of the really cool things about the Starseed Initiative is being in South Central, it's kind of, it's like a food desert. So there's not a lot of like healthy food, healthy alternatives. Our kids are not exposed to a great deal of like mental health exercises that also could get them through some of the challenges. And they really look forward every year to the Starseed coming in, and the meditation and the yoga and the outdoor activity, the healthy foods, and just the great energy. And it makes a big impact with them. It carries through. They ask when they're when you guys are coming back. They're always excited to see you guys. And it is such a profound impact on our kids and lasting. And we're very thankful that you guys have been so supportive.
Oh, it's our pleasure. This is when the Starseed Initiative came about, we really wanted to bring the community together to help these children, and then also it's equally as helpful and powerful for us and our volunteers to come in here and be of service. So, and I know you feel that way, you know, when you're serving these communities. So wow, so beautiful. I think if you can find it in your spare time to research Crete Academy and really engage with what they're doing, you'll find that it's probably one of the most important schools out here in Southern California. And if you can find it in your heart to spare a dollar or figure out a way to also contribute to these inner city children, you know, it will go a long way. We're going to continue to work with Crete Academy. I love your long-term goal of figuring out a way to create housing, because I know, like, speaking to some of these children when we were here, is you have such a curriculum that gets these children into this beautiful, positive, loving, pure mindset. And then when they leave the school, a lot of them are in motels and some of them are on the streets, and the realities you face in that environment are traumatizing.
Yeah.
So it's like they have to come back to school and reset, and then finding that way to bring in these children into a place where the families are secure, and having a housing situation is probably one of the best things I've heard, because and that's why we wanted to take this year's festival, even though it's virtual, and bring Crete Academy into the fold, and for you to understand that half of all these donations that you do for this festival, for these 2 days, is going to be going to Crete Academy, so that we can figure out a way to help create a campus that has housing, wellness, health and wellness. List some of the other things you wanted to do.
The Wellness Center will have counseling, medical, dental, on-site physician, and the housing, you know, for our most vulnerable families. They'll be able to be housed right on the campus. They'll be able to stay together, and, you know, it'll just be everything that we could ask for to make the change we're looking for in the community. So we're very focused on that.
Thank you so much, Brett and Hattie, for just surrendering to this life of service. Such beautiful work, brother. Wow. Yeah, thank you. And we will be doing more virtual Starseed initiatives with Crete Academy and some of our other partner schools. So, like, be looking out for that. Please find in your heart to donate, and remember that when you do donate, you even get bonus gifts. So we're not, there's all these incentives to give back. So yeah, thank you so much, Brett. And what are we going into now? So Andrew Seeley is a good buddy of mine. He is one of the most amazing yogis. I'm going to bring him to the school when he gets back from, where is he? He's stuck in some island now because of the whole thing going on. So I'll bring him to the school when we get back to our Starseed initiatives, and he's going to get into igniting your core, which is a beautiful, powerful yoga flow that he sent to us. Thank you, Andrew. I'm really grateful for that. And yeah, tune in, stay tuned. A lot more to come. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Adrian Valero with DisclosureFest Foundation. We are a multicultural initiative-based nonprofit platform here in Los Angeles. One of our initiatives that we do at DisclosureFest Foundation is our Starseed Initiative. This one's super dear to my heart because it emphasizes and works with our children. We go into schools where our children are dealing with severe poverty or actual homelessness.
My name is Brett Mitchell. I am the co-founder and principal of Crete Academy, along with the founder, Hattie Mitchell. We are an elementary school serving the community of South Central Los Angeles. The school model is very unique. The vision came about in Hattie Mitchell's career as a young teacher, where she noticed the levels of homelessness in Los Angeles. It was very shocking and appalling to her that a young mother and daughter would have to sleep on the streets. So at that moment, she made it her mission to create a school that would be able to have a positive impact. Crete Academy opened in 2016 with a very unique vision and mission to serve families that are experiencing homelessness or extreme poverty. We've grown every year. Currently, we have 200 students. We partner with other organizations in the community to help give resources to these families. We provide counseling, we provide medical and dental, clothing drives, food drives, anything we can to stabilize and give students a solid foundation in wellness so that they're able to compete academically and to break the cycles of poverty in this community.
I'm 10 years old, I'm from Los Angeles. In one of our projects in school, we had to write a letter to Mayor Eric Garcetti. I talked about the ocean pollution and I wanted the mayor to invest in For Ocean.
DisclosureFest Foundation, they do an amazing job. They do yoga, help with meditation. They come in with plant-based foods to give to our families. Our kids love interacting with the people from the Disclosure Foundation. They have high energy, they're positive, and it's just a really great day of information and positivity for our community.
I love playing Peace Sticks with kids for a few different reasons. One is that they get to really drop into their ninja self and they get to surprise themselves with what they're capable of. Tell us a little bit about this school and what's it like living here and going to school here.
It's amazing. We all feel equal here.
Yeah.
It's like I haven't been to a school like this before.
Crete Academy's mission moving forward, the long-term goal is to have a campus, have a school building for the students, as well as a wellness center that has counselors and physicians and housing so that our most vulnerable families are able to secure housing, to be stable. You know, some of our students and family experience extremely challenging circumstances. They see things that are traumatizing. That's the main reason for the vision of the school, to have housing as well as the wellness center, as well as the school in one place so that we're able to insulate and keep our families safe, keep the kids focused, be very close to the school so that they have high attendance and be able to have a positive learning environment. You can check us out at our website, www.creteacademy.org. Any way that you can support, we appreciate it. If you have a minute, give us a minute. If you have $1, send $1. But any support that you guys have goes an extremely long way with our families and our mission. So thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts.
Namaste, yogis. So excited to have you here for this class, 2 Hands, 1 Core. We're all about getting your core aligned so that you can truly move from the center of your being. So this class will really get your core engaged so that you can move forth into that world with that conviction, with that sense of confidence, and with that sense of knowing that the center of your being is true. So, hop right in. We'll get started in a simple tabletop position. As you ground into your palms, spread through your fingertips. As you ground into your toes, go ahead and open the soles of your feet. Really rooting down into the toes, keeping the toes nice and tucked. Draw your navel away from the mat. Take a deep inhale in this simple crawling position and really remind yourself of what it feels like to be rooted into the earth. Take a deep inhale here. Lift the heart up. As you exhale, draw the navel in. Deep inhale, lift the heart up. Exhale, draw the navel in. Inhale, lift the heart up. Exhale, draw the navel in. Inhale, heart up, lift and lengthen, chin up. Exhale, draw the navel in, look towards your belly button. Last two, deep inhale. See how much space you can create in your spine right here, right now. Last one, deep inhale. Exhale, draw it in. Beautiful. Now, from here, we're going to lift the left hand up, create space through your side body as you exhale, and draw the left shoulder down. Inhale, lift and lengthen, heart up. Exhale, left shoulder down. Inhale, lift it up. Exhale, left shoulder down. Inhale, lift it up. Exhale, tap it down. Last one. Inhale, up. Exhale, tap it down. Nice. As you bring the left shoulder down, we'll bring the left ear forward, creating space. Draw the navel in towards the midline. Bring the right hand up to the sky, and then bring the right hand to sit on your sacrum. As you bring that right hand to the sacrum, see that your sacrum is balanced and draw the right shoulder blade onto the back body. Navel in towards your midline. If you want to explore your balance here, you can extend the right leg. If you want to explore your balance even more, you can lift the right leg. Really finding that core, finding the length right here, right now. If you want to explore a little bit more in balance, you can bring your right hand to your left hip crease. Lifting the right foot up, creating more space. Last 3, 2, and 1. Right knee comes back down to the mat. Right hand comes down to the mat. Press yourself back up to the center. Remember, all of these options are just that, options. So feel free to do what feels best for you. I'm just here to guide you and suggest things that have worked best for me. Bring your hands onto the mat, really root down into your palms. Feel the connection of your fingertips into the earth like roots. Go ahead and ground into your toes. Lift your knees just about 3 inches up off the mat. Inhale, heart forward. Exhale, draw the navel in. 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 Go ahead and drop both knees. Right hand reaches up to the sky. Exhale, tap the right shoulder down. Inhale, lift it up. Exhale, tap it down. Using that breath, creating space as you open your lungs. Last 2. And 1. Right shoulder comes down. Bring the right ear forward, really stretching through that right trapezius muscle. Left hand comes to your left sacrum. Use the breath as you draw the shoulder blade onto the back body. Create space here. Navel in towards your midline. Utilize the breath. Maybe you extend that left foot back. Finding that balance on those toes. Draw the navel in towards the midline. Maybe you lift the left leg up. Creating that space. Utilize that breath. Take a deep inhale. Maybe the left hand comes to the right hip crease. Lift up. Breathe up. Lengthen up. If you fall out, it's okay. It means you're trying, and that's what matters most. Exhale. Gently draw the left knee back to the mat. Left hand comes onto the mat. Rise it up. Beautiful. Go ahead and press into your toes. Give your hips a little sway side to side. Be like the happiest dog, wagging its tail, opening up the neck, the shoulders, the quadriceps, creating some space into the hips, drawing the navel in towards the midline. Beautiful. Go ahead and flip your palms to the outside of the mat. Gentle sway left and then right. Opening up through your side body, creating some space in your neck and your trapezius muscles. As you lean to your right, bring your left ear to the left shoulder. As you lean to your right, your left, bring your right ear to your right shoulder. So really creating space here through the trapezius muscles. Leaning right and left. Ear doing its best to touch the shoulder. Creating that space along the trapezius muscles. Last 2. And 1. Beautiful. Now you can flip your fingertips back towards your knees if you have that flexibility. Otherwise, keep them out towards the outside. That's completely fine as well. Deep inhales, big circles into the shoulders. Creating some space. As we know, our hands are intrinsic to all of our yoga poses. We use our hands for everything from our down dog, even to simple Anjaneyasana, bringing hands to heart center, all of that. Namaste. It's all hands, right? So we want to open up your palms, bring some more activation into the hands, because our hands are healing. Our hands create all of our art, and they're intrinsically connected to the heart. Opposite the rotation, big circles. create the space, deepening the inhales, deepening the exhales. Awesome, bringing some fresh oxygen into those hands. Go ahead and place the fingertips forward. Take a tuck in your toes, hips up and back, pedal into your first down dog pose. Awesome, utilize that breath here, look forward. Deep inhale. Exhale, ground into your feet, ground into your toes. If you need to bend your knees, feel free to do so. Just make sure that your navel is tucked in and you're drawing your hips up and back. Nice and strong through the arms will help you get to that length in the legs. Take a deep inhale, left leg reaches up to the sky. As you exhale, left knee taps your left upper arm, tap. Inhale up and back. Knee taps your nose, give it a kiss. Inhale up and back. Knee across the body to the right upper arm. Inhale up and back. Last one, left upper arm, nice and strong. Up and back. Knee to nose, give it a kiss. Up and back. Knee across the body to the right upper arm. Hold it there for 3. Lift it up a little bit higher for 2. Up a little bit higher for 1. Inhale, up and back. Lift and lengthen. Step the foot in between the hands. Nice. Stay high up onto your fingertips. Utilize your breath. Draw your navel in towards your midline as you reach your left hand forward. Draw your navel in towards your midline as you reach your right hand forward. Really use the breath to draw the rib cage away from the thigh. Utilize that length for 3, 2, and 1. Inhale, rise. Use the inhales to really bring the breath up. Create space in your lungs, create space in your abdominals. Take a deep inhale, bring your hands to heart center. As you exhale, tap the right knee down for 5, 4, 3, taking your time, 2, and 1. Inhale, hands reach up, lift up, lengthen up. As you exhale, right hand comes down to the mat, left hand reaches up to the sky. Create space through your side body. Deepening the inhales, lengthening the exhales for 3, 2, and 1. Left hand comes down to the mat. Step that left foot back. Nice. Come into your down dog pose. Pedal out the feet. Take your time. Let this be your pit stop. The opportunity for you to relax. Create some space through your hamstrings. Relax your face. Put a little smile there. There you go. Life is good. It's not that hard, right? You'll have a hard core after this, though. Don't worry. Right leg reaches up to the sky. Deep inhale. Exhale. Right knee to right upper arm. Tap. Inhale up and back. Knee comes to your nose. Give it a kiss. Inhale up and back. Knee comes across the body. Left upper arm. Tap. Inhale up and back. Right upper arm. Tap. Inhale up and back. Knee to nose. Give it a kiss. That's a good knee. Across the body. Left upper arm. Hold it there. Up a little bit higher for 2 and 1. Right leg reaches up and back. Step the foot in between the hands. Inhale, rise up. Extend through the fingertips. Draw the rib cage away from the thigh. Really creating that space. Draw the navel in towards the midline. Utilize that breath. Little smile on your face. Inhale, rise all the way up to crescent pose. Deepen the inhales, deepen the exhales. Expand the lungs. As you exhale, draw the hands to heart center. Tap the knee down for 5. Inhale up. Exhale down. 4. Inhale up. Exhale down. 3. Inhale up. Exhale down. 2. Inhale up. Exhale down. 1. You got this. Hands reach up. Lift up. Lengthen up. Exhale. Left hand down. Right hand reaches to the sky. Take your time to really open in the hips here. Creating more space through your side body. Utilizing that bounce in the hips to open up your left psoas. Making more space for your abdominals. Right hand comes down to the earth. Step the right foot back. Lower knees, chest, chin. Bottoms up. Draw the navel in towards the midline. See if you can bring your heart down towards the mat. Draw the shoulder blades back. Inhale, scoop the heart forward. Lift the chest. Open up, gentle swivel side to side. Deep inhale, lift the heart. Exhale, tuck the toes, hips up and back. Down dog pose. Take 3 deep breaths to ground into your palms. See how much space you can create through your spine. Using your breath to tap in and align. Take a deep bend in your knees. Tap the knees down to the mat. Inhale up and back. Heels tap. Exhale. Knees tap. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. exhale. Inhale, exhale. Last 5, really using the flexibility of the calves, the hamstrings, the lower back, while at the same time bringing some fresh oxygen into your hip points and your psoas. Looking between the hands, step or hop it forward. Inhale, up halfway, lift and lengthen. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, up halfway. Go ahead and put a bend in both knees. Place your right hand on your left ankle and reach your left hand up to the sky. See how much twist you can get out of that arm. Yeah, and then utilize the bend in the right knee. Maybe you can bring your right shoulder or underarm to your right knee. Reaching up, breathing up, lifting up, drawing the navel in towards the midline, creating more space through your left side body. Deep inhale. Exhale brings you back to center. Inhale, up halfway, lift and lengthen, create space. As you exhale, put a bend in both knees. Left hand comes to your right ankle. Bend that left knee even more. Maybe your armpit can get to that left underarm. Right hand reaches up to the sky. Extend, reach it up high. Navel in towards your midline. How much more space can you bring into your spine? Nice. 3 deep breaths. Open up, breathe up, lift up, lengthen up. And 1 brings you back to center. Inhale, heart up, lift and lengthen through your spine. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, hands reach up, create space. Exhale, hands to heart center. Little smile on your face. You are now standing at the top of your mat. Take a deep inhale here. Cultivate an intention for this class. Right in the center of the class, right in your core. Take a deep inhale all the way to the top of the lungs. Exhale all the way to the bottom of the belly. Inhale to prepare for Om. Deep inhale. Really feeling your core here as you draw the navel in towards the midline, root through your feet. Inhale, hands reach up, lift up, lengthen up, rise through your fingertips. Interlace your palms. Bring your navel in towards the midline. Really draw your tailbone towards your heels. Take a deep inhale up. As you exhale, lean to the left. Draw your navel in towards the midline. Reach through your fingertips. See if you can bring your left shoulder a little bit more forward. Really using your obliques here. Finding that breath from the center of the core. Last 3 deep breaths. Reach through the fingertips a little bit deeper. 2. And 1. Inhale brings you back up through center. Deep inhale, lift through your hands. As you exhale, cactus your arms, lift your heart. Inhale, lift up, breathe up, lengthen up. Exhale, cactus your arms, lift your heart. Inhale, lift up, lengthen up, breathe up. Exhale, cactus your arms, lift your heart. Interlace your palms, tuck your chin, draw your navel in, reach those rib cages up towards the sky, and then hug the lower abdominals down towards your hips. It's really finding that hollow body, creating more space in the upper body as you ground through the lower body. Take a deep inhale here, reach through the fingertips. As you exhale, off to the right side we go. Deepening the inhales, lengthening the exhales, squeezing the knees together. Allowing the lower belly to do the work of keeping you whole at your center. Using that breath as you lean into your right side, breathing into your whole left side body. Contracting here for 3 more breaths. Drawing those navels in towards the midline, tucking the tailbone. And 1. Inhale brings you back up to center. Woo! Exhale, hands to heart. Come back to the center of your being. Go ahead and bring your hands to your core and just feel that work you just put in. That's a strong core. That feels good, right? Deep inhale, hands reach up, lift up, lengthen up. Exhale, forward fold. Plant your palms, bend your knees, step or hop back, lowering through your chaturanga. Inhale up to your up dog. Exhale, down dog. Nice. Take your time here. Take a deep inhale as you ground into your palms. Deep inhale as you ground into your heels. Right leg reaches up to the sky. Open up the hip. Put a bend in your right knee. Square your shoulders. See if you can press into your palms a little bit more. Almost as if you could bring your forehead to the floor. Open that right hip up. Take a deep inhale. As you exhale, bring the right knee across to the left upper arm. Tap. Inhale up and back. Open. Exhale. Right knee, left upper arm. Tap. Last 3. Use your breath. Strong. Beautiful. Last 2. And last 1. Nice and strong. Hold it there for 3, 2, 1. Bring the knee down to the wrist, and then over to the other wrist. Up to the upper arm. To the left we go. Down, across. Up, across. Last 2. Down, across. Up, across. 2 hands, 1 core. You got this. Last 1. Strong. Right leg reaches up and back. Step the foot in between the hands. Plant your back foot parallel to the back of the mat. Inhale, open up, warrior 2. Strong warriors. Really use the breath. Bend into that front knee. Create expansion through your arms. Nice deep inhale. Put your hands behind the head. Go ahead and straighten your right leg. Feel the openness of the right quadricep as you ground into your right knee. Utilize the breath here. Now put a bend back into the right knee. Open up through the chest. Take a deep inhale. Exhale. Right knee taps right elbow, or rather right elbow taps right knee. Inhale up. Exhale, reverse the warrior. Inhale. Right elbow, right knee. Utilize the breath. Up we go. Exhale. Right elbow, right knee. Utilize the breath. Up we go. Last 2. And 1. This time when the right elbow touches the right knee, I want you to expand into the arms and straighten the right leg, coming into your triangle pose. You can allow the right hand to rest onto the right shin, allowing a little bit more openness in the chest. If you're already feeling pretty open, you can allow those fingertips to descend towards the earth. We'll be here for 3. Deep breaths. 2. And 1. Left hand comes down to the earth. Pivot onto the ball of the back foot. Inhale, heart forward, lift and lengthen. Exhale, bow into that right leg. Use the navel tucking in towards the midline to allow you to fold a little bit deeper. Press into that back toe, the big toe especially. See if you can stack the heel over the toe. Engaging the left quadricep. Take 3 more deep breaths here. Two more deep breaths here, feeling that compression. And 1. Look forward, glance forward. Put a bend into your right knee. Come onto your fingertips and lift up into your standing splits. Lift that left heel up a little bit higher, really drawing that right lower belly in and up, allowing you to deepen the forward fold. Last 2 deep breaths. And 1. As you exhale, step the left foot back. Inhale, rise up, crescent pose. Exhale, hands to heart center. Utilize the core. Utilize your breath. Look forward, breathe forward. Warrior 3. Just for 3 deep inhales here. Draw the core in, lift the lower belly, extend that left leg back, reach through the crown of your head, and just as easily as you came into it, come out of it. Both feet come together. Deep inhale, hands reach up, lift up, lengthen up. Exhale, forward fold. Plant your palms, bend your knees, step or hop it back, lowering through your chaturanga. Inhale, up to your up dog. Exhale, down dog. Beautiful. Good thing we don't have 3 legs, right? Only 2 hands and 1 core. You got this. Left leg reaches up to the sky. Deep inhale. Open up that hip. Create space. As you exhale, tap left knee, right upper arm. Inhale, up and back. Lift and lengthen. Exhale. Upper arm, tap. Inhale, up and back. Lift and lengthen. Exhale. upper arm tap. Beautiful. Utilize that breath. Knee comes down to the wrist, over and across. Up we go, over and across. Down we go, over and across. Up we go, over and across. Down we go, over and across. These are called Jedi boxes. You only got 3 more, don't worry. Nice and strong with your breath. Exhale down, inhale up. Exhale down, inhale up. Last one, exhale down, up and back we go. Step that left foot in between the hands. Ground your back foot parallel to the back of the mat. Windmill, right hand reaches up and over, lifting you up into your warrior 2. Utilize that breath as you expand through your arms. Take a deep inhale here. Exhale, straighten the left leg. Interlace the hands behind the back. Find the length here. Take a deep inhale. Exhale, place a bend back into the left knee. As you exhale, left elbow touches the left knee. Inhale, reverse the warrior. Exhale, left elbow, tap, inhale, reverse the warrior. Only 3 more, you got this. Tap, inhale, reverse the warrior. Last 2. Use your breath. Inhale it up, exhale it down. Last 1, inhale it up. This time as you exhale it down, go ahead and extend your left arm out, straighten your left leg, open up to your triangle pose. Engaging that left quadricep. Maybe your fingertips can come down to the earth. Deepening the inhales, lengthening the exhales, feeling the openness of those obliques. Last 2 deep breaths. And 1. Nice. Right hand comes down, pivot onto the ball of the back foot. Look forward, glance forward. Begin to bend into that left leg, really finding the length of your spine. As you bow in and relax your mind, look at your back toes. Maybe you can stack that right heel over your toes. If you need to walk in the foot, it's all good, it happens. Utilize the breath. Little slide in the mat, press into your toes, stack the heel over the toes. If you're like me, your toes are sweating. That's good. Make sure that your spine is aligned and your core is working. Bow into it. 3 more breaths. Nice. And 1. Place a bend back into that front knee. Take a deep inhale here, look forward, glance forward, step it up, standing splits. Draw the navel in towards the midline, reach that right foot up towards the sky. Navel in towards the midline, reach it up, breathe it up, lift it up, lengthen it up. Nice. Exhale, step it back. Inhale, rise up to your crescent. Use the breath, exhale, hands to heart center. Ground in, look forward, glance forward. Take your time. Use that core stability. 2 hands, 1 core. Warrior 3. Extend through the back foot. Toes pointed back. Draw the navel in towards the midline. Really feel the lift of the lower belly. Extend through the toes. Last 2 deep breaths. And 1. Right foot comes to meet your left. Inhale, hands reach up, lift up, lengthen up. Exhale, cactus the arms, lift the heart. Inhale, lift up, lengthen up. Exhale, forward fold. Plant your palms, bend your knees, step or hop back, lowering through your chaturanga. Inhale, up to up dog. Exhale, down dog. Ah, lucky for you. We'll go ahead and put those elbows down. Spread out through your fingertips. Bring your hips down so you're in a nice forearm plank. Draw your navel in towards your midline. Forearm plank is way easier than regular plank. Good thing I put you here, right? Use your breath, you got this. Take a deep inhale, draw the navel in towards the midline. Ankles together, deep inhale. Right hip comes to the ground. Utilize your breath, flex the toes, lift. Left hip comes to the ground. Utilize the toes, lift. Drawing the navel in towards the midline. Activating those lower abdominals. Using the breath. Inhale up, exhale left, inhale up, exhale right. Last 3. Nice and strong. Last 2. Nice and strong. Last 1. Nice and strong. Lift the heart, lift the chest, draw the hips down to the mat. Inhale to Sphinx pose. Draw the navel in towards the midline. You guys feel your core? That's your core. Take a deep inhale, lift the chest a little bit more. As you exhale, bring the knees as wide as your mat. Allow your hips to sit back. Coming into child's pose. Bring your palms together like a little prayer. Allow the bridge of your nose to rest on the mat. I want you to really ground into the sensation of your body. Use this as an opportunity to solidify your intention. Bring it right in between your hands. Reach the palms forward, ground into your elbows, and bring the thumbs to the nape of the neck. Really allowing your breath to fill your whole rib cage, bringing that presence, that awareness, that deep core activation, that knowing that you are an integral part of all creation. Bring that intention right behind your head, breathing into your whole body. Last 5 deep breaths. 4 deep breaths. Surrender a little bit more. Where can you let go? Last 2 deep breaths. And 1. Gently release the hands forward. Allow the palms to be up like an offering of all the sweat, all the tears, all the effort, all the energy. Just offer it forward to Mother Earth, to Father Sun, to all that connects us as one. Last 3 deep breaths here. And 1. Go ahead and place your gaze forward. If you'd like to take a Shavasana here, feel free to do so. If you'd like to take a seated meditation, feel free to do so. You should go ahead and place your right hand on your heart and your left hand on your belly. If you're in your Shavasana, just begin to attune to the pulse of life that continues to breathe through you. So I want you to really feel into the connection of your heart and your belly. As your heart pumps fresh energy throughout your whole body, your belly, your organs, your stomach, your kidney, your liver, all those magical organs that are in your core do their work of bringing fresh nutrients to each and every cell of you. Just remind yourself of that connection as you continue to cleanse and be true. Breathe some self-love into your hands and allow that connection of the self-love to go from the heart to the belly, to the stomach, to the intestines, to the kidneys, to the liver. As with each and every breath, you're bringing that fresh nutrients from those organs to each and every cell of your body. This is a perfect opportunity to remind yourself that you are whole. That you've got everything that you need to continue to succeed and see this reality as a blissful existence for everyone, all creation, included you and me. your next inhale, gently put a little wiggle in your toes. Take a deep inhale in through your nose. Reach the hands up and over your body. Stretch all the way through. Bring your hands to heart. Remind yourself of your intention and how it will always reign true. Roll onto whichever side of your body feels most open, bringing your knees in towards your chest, allowing your bicep to be like a pillow. Just resting here, cradling yourself, giving yourself a little self-love, knowing that you just completed an awesome, uplifting, core-engaging class. Little smile on your face as you press yourself up with grace. Find a comfortable seat where your spine can be upright. Nice. Go ahead and bow your chin to your chest in gratitude for your practice today. Take a deep inhale into the tops of your lungs. As you exhale, feel it all the way in the center of your core. Deep inhale, hands reach up, lift up, lengthen up. Exhale, draw it right to the center of your being. Take a deep inhale into the tops of your lungs to prepare for Om. Bring the same sense of mindful awareness into the rest of your day. As I bow to you all, I say Namaste. Thank you so much for joining me in this 2 hands, 1 core class today. Hope that you're feeling awesome, vibrant, and ready to take on this day with courage, charisma, and confidence. Blessings and namaste.
We just had an incredible yoga session with Andrew Seeley, Igniting Your Core.
My core feels ignited.
Oh, Andrew, that was so powerful and inspiring. And to be in the tropics and the jungle there, I just could feel it. And next we've got DJ Drez coming. So we're going to be moving and shaking some more. And it's with mantra. His beautiful beloved Marti Nikko is going to be doing mantras and filling us with even more light. So we're going to be taking all that core energy from the yoga and taking it into dance and movement. And again, beautiful, beautiful Disclosure family. We are so happy to have you here.
We're really glad you're here. We're missing being in person, but we're glad that everybody's gathered online. And hey, we hope that you have a chance to move as well.
And we really appreciate your donations. Thank you. It makes such a beautiful difference. Please go to DisclosureFest.org. Please share this. Put it on Facebook. Repost it. Reshare it. Let your friends know because you make a difference.
Stepwise on the wire, live and direct for the man called DJ, the man called DJ, the man called DJ Drez.
It began in Africa.
Walking through the jungle, walking through the jungle, walking through the jungle, walking through the jungle, jungle. Practice discipline. Practice discipline. jungle, 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 jungle.
The music just turns me on.
True and living example, blessed with all that I need. I envision my dreams, they come on time, receive, believe. Sound good to me, I'ma walk with these. Part the season, wait for nothing. All or everything, lamping and light. Love and the energy, part of the remedy. Happy mentally, exceptional entity. Gain abundance, then let it be. Flap my wings, embrace the path. That it is, I'm uniquely me. That it is, I'm uniquely me. You're uniquely you. Hey yo, them and them too. It'll make you stronger. Your attitude, that'll get you through. Attaboy, now you're rocking the groove. You're all smiles and you're owning the better. You rise, be great. Thoughts of abundance, warrior pose. That's a nice adjustment. Breathe as you love it. Sit in abundance, feels good. Now you want it. Yeah, you showed up for yourself. 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 You showed up for yourself.
DisclosureFest. My name is Marti, Nikko. This is DJ Drez, and we want to thank you for joining us. And you can chant along too. Nataraj, Nataraja, Jaya Shiva Shankara, Nataraja, Nataraj, Nataraja, Jaya Shiva Shankara, Nataraja, Shivaraj, Shivaraja, Shambho Shankara, Shivaraja, Shivaraj, Shivaraja, Shambho Shankara, Shivaraja, Nataraj, Nataraja, Jaya Shiva Shankara, Nataraja, Nataraj, Nataraja, Jaya Shiva Shankara, Nataraja. Nataraja, Jaya Shiva Shankara, Nataraja, Nataraj, Nataraja, Jaya Shiva Shankara, Nataraja, Shivaraj, Shivaraja, Shambho Shankara, Shivaraja, Shivaraj, Shivaraja, Shambho Shankara, Shivaraja.
When you live in a poor neighborhood, you're living in an area where you have to have poor schools. When you have poor schools, you have poor teachers. When you have poor teachers, you get a poor education. Poor education, you can only work on a poor-paying job. And that poor-paying job enables you to live again in a poor neighborhood. So it's a very vicious cycle.
Experience in a good crush style. That one. Coach out and freedom. Yeah! This one is the real one. All the way here.
Hello, beautiful Disclosure Fest. I'm Maura Huffman. This is Bodie Rose.
And I'm Bonnie.
And we are honored to be here. Hey, wasn't that an incredible chill set?
It's really different from the earlier with Shiva Ray and Andrew. It's almost like a contact high from watching that one. How's everybody else feeling? I hope you leave us some comments.
I really loved just the flow. You know, just moving, feeling the music. Thank you so much to DJ Drez and your beautiful beloved Marti, Nikko, and for taking the essence of what Disclosure Fest is about. The body, mind, spirit, that body, mind, soul connection. You could really feel it in the music. And that's what I love. We're feeling it in the meditation. We're feeling it in the speakers. And
it's the theme for our year. And
yeah.
I hope that everybody can carry it through this weekend into their regular life. Day 2 of Disclosure Fest. We really are glad you're here. It was an incredible day yesterday. Thank you for everybody that's swinging by our sites. The donations have been generous. We're really grateful. We are here at the Crete Academy. You'll be hearing more about that as the day goes on. It's a wonderful organization, foundation, and a very worthy cause. So we appreciate you keeping in touch and listening in and learning about what we're up to here in Los Angeles.
And talk about body, mind, soul. We're sitting in a school right now that is for the children that don't have a home, or for underprivileged children, and it's beyond that. The founders of this, who we got to speak with and may come back on, really had such a heart to make a difference. And what they're doing with these children is a whole body, mind, soul experience at school. They meditate, they do yoga, they sing, they learn, they connect with each other. And what a world we'd live in if we all could experience Crete Academy, especially as children.
Yeah, I'm really encouraged that even here in an underprivileged area of Los Angeles that this exists, and it's a beautiful place. So it's really exciting, and I have to admit the courageousness, because I'm sure that many of us feel in our different localities, what can I do? And that Disclosure Fest offers many opportunities to get involved, and it becomes really fun, and then there's a community to it as well.
Yes. And speaking of community, we have Laura Eisenhower and Elizabeth April coming up, and they're going to be deepening the discussion on the body-mind-soul connection. And I love both these women. They are such powerhouses. Laura Eisenhower rocks our world. She is a top-notch speaker, great-granddaughter, I think, of
Yes.
President Eisenhower.
That is right.
And she carries on such a legacy of truth, of passion. When she speaks, it is such incredible, like, passion is the word that comes again. She just bursts it, and she has such knowledge and wisdom. And what I always experience is she has so much to share that she's like, the words can't come out quick enough because she's downloading. And Elizabeth April has another whole flavor where she's got the divine feminine, and she's got the connection to the ETs, and she's got so much to share. And again, such power, such wisdom and passion, but a much different flavor.
And interviewed by Michelle Anderson. So you're in for a treat. Get ready to listen carefully. And if you don't hear it all, don't forget, there will be replays. This will be up on our site, so you'll be able to hear it, because this is going to be an incredible download for you.
Yeah. And I love how the divine feminine showed up. Michelle Anderson brings in so much love. And even us, thank you, Adrian, that you've brought in women as your directors, women as co-hosts, women as speakers, and honoring the children, honoring the divine feminine, honoring all lives and all colors, all shades, all frequencies, because we are all connected again. Body, mind, soul.
It just keeps getting better, everyone. So stay tuned. More to come on Disclosure Fest 2020.
And keep sharing this forward and living this incredible mass meditation in your lives.
So thank you for joining with us. Again, I'm Michelle Anderson from Awakening Code Radio, and I'm super excited to be with two of my dear sister friends that are powerhouses on the circuit, really making an impact in the world right now and bringing people into global awareness and truth and really sharing their passions and teaching, giving the wisdom teachings. So thank you for joining me, Laura Eisenhower and Elizabeth April. I'm so grateful that both of you are doing the work that you're doing and really standing in your power and that divine feminine essence. We picked the topic today, balance of the mind, body, and spirit, because it feels like what the earth needs now and what all of humanity needs now is to really balance ourselves, because we are the microcosm of the macrocosm and everything is connected. So we're feeling the effects of where our emotions are. And so I know both of you are going to do a great job of speaking to this. So I didn't even talk to both of you about who we were going to have go first. I don't know. Which one? Do one of you want to raise your hand and say, I'll go first? I love it. It's such a feminine thing. You want to be called on.
You go. No, you go.
I know.
You want to go?
Laura, why don't you go first? I met you before I met Elizabeth. And Elizabeth, even though I feel like you are my ancient cosmic teacher, one of the things I've learned with our star elders is the elder goes first. And Laura, you are the elder between the two of you, even though you look like you're the same age. How do you like that?
Oh, you're so sweet. So where are we beginning based on, kind of what you were sharing as far as the balance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The balance, yeah, everything's kind of a work in progress. We can't ever truly feel we've arrived. We have to maintain energy maintenance, spiritual hygiene, recognizing that the physical realm needs to be tended to, but so does the mental, emotional, spiritual. And that's based on the elementals, right? And so the ether element that is the great purifier really brings us into that connection with spirit, which is the hugest part of, who we are, but it's a part of us that we've lost. And a lot of these mind control programs, the social engineering agendas, and all the things that we've seen take place over the course of the last 26,000 years have been very much a part of a dark technology reversal energy type of manifestation of culture that literally raises people to defy their true organic nature and their divine template. So when they go through the school systems, or they get in touch with the things that are going to entertain them, or they're looking to get involved in like politics, we are taught to just take it at face value, but it goes beyond being taught. It's just, you wouldn't think any different because this is the world you arrived in. We have a bit of amnesia. So why would we question it? It's just the world that we see. And then when we begin to peel back the layers upon layers and see, the constructs and the machinery and the dark technologies that are creating that, and the different beings and species, and how that relates to our galactic history and what we've gone through, starting from that oneness field, the unified field, the cosmic trinity, and how it also connected to a lot of other universes. It's an unbelievable journey of reintegration. And I always like to say we have to win the war within. So if we're feeling imbalanced, if we're feeling locked into a distortion, if we're feeling overly triggered, and we're starting to overly identify with some of these, programs or trigger seeds or events that take place, like psychological operations to drop our energy in those moments that we might be feeling really good, that's where the real work is, because it's a constant thing. We're constantly bombarded and assaulted with all this outer stuff. But my sort of way of approaching it is, if I turn those things into a tool for my highest growth, it no longer has power over me and it's no longer a weapon. And I can actually look it in the face and allow it to help me to see all those shadow pieces that come forward, and all those also pieces of myself that I'm longing for that I need to retrieve, like on a soul level, or all the important reflections outside of myself that I hold so much gratitude towards for helping me to remember those parts of myself I might have lost touch with, and also the ones that drive me crazy that help me to expand into a greater level of compassion, tolerance, acceptance, and unconditional love. So I just find that life gives us all that we need. And if we can drop into the real experience of it, we're not going to fall prey to the outer manipulations that come through, funded movements and all these things that are taking our triggers and weaponizing them, or taking our past history and our traumas and using it as a way to control us. And so I think one of the most important things in these times is to really, find that internal balance, not forget what the priority is all about, and open one's mind to a much, much vaster and greater reality, the fact that we're multidimensional, cosmic, divine beings, and to recapture that which was stolen, the theft that we've all faced in the school systems, not addressing these things, not teaching us these things, and then being diagnosed with all these ridiculous conditions, ADD, depression, anxiety, bipolarism. And it's like, seriously, you think we're the problem? No, this has got to change, right? And so we're on such a, we're in an incredible time right now, and the crossroads and all that's coming at us is the ultimate opportunity. And this opportunity is helping us to face death and lose that fear of death, so that we can begin to step into the phase of transformation. So if they have like the virus and all these different things where they literally are convincing people to live a life fearing death instead of living life embracing the transformation, then we're stuck like in the birth canal, and we can't seem to emerge from the cocoon and be the fullness of what we came here to be, which is what these times are all about. So instead, the lockdown and the, it's for your safety, and all these different things that we've been, a lot of us, very prepared for, is trying to keep us in that counter current in order to, take that energy and feed on it. And so a lot of species have suffered from that in different systems and different times in our galactic history. And we're here sort of as guardians to see the fuller picture, to heal those pieces of ourselves, to come together and share those codes, share that deeper intention, so that we can really see, who still remains as the vampires or the parasites, because everybody deserves redemption and healing. But the ones that refuse it and still want to carry this on, we need to be able to differentiate between the ones that really care and are really trying and are really, working on it and really,
And so how are we modeling it when we talk about getting to that place of where we want to bring our consciousness to raise the vibration? That's an Awakening Code Radio thing that we're always saying is, how do we get to the place where we're in balance, mind, body, spirit, and we're really focusing on what we want to bring in into the world? And I know some of that has to do with us being vulnerable enough to stay in that place. I love what you talked about as far as not fearing death. I think that's really an important piece too. But getting to the place of where we can really hold that vibration of unity, even with all the chaos that's going on around us and all the polarity and the duality and all that stuff, but to come back into that divine alignment of what you're talking about, Laura, our divine blueprint, our, what we came here to be and what our mission is. Elizabeth, do you find that you've been pulled in a lot of different directions and you're trying to, come back to that 0 point balance, come back to balance, come back to balance?
Yeah, well, it's just really interesting, when society and humanity wake up. I mean, for a lot of people who haven't really gone through that experience of awakening or remembering, they think that it's a lot of work just to, go to work every day and bring home money and pay the bills and answer their emails and deal with the kids and what have you. I mean, that in and of itself, just to thrive as a human being, is a lot. And then you add past lifetimes, and then you add ancestral energy, and then you add cosmic energy, and then you add, traumas from childhood and the deeper, darker stuff. And it's layers upon layers. So it's really important that upon sifting through all of these different layers of our reality and greater reality and our vibrational reality, we have to always come back to a place of neutrality, right? And this is where balance is so key. And I think a lot of people kind of miss the mark. I think a lot of people miss the mark when they are, awakening, and they're all about, the higher vibrations. They're all about love, light, rainbows and butterflies. And they're missing a big part of existence as a whole, which is also being human and experiencing the five senses and being grounded and being in your body. So that balance piece is so key. And when we start to awaken, life gets more and more complicated, right? Because we're now moving through different densities and dimensions and perceptions and ways of existing. So ultimately, the way that I find balance and the way that I teach balance is through something called 0-point frequency, right? So it's this place of neutrality where you're not necessarily, trying to gain access to your psychic and spiritual abilities. You're not necessarily, feeding the kids at dinner, right? You're in this place where nothing exists and everything exists simultaneously. There is no need, there is no desire, there is no end outcome. There is just you with yourself connected to pure source energy, and we very rarely, as a human being, as a beautiful divine, master in our own right, very rarely take the time to be in that space of nothingness. And I really believe that that is the 0-point frequency. And I believe that there are very few things in this third dimension reality that will put us into 0 point. And one of the things are animals will always put you into 0 point because they don't necessarily have a perception or an end goal or a reality that they're consciously creating. Nature will put you into 0 point and balance and that neutral frequency. And then of course, meditation. But people miss the mark every time with meditation as well, thinking that am I doing it right? Is this how you do it? And they get so caught up in doing it right or getting to some sort of perceivable outcome that they actually take themselves away from that 0 point or that neutrality. So walking around this frequency and this reality in this body as a soul and objectively observing everything that is coming in and out of our frequency, both physically and non-physically, that objective observation is going to always lead you to balance. But we need to come back to that place.
I so agree. And I saw Laura totally shaking her head, especially with the animal piece and the nature piece. I noticed when I started feeling really anxious and off balance, now I have this mantra of I need to walk, I need to walk, I need to get out into the forest and walk. And it's become like a total necessity. Laura, I see you doing that too. You live in a beautiful area as well, where you're getting out into nature. And I think all of us can say that we all have arrows kind of coming at us in different ways. And, trying to dodge those arrows and getting out into nature seems to be something that really brings us back. And being in nature can give you two of those too, because walking can be a meditation. Do you feel that way when you're in nature? Full on being in like harmony with all that is, with the way that we're flowing in the forest or on the water. How do you feel about that, Laura? Do you find that nature brings you back when we're taking all those hits that sometimes bring us off balance and trigger us, and how do we bring it back to our joy?
I almost feel like it's the visual inner work without it being work. It's like you almost see an outer reflection of the inner elements and what we're truly made of: earth, air, fire, water, ether, and how plants and animals have receptors to us. That's why there's spirit medicine and herbs and the abundance of everything that nature provides, gives us healing. So even seeing an animal, that's your spirit guide, your spirit animal. It has a message for you, and it's a part of just your own inner process, really. So I always like to see or say like nature is like the naked soul of the earth, but it's a part of like what we're made of within, that we sometimes forget because we're in the mind, we're in the head, sort of ego connection relationship. And to me, it's the ultimate corrector, because by nature's encoded with the capacity to regenerate us, to create alchemy, to do miraculous things. I mean, just swimming in the ocean and snorkeling is the most tripped out magical experience ever. And as you know, with the dolphins, and I mean, both of you are just in those more elemental kingdoms and listening to, you know, the energies of it all and the frequencies of it all, and the voice of the mother through all that. And also the struggle of life, you know, to reconnect with that, you know, what I wouldn't say deep down in our divine blueprint got separated from, but when Andromeda and Milky Way galaxy, you know, separated and this became somewhat of a fallen system, it's almost like the natural world is the unconditional love of the mother helping to return us and help to bring us home again, to restore that balance of the masculine and feminine and the cosmic mother father principle, to birth that child and be that cosmic trinity again, which I feel is almost the substance of that 0 point unified field, where it's so neutral and so connected that no parts are missing. It's not negating any aspect of itself either. And it has that unconditional love to forgive the fallen elements, the fallen angelics, the rebellions, and all these things that we've dealt with in our galactic history, that if we can reconnect with it, we actually, through healing our physical health and starting to move the energy in our bodies and opening up energy centers that have been dormant, our galactic chakras, and reigniting those dormant strands of DNA, we're literally healing and rebuilding that architecture and coming back together again, like a great reunion, like, you know. And those that aren't willing, it's like, okay, you know, you don't have to come in, you can hang out outside and do your thing, but there's a greater celebration going on here, and we aren't, you know, we're not going to sit outside with you anymore, you know, but the door is always open when you're ready, but no vandals allowed. You have to come in with great respect, and you have to be ready to know what it means to participate in a unity kind of way, in a responsible kind of way, in a place of integrity. And then there has to be a greater agreement to appreciate that oneness is diversity and harmony. We don't have to control each other. And so all these life lessons in this free will universe, learning how to manage ego and learn the right use of power, has been the imbalance, and that creates the lessons that help us to return to balance. You know, so when I go out into nature, whether it's, you know, more on the lake or in the mountains or in the forest or in the desert, oh my gosh, it's magic. To me, it's the magic, and we are replicas of it in a lot of ways. We have our unique roles, and it'll begin to even out as the necessity begins to cease. And then I just really feel we open up to the multidimensional and these greater, you know, elemental kingdoms rising and crystalline cities, and just, you know, the true reflection of our advanced biological vessel technology that we're awakening, because we are the advanced technology. And so we have to reach that and initiate into it to see that reflection begin to appear. And if we think somebody else is going to do it for us or save us, we're going to keep cycling in this really kind of toxic world that just shows us nothing but problems and war, and ways to play with our minds to keep us reflecting, you know, something like that. Even though we got stuck for a while, and a lot of it doesn't have to do with some of the beings that chose to keep incarnating here for these times, we're in for something pretty awesome.
Yeah, I actually have, well, so much to say, because, you know, it just all resonates. But I really want to talk about the microcosm versus the macrocosm in relation to Mother Gaia, planet Earth, nature, and then also unity and balance in that way. And so just, Laura, as you were talking, so many things were coming to me. And Michelle, you started this by talking about the microcosm as the macrocosm and vice versa, which is so profound. And so when we think about nature and we think about this planet as well, and we think about ourselves as sentient, conscious soul beings connecting to Mother Gaia and nature being almost like this collective consciousness, kind of like a hive mind, like this unity, this unifying vibration on the planet. And then you think about going a step further and us as sentient souls connecting to pure source energy. And once again, that being a macrocosm of the microcosm of this planet, right? So the more and more we learn how to connect with that 0 point frequency on planet Earth, the easier it's going to be for us to connect to that macrocosm energy of the universe and pure source in that way. And then I also wanted to mention with the microcosm and the macrocosm, we will not be able to, as individuals or as a collective on this planet, overcome and override polarity until we can first override the polarity within ourselves, right? So if you're like, rah, 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 like, let's go for unity consciousness on this planet, and you're not doing the work yourself to understand where you're polarized and what side you're taking and what attachment you have, then there's no way that you can vibrationally contribute to the unifying consciousness on this planet as a whole, right? So it's also important that we check ourselves as individuals and understand that our individual vibration contributes to the collective vibration. So no matter if you're, you know, picking up garbage on the beach, or you're helping injured animals, or you're assisting the collective in another way, if you're still in it, if you're still polarized, if you're still struggling in those lower densities or on either side of pure light or pure dark, then you won't be able to unify with the collective as well, let alone connect to the unifying energy of source within the universe at a whole level, right? So we really have to focus on doing that individual polarizing shadow work before we can start to connect to Mother Gaia as a collective, and then, you know, eventually connecting to the universe as a whole in a unifying way and not in a polarity way.
Oh my God, totally. I so resonate with that. And I was thinking back to a conference Laura and I were at, I don't know, maybe it was a few years ago. And I remember, Laura, when we were, I don't know, we were in it. And I remember thinking that if we're talking about this, we're talking about unity consciousness, we're talking about all the love and light and all that kind of stuff. But what it seems like is the universe will say, oh yeah, let them prove it. And so then this real human dilemma will come up and cause this chaos and this drama. And we have to respond to that. And I can almost feel it, you know, where I'm like, oh, wow, okay. Because we have a choice, everything's a choice. And how we respond to that is so important. Laura, you're probably thinking, yeah, that was like 10 conferences that we were at where that happens. Because it seems to happen almost every time we do one of these types of conferences, especially when there's a lot of intensity going on around us and within us. And then we're responding. And I think that's a really good point. It's a really good point to bring us all back into checking ourselves and where we're at and the vision that we want to see. And you're both bringing up really, really good points. Well, how do both of you find balance when you're feeling you're in a human experience, you know, where you're going through, oh my gosh, here we go. Whether you're, I don't know, in an argument with taking daggers from somebody who's psychically attacking you. I mean, I know we've all experienced that, or, you know, even just our human interactions with our family members or those around us. How do you find the balance personally?
Well, I have to know where I need boundaries, what I can and cannot handle. When I need to, you know, kind of walk away, when I know that it's not going to come out good, no matter what I say, no matter how loving I am and compassionate I am, and no matter how much I even turn the sword on myself saying, okay, you know, I understand that maybe no, I mean, sometimes it doesn't even apply. It's like, what is going on? And some of the targets really come through people in our lives, the people we're close with that might not be fully awakened or really conscious of the fact that, you know, when you're dealing with somebody that might be out there, they might go for the people that you care about most in order to make your life a living hell. And I've noticed that. And it's not just a theory. I know it's true because of just getting some factual information about how that, you know, kind of works. And so that is, okay, distance and all this. And then we can have a conversation later about what the heck was that? All right, that needs to be addressed. But when it comes to just your everyday stuff or the things that sort of derail you or throw you off balance, and, you know, maybe a trigger, somebody just says something that reminds you of something from the past, then for me to maintain balance, I'm honest about it. I'm like, oh, I know this has nothing to do with you, but it's bringing up stuff for me. And I like to be as transparent as possible. Because what I notice with people is if they're not willing to face their wounds, they act out. They have personality like traits, sub-personalities that aren't truly them to mask and hide that wound or trauma, where I'm just like, I have no issue admitting that, man, that really lit me up and it's because of this and it's not you and it's totally cool. And when it's, something downright, you know, kind of abusive, you know, sometimes without it being because of a targeting, you know, that it's the temper tantrum mentality of that inner child in that person not knowing what to do in the situation. And I just do my best to, you know, kind of reassure and have compassion. But, you know, some of these unions have to be on a deep enough level for that to be possible. So if somebody's not going to meet you on a deeper soul level and they're just going to be in the mind games and trying to get a rise out of you, trying to suck your energy, and then they pretend, you know, they're totally in love and they're just really putting on an act. Well, that's the kind of world we live in. And that's the kind of world we have to say goodbye to. The facades, the falsities, the psychological operations that will give us a reason to give our power away. And that's where we see it most as far as the micro goes in our relationships, you know, where you never feel met, you never feel seen, you never feel truly loved. And when, you know, one can feel strong enough to say, all right, it's just not worth it to me. And after trying to see if, you know, maybe the strong feelings you feel for them, you know, not being reciprocated, you know, you can move on. Not to say that person's not a soulmate, but if they're not ready to be in their heart and soul, then it's just a bunch of confusion. And it's a master of disguises. I can just play this person because I can be that. They can almost pick up on what imprint or energy signature or type of person that you kind of need and want. And then they pull the carpet from underneath you when you're in your most vulnerable place. So then, you know, you go, as far as finding balance again, you cry. I experience it. I feel into it. Sometimes I have not been very balanced around it, and it has really taken me out for quite a long time. And so, but at least I've lived to tell the tale. And I know, you know, if that ever happened again, I would know what to do. But going through it almost strengthened my spiritual immune system, where I went through it and it's not going to be a repeat because I felt into it and I learned from it and I grew from it. And I recognized in me, you know, a lot of things and the circumstances of my, you know, situation. So now that there's a lot of looping kind of feedback loop triggers connected to those, you know, past situations, I just make sure that that person's really in their heart center and in their soul in a consistent way. So it's worth it to me to merge with them. So balance for me is really keeping people at arm's length until I really feel I've seen them enough in their own sort of personal environment. I've learned enough about who they really are, and I really feel into it. It's sort of like looking at the ingredients before you eat a meal. It's like, wait a second, what's in this? Are there chemicals? Are they, you know, is this toxic? Is it going to poison me? So it's dropping the rose-colored glasses and having a real experience and knowing that it's not always going to look good or feel good. But when you are willing to overcome the obstacles together, the love just grows and grows and grows, because we can either be like spiritual athletes and leap over these obstacles, or we hit our head on them and we feel crushed and then we fight about it. And it's like, we need to find those people that are willing to hold hands and jump over these ancestral patterns and these programmings and conditionings of, you know, and acknowledge that we've all been traumatized. We've all been hurt. We've all been misled. And so to me, balance is not giving up on that greater soul mission and gracefully working with those that come along your path that might not be right for you, and doing one's best to send them love and light and forgiveness, but don't put yourself in the line of fire, and don't, you know, let them take a chunk out of you. And even if they have, you know, you will recover, you will learn and grow from it, and carry a wisdom with you that you would definitely want to honor and love and forgive yourself, you know, for maybe not knowing better. I mean, that's why people don't want to wake up, because they can't handle being wrong. There's no way that this person I've invested in is possibly doing these horrific crimes. It's like, so, we all have to humble ourselves that, yeah, it's okay that we made mistakes and we thought that person was right for us, or we thought the situation was, healthy, but this is a part of the human experience. We should feel strengthened by it. We should remember that we're warriors for it, because all of us have to go through it to claim our true sovereignty and our diamond heart and like our full potential, is to let ourselves be okay with those failures and know that there's no such thing as failure. That's a duality. It's an incredible initiation and experience to bring you home to your true self again. And then you will meet partners that can see you for that and love you for that and honor you for that. But without, making that happen for yourself first, those patterns are going to keep looping until that breakthrough.
Wow. I'm so blown away, because we've held each other's hands through some of our situations for many years. And I see you, Elizabeth, shaking your head, totally agreeing. How would you like to expand upon that? Because that was, Laura, that was just bam. I totally resonate with everything that you said and agree. And I've witnessed you doing exactly that. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that was a very good overview. And I think that I would kind of just summarize a couple of points. And you mentioned all of the things that I do to also not avoid, because we don't want to bypass any sort of, attacks or difficult situations or triggers or traumas or what have you. But I would say step number one is just separate yourself from whatever it is that's triggering you, because that triggers that fight or flight mechanism, within our brain, and that lowers our vibration. So just, a healthy boundary, like you mentioned, Laura, and just the separation, I think is always going to be step number one. And then step number two, and Laura, you also, nailed this, which was you have to take responsibility. How did I create this? Why did I create this? And understanding that this is a co-created situation, even though that person may be attacking you, maybe that person is, kind of not really in their body and there's some hijacking going on or what have you. Still, why did I create this? And Laura, you were talking about really pivoting that situation and growing strength from it. And I think anyone who has ever dealt with trigger, trauma, psychic attacks, anything in the astral, even spiritual world in a negative sense, we're still here. We're thriving, we're growing, we're still speaking our truth, and it's made us stronger so that cannot happen in the same way again, because no longer will you be kind of tricked into that low vibrational frequency. And then the number one thing that I do personally to transmute any sort of trigger or trauma or, reprogram patterning coming back or challenge as a human or as, a spiritual soul, is to understand what lesson you're learning from it, right? So not just healthy boundaries, not just taking responsibility. I created this too, but understanding, why did I create this and what did I learn from it? And honestly, the second that you understand what lesson you're learning from the situation that's been created, you take your power back from it. You no longer step into the power of victim. Oh, this is happening to me. Oh no, I have no control over this. This person is bullying me, or whatever it may be. And you ask yourself, what am I learning from this? I am the only creator of my reality. So why did I create this? And once you learn that lesson, once again, that's never going to come back in a loop feed again. That's never going to come back around, because you've learned the lesson. You're ready to, wash your hands clean of it and be able to move forward. So that's just kind of like a summary of everything that Laura just mentioned, but I do all the same things as well. And it's a system that seriously really works, I find, just at a human spiritual level.
That's the beauty of having these wisdom teachings from so many people who are really focused on bringing more light to the planet, and knowing that the awakening is happening and nothing's going to stop it. That really deep sense of conviction that many of us have about why we came back to Earth and why we're here, and what our roles are. And each one of us is a piece of the puzzle. And it really feels like so many people are starting to jump over those hurdles and get to the other side and realize it's not serving the greater good when we are out of balance, or when we are, you know, stepping into those situations. And like you said, like both of you said, on that loop, we want to get off that loop, and we want to create the world we wish to see. And that's what I love being aligned with Disclosure Fest, because of watching this, getting out of service to self and moving into service to others, with all the different initiatives that Disclosure Fest has, with the Feed Our Souls and the Clean Air Initiative and the Beach and River Cleanup Initiative and the Starseeds and the Every Elder. It's bringing in all the components of what it means to be human, living in this earthly existence, in this human vessel that we're in, but actually doing something with others to create radical positive change. And I see we're all kind of doing it in our own ways. I'm really, really happy to witness both of you actually modeling what you're talking about. And we talked before we got on air about, sometimes people looking to, I would call us the light bringers, or the wisdom teachers, or the way showers that have been on this path for over 10 years or whatever, and then being accused of having some sort of elite attitude. And I don't see that. I think all of us are really embracing our humanness and seeing where we have opportunities to just shift out of those areas. Are you finding that you're able to shift a lot faster these days? Both of you, when something comes at you and you feel out of balance, are you finding, because I'm really finding that the processing time of where we could be in that victim mode for, months to process, now we're doing it super fast. Are you finding that in your personal lives?
Yeah, go ahead, Elizabeth. I answered the last one first, so just want to.
Cool.
My Libra balance.
You're so balanced.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's pretty wild how, because of the higher vibrational frequency, there's no more hiding from your shadow self. A ton of ego deaths are happening. You can't run, you can't bypass. It's going to catch up to that person. And I have to remind people all the time, leave space for your husband, leave space for your partner. It's not up to you to change them. It's not your responsibility to raise their vibration. Just, that you were on the journey as well, in having that ego death. And then there's other people who, it's like, hey, I was a lawyer and doing the 9 to 5 before COVID hit. And all of a sudden I woke up, and I started remembering all my past lifetimes. And then they're talking about sacred geometry and other dimensions. And I'm like, so it's been 4 months for you? And that took me 4 years to figure out,
Right.
So it's pretty wild how rapidly people are awakening and then just resonating at such a deep level with these concepts and understandings, and it's because they're willing to change. And we talked about that. Laura was talking about that earlier, this willingness to just embrace the fluid motion of energy and vibration. If you're not willing to change, if you're not willing to let go of that wounded part of yourself, then you won't be able to move forward. So, people are growing and changing and breaking down and building back up very rapidly at this time. And that's why I'm a huge proponent of just grounding, eat some hearty food, get a good stretch in, go out in nature, walk barefoot, and really ground yourself, because things are happening quickly. And if we don't stay in balance between mind, body, and soul, then we are going to, we're going to very easily slip into that out of balance sort of energy. So, yeah.
Perfect.
That's awesome. Yeah. So kind of going into just, the humanness of it all. The imbalance really is a breeding ground for archonic energies and parasitic forces. It can't really penetrate a balanced energy field. And so there are a lot of we all notice, like trolls and people set up particularly to try and knock you down, and they might say things that aren't true, and might not give a accurate read on who that person is, saying, oh, you're this and you're that. Well, you don't even know that person. And are you like really coming from a place of, total awareness? And if you were, would you talk to somebody like that? I mean, we see different personality types, but do you go up to that person and say, wow, you're seeming really insecure today, or you're kind of being bossy there to your wife, while you're standing in the grocery store line? It's like, who are you to get in somebody's space and tell them who they are? Because you're getting a snapshot moment of that, and literally you're projecting whatever your issues are because it reminds you of something, and it's the blame game, victim, shame, whatever. And any person that's whole and solid in themselves doesn't do that. They have way more compassion. They understand that we all have different personality types, little quirks. We come from different backgrounds and this and that. But when you really get to know a person, it's like, wow, okay, well, I didn't know that you were traveling the world in service to others, and you've given to, they just don't know. Sorry, obviously I have my issues. So those people are like really set up to really knock you off your center. And then there's the ones that are like close family and friends, that they feel like they have a certain entitlement, but they've never really listened to you. They've never really given you a chance. They've sort of blocked you from being able to do that. And it's just easier to throw names, crazy or out there or woo-woo or whatever. And all these are very immature ways to communicate, and it's never going to go well. And so a conscious person wouldn't be doing that when they notice somebody who's a little bit off. I mean, they'd be more in service. Like, I'm here. I have these tools and modalities, here's my website, instead of, oh, let me give you unsolicited advice, get in your space and tell you what's wrong with you. That is so invasive and wrong. If you're really, on the side of integrity and looking out to help other people come into balance, you become a resource. You become a leader by example. You become inspiring. You help give people something to go on, to drop that stuff and rise to the occasion to be the best of themselves. There's no way you can heal somebody by throwing these trigger words and these subtle passive aggressive insults. So I never think there's any accuracy to it. I always think that it's a very, very low way to be. And first off, it sort of like keeps us from a sense of humor, because there's so many people I love and their little personality quirks I actually adore, even if it seems a little this or a little that, but deep down that person's gold. Yeah, that might have sounded narcissistic, but if you really know that person, they're not at all. Whereas the person that creates the facade and seems safe is the one you get to know that is going to destroy you. So the world of appearances, we have to move beyond. We have to go deeper and not assume that we can read everything off the bat. Sure, there's first impressions, and definitely there's intuitive people that can, get a sense. But if they're in their spiritual heart, they're not going to hurt you with their words. They're going to choose words that actually inspire you to love yourself and be a better person.
And if they don't, we have the ability to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things I'm noticing with being on social media and just observing and witnessing, that if they're not being that, then how can we be even more of that? I think that's an important piece of bringing more balance into ourselves. I'm not, and like I said earlier, probably before we started recording, about the humanness, and what I think we're all finding are the little places in ourselves where we can witness ourselves and say, whew, I need to grow in this area, because I just stood back and looked at, wow, did I really handle it that way? That wasn't a very balanced perspective, or that wasn't coming from a place more in service to others, or something like that. So what do both of you, when you envision the world that you want to see, and if you see we're on these, there's many timelines that can be created right now. We are at this junction in time. I would like to hear from both of your lips and your hearts what it is that you really want all the rest of us, all the DisclosureFest listeners that are watching this, what is it that you can offer them to have a vision for where we want to go?
Yeah, I guess I'll start with that one. I actually want to bring up just the misconception, and it's really strong, and I just have to mention it. It's a little bit off the topic, but it's really important. And I'll just kind of mention it briefly, and then we'll talk about the visions of the future. There's a huge misconception with service to self versus service to others, just in general. And I see those two concepts as the same thing, right? If we want to be polarized and say one is good and one is bad, right, then we can stay in 3D and we can say one is good and one is bad. But when we say that being service to self is a selfish act, that narcissists do this, that we're not actually adding value to the collective by saying that you're in service to self, ooh, ouch, that really creates massive amounts of trauma and guilt and shame, and all of a sudden you're chilling on the couch and you're having an off day and you're watching a bunch of Netflix and you're hating yourself and you're saying, why aren't I, assisting the collective? Why am I just in service to self in this moment? And you're hating on yourself. And then the shame, of not being the ultimate spiritualist, adding value to the collective. So I just want to mention that as far as a vision for the future, deal with your own stuff first. Right? Deal with your own ecosystem, deal with your own reality. If you are misaligned or disharmonious within your own four walls of your reality, body, mind, and spirit, then you're not, once again, adding to that greater unity of the collective, right? And that comes down to, yes, you have to service yourself in order to service the collective. I have seen so many beautiful, incredible, spiritual, high vibrational people, right, dedicate their entire lives to servicing the collective. And what are they doing? They're sabotaging, they're sacrificing, they're martyring themselves, and they're not actually at a vibrational level fixing the narrative, right? Fixing the system from the ground level. We're just putting a Band-Aid on it. Cool, help the homeless, that's great, but what are you doing for you to assist in unity consciousness, right? So let's not get stuck in what that looks like. Let's not get stuck in, well, who's president, and that's unity consciousness, or what's gonna happen, or freedom financially, and that's unity consciousness, or freedom from religion, and that's unity, and that's all a part of it, and those are all pieces of the puzzle, but we're distracting ourselves in polarity. We're lowering our vibration in 3D if we're just focusing on the pieces of the puzzle and not the vibration. So if you are listening to this and you want to assist, then go within. Stop focusing on, well, I'm doing all the spiritual things and I'm vegan and I'm meditating and I'm doing yoga on Wednesdays. It's not about the pieces of the puzzle. It's about the vibration that you're feeling from moment to moment. And if you're not feeling in divine harmony with pure source energy and you're getting caught up in the pieces, then essentially you're still projecting the polarity paradigm moving forward collectively.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because even yesterday, Elizabeth and I had a conversation yesterday on the phone, and afterwards we were texting, and I was saying, gosh, I want you to come over because, she can come down and spend the night at my house. And I said, maybe it's time we do a dolphin boat. And really quickly, Elizabeth said, what about taking care of you? Because when I do these dolphin boats, Laura, you've seen them, where we get 55 people on a private chartered boat and go, and the whole goal is to go be with the dolphins and feel the joy and put our hearts in joy and actually send those vibrations into the water. And what you did for me yesterday, Elizabeth, was you were like, hey, wait a minute. Instead of putting yourself out again for the whole, doing the whole thing for the whole group of everything, take a break, take a rest. And then I wrote you back and said, maybe we go on a public boat. And then all the pressure's off me to have to do the whole private charter and carry the weight of it. And that felt really good. So thank you for that reminder. Thank you for that reminder, because that is being in service to self in terms of finding that balance and harmony between always out there trying to do for others, but actually being able to enjoy downtime and celebrating and witnessing how we can just be with friends and emit that joy. And it starts with us. You're right. So thank you for bringing that up. I really appreciate that. And are you seeing this vision for the future, where we are doing more fun things, doing, hanging out with friends and family and having fun and being in joy? Are you seeing that for the future?
Absolutely. I mean, it may take a little while for all of your friends and family to get into the same, place of harmony. But yeah, it's going to be quite rocky and shifting, and we just have to hold our own frequency in that way. And I just keep repeating, stop giving so much to the collective if you're giving from a place of lack. You need to make sure that you are a whole individual before you create that whole paradigm for the planet. And I think Laura, you can definitely agree and probably add to that as well.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there's just so many things connected to what you shared. Integration of polarity is what we're here to learn. And so I love that you brought up the law of one stuff, because I've always thought that I'm not going to just read something, and because it's an ancient text, I don't care where it comes from. If it doesn't fully resonate, I'm going to experience it for myself. And I'm not saying that I've read the full thing, that I'm, arguing with any of it, but I think these are important points to make, that there has to be an integration where service to self becomes a way that we can be in greater service to others, because we're taking care of our needs. We're putting the oxygen mask on first. We're recognizing that how can we possibly, do anything of value if we don't walk the talk? And so integration of polarity is also with our multidimensional self, our creative imagination with the physical plane. Are we allowing ourselves to live a contradictory life, or is our spiritual path our way of life, to the point where our lifestyle reflects back to us those choices that we've made to adjust our realities to be accommodating of the best of ourselves, the fullness of our capacity to manifest our dreams and visions in accordance with, the higher principles of integrity, and hopefully, overcoming, the shadow parts. The Aries and Libra polarity is self, ego, autonomy, leadership, and its polar is relationship, balance, harmony. But can you really be in a relationship if it's all about the relationship? No, you have to know yourself. You have to be in touch enough with yourself to be a good partner. But if, you're only, focused on the self, then you might be a control freak, and you might be too bossy, and you might not be harmonizing with the differences of others around you. And so I think the fun really comes in when we allow the full experience, and moving beyond the polarization, I think, is everything. To go beyond our comfort zone and lose sort of the judgment on it, and appreciate, the blessing. But there's a real big difference between false dark and false light. And when we are in a false light or false dark, it tends to negate the other. When we're in full integration, the light is pure, coming from spirit, and the dark is the womb of the mother that we go into to purify the soil, or to be a part of the regenerative power of nature, to be able to accept the seed, so that when seeds are dropped from our higher awareness, it can sprout the tree that we're rebuilding as far as the tree of life is concerned. So when we see what's going on in the outer world, a lot of the polarities that are in battle with each other, the duality, are both false versions of themselves. That's why they never want to meet. When they're authentic, they're actually in love. They're magnetic and electric, and they just can't get enough of each other. And it forms conception, and conception creates new life. So if our light and our dark meet, they're constantly birthing. If all these, polar parts of ourselves come together in union, then we're really being real with each other. Anytime they want to argue and fight, it's a program, as far as I'm concerned. And so the fun in life comes from saying to ourselves, do we really want to get caught in those webs where we're like literally spinning in the mind control hamster wheel under the net, being bombarded with all these frequencies that actually really, really hurt our health, because we can't connect to that true awareness of what it means to integrate polarity, which allows that 0 point unified field ether energy to circulate through our system and actually knock out dark technology, implants, disease, viruses, bacteria. And in these times, we have to remember these sort of things because they're trying to scare us away from ourselves when this is the ultimate discovery. And so, you know, it's so important. And I'm so glad that you shared that, because if we choose one side over the other, that is the 3D. Everything that begins to lift beyond that is union and reunion and the magic that comes from, you know, what it means to live a true love story instead of a very fractured and unhealthy relationship that you hang on to dear life because you've handed your self-esteem over to it, and you've dropped your own self-love because you bought into, you know, what others think and how the system or the teachings and the things that have been passed down, you know, literally have taught people great skills of manipulation to take others' energy and to cause them to fear, you know, who they are, so that, you know, you're seeking your self-worth from outside of yourself instead of within.
Perfect. I find that both of you are bringing through such streams of consciousness that are inspiring and uplifting and real, very authentic. And I'm so grateful to both of you for doing the work that you're doing and for bringing this information to anybody that's watching you. You both have very active podcasts and YouTube channels and Instagram pages and Facebook pages. And I applaud you for using your social platforms to get this information out, to help humanity go through this birthing canal. And, you know, I've given birth. I know how tough it can be to go through labor. And it feels like that's really where we're at right now, is the whole planet, all of humanity is in labor, birthing something new, birthing a whole new way of being, and truly remembering that eternal part of ourselves that is coming back to figure it out. You know, both of you seem like you have it figured out. I have to tell you, in just watching you and listening to the stuff that comes through both of you, it's very, very powerful, very impactful, real, inspiring, authentic, and it feels so aligned with what we're trying to do here with the DisclosureFest festival message and getting out there and getting so many people on this, you know, train of transformation. So I really am feeling that this is going to help a lot of people hearing these messages and tuning into you. Both of you are on, it seems like daily. Are you doing daily? It seems like you're doing daily things, but it also sounds like you're also having fun in your personal lives as well. Is that right? Yes.
It's a work in progress, that balance. Like, wait a second, you know, I gotta just take a day or two and it's really fun. It doesn't have to be so painful, you know, being human. I mean, I think it's amazing. It's like, you know, we have to be an artist of life. We have to look at all the different things presented to us and how can we make things beautiful that might show up at our doorstep, not maybe looking so together. Can't we nurture it back into its greater potential? I mean, even I spilled a huge stain on the white rug and it's like, let's turn it into a beautiful flower. I mean, why does it have to be this dark stain, you know, and like this big mistake? It's like, let's turn it into something beautiful, or maybe we'll replace the rug. But
I love that. Well, one of the things that Elizabeth and I talked about yesterday when we were just girlfriend chatting was that this was originally going to be 3 of you and me just, you know, turning it over to 3 of you. And Shiva Ray, we had approached Shiva Ray, who is spectacular in the yoga community, and she's giving us a lot of. I think she gave DisclosureFest some sort of a recording that she did, but she couldn't be on with the 3 of us right now. And Elizabeth suggested is it Anna?
Anna Wood, yeah.
Anna Wood?
Yeah.
Is that her name? Anna Wood. And I hadn't been aware of Anna Wood before. And so Elizabeth says, let me see if I can get Anna Wood to be on this conversation with us. And I loved her answer. Her answer was, I won't tell where she's at, but she was away from her home and she was having a screen-free weekend. And to me, that really modeled what we're talking about today, is finding that balance. She was saying, she doesn't have the ego agenda to be on with YouTube power hitters. She's, doing her own stuff as well, but that she's actually honoring what she said she was going to do, which was take time off of technology and be in nature. And I applaud her for that. So I wanted to just give her a shout out, because I kind of felt like part of her was here with us as well today. And I haven't met her yet. She, both of you are my good friends, but I haven't met Anna yet. And I'm looking forward to that day. And I wanted to say that. And we also talked to Lori Ladd. She also had other plans as well, and she was on Awakening Code Radio this past week. Another very balanced and informative wisdom teacher like both of you. So I appreciate both of you. It looks like we have about 2 minutes left. Do both of you want to do a little closing for us before we close this segment?
Well, I guess I'll go. It's just amazing to be here. We've met up so many times in the physical, all of us at events over the course of many years. And Adrian and his vision of DisclosureFest, I remember being there at the beginning and seeing how much it's grown. And and it's what you mentioned before. It's just, no matter what's going on, you just never give up. Wherever there's a block, it's like water, it's like if there's a rock in a river, the water flows around it. And the fluidity is so important to not look at the outer world and what we're facing as in terms of what we know is different rollouts of a greater agenda in order to compromise us. Those can serve as reminders and opportunities to reclaim our inner treasures, to reclaim the very thing that they're trying to take away from us, to remember that they are so afraid of what we're about to become that they'll do anything to turn us against each other and cause us to live in fear. And we can absolutely say, thank you so much for reminding me, and not feel that this is a time of loss or fear or what's going to happen tomorrow. Is it all doom or gloom? We are so beyond this physical plane. We are always sovereign and free. We just have to claim it, stay aligned with it, and keep these things going. I mean, this momentum is going to keep going. I mean, it's not stopping for any of us. And so I'm just so grateful to be a part of this. I'm so glad you guys brought me aboard. It's one of my most favorite conversations, I have to say. I've really thoroughly enjoyed it. And yeah, I mean, just to throw out my websites, I don't know if that's kind of the way you guys want to end, but
absolutely.
Or we can. Yeah. Well, so cosmicgaia.org. And I have a subscription, and what I'm trying to do is help people launch their missions and, do podcasts with people that are like really sitting on some amazing stuff, amazing technologies, amazing medicines and herbs to help bring them out there more. And also doing, mini readings and working with people to help them find their calling, to help them feel safe to step into that role. And then Dark to Light Show with David Rodriguez. We have a Patreon membership. You can go to darktolightshow.com. And yeah, and it's just really just all about transparency and holding space for one another to, really heal and create a community in a safe, sacred space to, process through a lot of, really difficult stuff, to remind each other we're not in isolation. We are not alone. And there's a lot of us out there that, totally got your back, and just wanting to grow that so that, we recognize that this is the strength. This is the, larger immune system. This is, what it takes to knock out all this other stuff that is hoping we react in these times in a very different way. So we got to look at it in the face and say, I don't think so. But thanks for reminding me, because your weapon is my tool for transformation.
Right on. Thank you so much for that. Gosh, this hour went by so fast.
Yeah, so beautiful. I mean, it's been such a pleasure connecting with the two of you. And I know Laura and I do all the same circuits. And so it's really nice to actually have a little bit more one-on-one time with you. And Michelle, of course, always a pleasure. And Adrian's amazing. I love DisclosureFest. It's, once again, it's so nice to be back here, even if it is just, you know, on Zoom or whatever.
If it's a virtual festival.
Yeah, but we still get, you know, a platform to disseminate information, and that's incredible. And I guess I would leave everyone off with kind of just piggybacking once again on what Laura was saying. We're so powerful, right? And there's so many mechanisms within society that convince us that we are not powerful, that take that power away from us, that make us feel very small in this world, in this reality. And ultimately, the biggest thing is taking that power back and understanding that you are the only creator of your current reality. And the more that you understand that, the more that you take responsibility for what you have created, the easier it's going to be to create what you really want moving forward. So that empowerment is just such a key force to be reckoned with within awakening and understanding yourself as a sentient being. And ultimately, if people do want to find me or more information, ElizabethApril.com or, you know, YouTube. I also have a membership platform if people want to kind of dive deeper as well on YouTube. And then I just released an online course, and it's a 3D to 5D masterclass. So anyone who's really struggling with the trauma, with the triggers, with the old habit patterns, who are really kind of entrenched in the third dimension frequency, in the polarity, and they want to transmute that, it's an incredible course that allows you and gives you the tools and guides you into a higher vibration and new perception. So the tools are out there.
You also have a podcast, don't you?
I do, yeah. It's called Expand with Elizabeth April, and you'll find it across all the podcast platforms. But yeah, any way I can kind of put out information and help people grow and ascend, and once again realize their power. And that's what makes the three of us such a beautiful team, is that's what we do. We give the power back to the people, and we allow them to understand that they have always had those tools, and those tools have been within them. So this is just remembrance for people.
Thank you both so much. It feels like you're right here with me in this space right now. And I want to pass that to all of our audience. It's just that feeling of heart resonance and connection, and knowing that we are all in this together. And that is my opinion. That's what will see us through. When we're contracted, we know that on the other side of that contraction is expansion. So thank you for joining us. You two, enjoy. I love you both so very much. And I can't wait till we can hug in person again.
Yay.
Yay.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh, that was such a beautiful, powerful, and inspiring set. Stop. I was looking at Andrew.
A lot of times I like to write. When I listen to her, I want to write things down because I need to anchor it. And she comes so very quickly. What a day we were having. Yeah, DisclosureFest 2020, everyone. We're really glad you're here with us.
Well, Laura Eisenhower, Elizabeth April, and Michelle Anderson, thank you. That just touched my heart, my soul, and had my spirit flying. Really, really awesome. And next, we're going to be continuing this. Just to let you all know where we're going next, we've got Ecstatic Dance. And it's the same Ecstatic Dance that's right here in LA on the weekends. It's charging the whole city. And we really want to offer our gratitude to Atasiea and Robin and all of Ecstatic Dance LA. And, you know, really out there dancing is a beautiful way to go within. Dance is another level of meditation.
I like that.
And I love that we've gotten to explore so much. We've had our global mass meditation led by our awesome Adrian. We've had our beautiful Shiva Ray that was doing the prasanan or the pranams, the movement meditation. And something I would just love to share is my gratitude for all levels of meditation.
Yeah.
Whether it's sitting with our eyes closed, and even when we had the monk doing the beatbox,
was
you
really-
know, what an amazing way to meditate.
That was cosmic too.
Yeah. And service is a beautiful way to meditate.
I've never really thought about service as meditation. I'm glad you bring that up. I feel there's something about staying present when you are giving in that way.
And I just noticed that when I meditate, it's a beautiful way to go within and feel the bliss that we're usually going out for. You go to concerts and festivals and events or to visit friends to feel that bliss and connection when it's always right inside, in that still point.
What an important message in 2020, right? Since we have to be, this is how we get to be together online, so.
Yeah, taking the virtual. And just as the women were talking about balancing body, mind, soul. And of course, you know, that's part of what ecstatic dance is, because you are dancing in the body, mind, soul. And I love that Adrienne was sharing with us that part of DisclosureFest, and you asked a great question.
I was like, why disclosure? What does that mean?
She said, what does that mean? You know, and most of us think as disclosure is when we, you know, hear about our Starseed family. And he said his intention was about really bringing it in, the true disclosure, that when you go within, you can connect with those deeper inner gifts and that deeper inner body, mind, soul connection and that light.
Disclosing the inner truth.
Yes.
How about that? So DisclosureFest, again, stands for not only these gatherings that we do annually, there are many ways to get involved all year round. And so we hope you'll have a chance to swing by our website. We do have a couple of different gifts that come with donations. So at the $25 level, $25, you can get a chakra alignment download. And if you are able to do 50, we will include a DisclosureFest t-shirt with that too. So we thank you. It benefits the Crete Academy. That's where we are here in Los Angeles. It's a very, very special school. And it's been a huge part of our weekend.
Yeah. And just really summing it back up and coming within as we get ready for this ecstatic dance, we invite you to open your hearts, get out your dancing shoes, or even better, take your shoes off and dance on the earth and get some grounding. As we go into this ecstatic dance, just remember that everything we do can be a meditation. When we're serving, when we're cleaning the dishes, when we're with a loved one or even petting our dog, everything can be a divine meditation. It's all about intention, spirit, and being that love.
Presence.
Being the gift.
Thanks for being here.
Namaste.
Hi, DisclosureFest.
Hey, DisclosureFest.
My name is Atasiea.
My name is Robin.
And we're the co-founders of Ecstatic Dance Los Angeles. Ecstatic Dance is a free-form dance, all ages, drug and alcohol-free, conscious dance, movement, meditation practice. And we've been in LA for how long?
About 6.5 years holding events. We were at DisclosureFest the last 2 years. Some of you may remember us from doing Ecstatic Dance there. We would have been there this year, but obviously we're now online. And we've moved our events for now outside so that we can maintain physical distancing. We're going to show you some of the footage from our events, and we hope you enjoy the online experience of DisclosureFest this year.
Thank you, DisclosureFest. Thank you, everybody, for joining the Mass Meditation Initiative. We love you, and let's collectively raise the vibration here in 2020. Peace.
libre de todo el retamar. Me vuelvo un poco más normal, todo se fragua y soy el aire verde azul que emana el bosque oxígeno. Muy necesario para el mundo básico, soy líquido, célula de ruido. Ahora soy más rápido, más intrépido. Y en el ocaso me voy acercando a tu calor. Cada paso que doy el oriente sufre un temblor. Del río ya se escucha el rumor. La madera roja en el suelo me recuerda tu pelo. Pa' cubrir tu cuerpo de piedra, cubriéndolo de hiedra. Contigo no me arredra ni la oscuridad.
Can't get rid of me, my liver, my liver, mama deliver me. Tell her OG, I don't river me. Father God, you're in me. Thank you for the style away you give me. Big up to you, drop the Tivoli. Whoa. Thank you for the style away you give me. The way you give me.
When I grow up, I wanna be a DJ.
Want me carry, I go play funny. And them I go stomp, piss on me. To me, it's a me. Them can't get me rid of me. My liver, me rid of me. My line away from this on me. Say him I go stomp, piss on me. To me, it's a me. Them can't get rid of me. My liver, my deliver me. Getting jiggy with it. Thank you for the style away you give for me. Check.
Hi everyone, this is Adrian Valera with DisclosureFest Foundation. We are a multicultural initiative-based nonprofit platform here in Los Angeles, primarily focusing on 6 initiatives. Our mass meditation initiative, a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival, Feed Our Souls, our homeless initiative, Starseed, our children's initiative, our clean air initiative, tree planting, forest restoration, our beach and river cleanup initiative, and our Every Elder initiative.
For me, it's about sparking something in humanity and our creativity and our passion for being with each other and the planet. It just makes my heart smile.
One of our initiatives that we're most known for is the Mass Meditation Initiative, which happens every year, summer solstice, in Los Angeles State Historic Park. Up to 22,000 people. This is a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival. So we kind of touch on all these different ways for people to activate so many different parts of our higher consciousness. Meditation, workshops, and so many indigenous elders from numerous tribes come and inspires people to tap into a different frequency, something that sparks and activates our being. One of our most important initiatives is called Feed Our Souls, our homeless initiative, where we do these mini pop-up festivals in Skid Row, working with our homeless brothers and sisters on the streets, and bring different organic, plant-based foods, healing sanctuaries, a space for children, clothes, barbers, showers.
Can we show up and can we support each other? This is an honor for us to show up, to be present with our neighbors.
I'd say my favorite time was Feed Our Souls on Skid Row. The joy you see when somebody gets treated like a human and helps you connect back to that we're all connected.
One of our other initiatives that we do at DisclosureFest Foundation is our Starseed Initiative. We go into schools where our children are dealing with severe poverty or actual homelessness. So we bring a curriculum into these schools with different teachers, yoga teachers, instructors, sound healers, and we bring 100% plant-based foods.
This love and aloha, these peaceful vibrations, Jah.
So bringing these mindful meditation, yoga, sound healing, parkour, Jedi basketball to schools like this and work with children that are working with so much trauma. It's a healing exchange for these children and also the community of volunteers, instructors and teachers that join us.
They get to really drop into their ninja self and they get to surprise themselves with what they're capable of.
We all feel equal here.
Yeah.
And it's like more fun.
It's like I haven't been to a school like this before.
When I found DisclosureFest Foundation, it helped me find more purpose in my life. Living a life of service has helped my depression.
One of the first initiatives that we introduced in 2017 is our Clean Air Initiative. This initiative partners with multiple foundations like Tree People and Arroyo Seco. We plant trees and restore forests and waterways. We restored waterways on multiple mountains. We planted over 26,000 trees.
The trunk of the tree wants to be in the sun and in the wind and the air.
The tree that I just planted is called Coast Live Oak, which is the most important species like here in California, the lungs of Santa Monica Mountains.
This initiative is also designed to activate our root. When you're planting a tree and your hands are in the soil, you're remembering that connection with Mother Earth. Also in 2017, we introduced our Beach and River Cleanup Initiative, partnering with other foundations like Heal the Bay, Oceans Conservancy. It's great for the community to come out, put their feet in the sand, connect with the earth. Within a few years, we picked up over almost 30,000 pounds of trash. Some of the things you learn, how this trash affects our marine life and their habitat. And making a difference in the survival of that ecosystem is so important for the community. So in 2020, one of our newest initiatives that we partnered with Alma is our Every Elder Initiative. This is an initiative where we and our volunteers go into convalescent homes, retirement homes, assisted living, and just sit and listen to our elders. Let them speak and feel empowered. A lot of them have been forgotten, and we bring meditation and sound healing, industrial crafts, musicians that can sing a song. And when you can bring the community together, it's such a beautiful, amazing thing. DisclosureFest is all about being of service, and just know you can be a part of something that serves a homeless person in the streets, a child, or Mother Earth, or our oceans. So join us at DisclosureFest Foundation. You can go to disclosurefest.org.
Everything we do is volunteer-based, so whether it's coming to a tree planting or joining us at Feed Our Souls, any one of our initiatives requires the energy and the passion of the people in our community around us.
They do amazing things for our world, like as a community. I was so happy to find them. Just like-minded people. When we uplift each other, it's really uplifting us too. I really encourage you guys to have this experience for yourself.
If you feel called, on our website you can sign up an application to become a volunteer. We'd love to have you, or support us in donations.
And if you feel really strongly about one of our initiatives in particular, we can make sure to direct your donation to that initiative. So please don't hesitate.
And love to see you soon. And welcome back. That was an amazing performance and gift offering from Ecstatic Dance LA. Our beautiful brothers Atasiea and Robin have been, bringing communities together for a very long time here in Los Angeles, and really sharing their medicine so that people can just dance every weekend. It's so beautiful. And you got to see a foundation promo that we put together that kind of shows DisclosureFest Foundation as a whole. Very dear promo for myself, because we've been working so hard for all these years, but I finally got to see, the collection of our offerings, and it's so beautiful. And it's something that I wanted to get all of our beautiful hosts together and talk a little bit about, like, service and service work. When I first got this download to manifest and bring DisclosureFest Foundation to the world, it was really about activating parts of myself that I felt were dormant because of my busy, stressful life in the music industry and film, and not having the extra time to be of service, and finding out and discovering that when I would be of service, parts of me would just activate. And when we were putting together these beautiful initiatives that DisclosureFest Foundation does, each one of these initiatives activates a different part, a different ascension key. You know, when we're hands are in the soil and we're touching the earth, we're activating our roots and really tapping into that remembrance of that connection to our great mother, you know, and working with our children and this inner wounding and just really tapping into our inner child. So many different things with our Starseed Initiative. So same with our Feed Our Souls initiative when we're working with our houseless brothers and sisters on, you know, these houseless communities in Skid Row and various places here and abroad. You know, you're really working with people and activating your heart and seeing that when you are working with these sisters and brothers, you're seeing a reflection of yourself within them. So I wanted to bring this discussion to all of us, and like, I've surrendered to this life of service. It's been the best thing I've ever done. And I know we've all been doing service work. So let's, like, Bonnie, like, I'd like for you to start. Like, why are you feeling so blessed and inviting service work into your life?
Adrian, like you, I come from the music industry, and it feels like that's all I was ever doing is just leave the office and go to a show. And it came to a point in my life where I wanted to give back as well. It seems overwhelming where to start, how to have enough time. So you've really created a framework for us and make it fun, that we can be in community, but helping community. And it's not just Los Angeles, everybody. I mean, we have initiatives all over the world now. So I mean, it's fantastic, and thank you, because it really can seem daunting. You see the homeless, the plight of the homeless, or the elderly, the loneliness of the elderly. Thank you for creating a framework that's fun and makes you feel like you're making a difference.
Yeah, and of course, thank you. And why, like, what's something that you've done that you came home and really thought about it and found like this amazing activation after you've done it? Maybe if you can remember something.
Well, I'm able to remember to yesterday when I learned about Crete Academy, which is where we are right now. And frankly, talking to its founders and the work that they were doing and the mission that they felt, it was very moving for me. And I mean, I was really a little misty-eyed when Maura and I were speaking to them. So that would be one very recent example.
Amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And I want to get more involved.
Michelle, like, share.
Well, it has been such a joy and an honor to be with all of you here doing this work, because it comes from our hearts. And one of the things that I'm noticing in our communities is when we collaborate together, it feels like we are doing something that's helping to raise the vibration in the collective conscious. And I love that I'm here with all these people who I love witnessing as we're all going through this experience together. We're inviting you, the viewer, to join with us, to know that we're soul family. That's what lights me up, is seeing that no matter who we're working with, any of these initiatives, we know that we're making a difference and making the world a brighter place just by loving each other and loving what DisclosureFest is putting. You know, you're putting the heartbeat together for so many different areas, whether it's the environment or revealing things about our ancient history and civilizations and what's going on around the world with homelessness and our food supply. And kindness and compassion is the way through. Really, I really feel like we're all feeling inspired to be together and share our love with each other and keep that tsunami of love. We keep talking about the tsunami of love. Portal to Ascension, Neil, it was so uplifting to be on your summit. I can't believe it was only a week ago. Mm-hmm. And watching how we're all collaborating with Unify and with Mark Sims and the harmonic convergence, and it just feels really good to be a part of something bigger than all of us. And each one of you, the viewers, it's you that's making this an epic event by putting your love into the collective, into the mass meditations, and into supporting a foundation that supports so many different initiatives. And you, Mr. Mr. Humble.
So Neil, like I know you've been doing service work for quite a while. Like tell us like why? What's
why?
You know, I mean, in these day-to-day world, it's so hard to just get to that part to where you're like, okay, I'm going to step outside service to self and do some. What calls you?
Well, just to kind of a summary of how I even got into service to self was, you know, I technically woke up to a lot of this information when I was 18 in 2000. And my original reason to, you know, start Portal to Ascension, and those of you who don't know Portal to Ascension, that's my organization, portaltoascension.org. We do events with many different speakers, was to find the root of all religion. Because I was researching many religions and I was finding that there was so many similarities, but then I saw the world and I saw that all these religions speak about what differentiates them and why they're different from the other one, when many of the stories with the original stories were the same exact thing, and they all have the same intention and goal. And then the Rig Veda even says there are many pathways to the same destination, which is why you cannot convert into Hinduism, because every path leads to the same place. So that was really why I began this search. And then through that, I started exploring the similarities, and through exploring the similarities, I started creating events about those similarities. And the intention for what I do has always been unity. And then at first I didn't know that's what I was doing. I was just doing what I was interested and passionate but as soon as I got into intentionally focusing on unity and setting the precedence at the beginning of our gatherings for that, that's when everything started picking up. So now I feel like we're a non-biased platform for consciousness, where our only rule of thumb is, are you promoting an empowered future or a disempowered one? Because we want to see what we can create together. So the service work, I really fell into it. I tried to quit doing Portal to Ascension at least 10 times. I went back to full-time jobs, and there were good jobs, it paid a lot, but I would always sabotage myself to either get fired or to leave, you know, and I would always find myself back at Portal to Ascension. 6 years ago, this happened to me, and then I made the decision to never turn back again. I'm like, I can't keep going 1 foot in, 1 foot out. So at that point, I used to call people and tell them to take my name off the YouTube videos, because I was afraid of getting my name out there about what I was doing. And 6 years ago, almost exactly now, I just decided that I'm 100% in. There is no holding back. And now that in this world of so much like division, it seems like it's getting even more rampant. There's also a lot of unity going on. So I choose to focus on the unity and just to spread that light, because that's what's needed right now.
Amazing. Yep. Unity. And that's these activations that we're talking about. When you surrender to being of service, you start activating these things that helps in the remembrance of the connection that we have to the universe. And how, like, with each one of us, without each one of us, the universe can exist. We hold this whole construct together. That's how important each person, each plant, each animal is. So, another person that was supposed to join us on this discussion was a dear friend, Mark Sims. He wasn't able to join us, and Maura, you have a little video that we can kind of play to kind of segue into kind of a little bit more of this discussion.
Yeah, and I actually love this discussion about service. And I encourage each of you to think about that, because when you asked what inspires you or why do you like service, I actually went in and thought, the truth is, it's the secret to happiness. When I'm of service, and sometimes it's just an inspiration, like, wow, that sounds amazing, or this spiritual teacher is incredible, or this festival or this event sounds like it's really serving the world. I would love to contribute, or I'd love to be there. And even when I heard what they're doing here at Crete Academy, my first feeling was, I'd love to come volunteer. I'd love to give here. And the truth of that is, when I get to do that, I feel good.
Yeah.
And I remember once I lived in Aspen, I was going through a really depressed moment, and I'd broken up with a boyfriend and didn't know what to do with my life. I was driving down the road and I saw a sign for the Sunshine Kids that had cancer. And I turned my car in and I went in and just said, can I help? Can I volunteer? And they're like, yeah, we need you. Go serve cookies. When I saw these children, and I love what you do with children, it shifted everything, and your frequency raises. So service is all about raising frequency. And it's a beautiful segue because Mark Sims, his life is dedicated to service as well. He put together the whole harmonic convergence and has done so much. He did these 13 songs and 13 videos that you saw as part of the First Contact band. And then every day he would do teachings and lead meditation. So that's what you're going to get to see in this incredible video. And we're going to take a clip from that. And then after Mark Sims, we're going to go into another whole level of service. And that's the service of music. And I love all the artists and musicians that are out there serving with their gift. And we're going to have the Desert Dwellers today. And I can say that when I was at Burning Man, one of my most epic nights was being out under the stars with a whole festival dedicated to service, just like this is, and giving our gifts. And the Desert Dwellers rocked my world. And then last year at DisclosureFest, I remember being up by the stage in front and just losing myself in their music and enjoying the magic.
They're so amazing.
Yeah.
So, Mark, take it from here. And then Amani and Trevor, thank you for always being a part of Disclosure Fest. We love you.
The process. And that process really involves how does one get inspired to action? And I've mentioned some tools to do that. A meditative practice, quiet the mind, go into contemplation, make that connection with spirit or with your higher self or with God, whatever you interpret that higher thing to be, and draw on that for inspiration, to lead with your heart, to inform you on an action to take that will have a global impact. And think big, let's encourage everyone that's listening here, because if you're listening, you're not some grandmother thinking about, or necessarily, there could be, for all you grandmothers out there, I love
Let's
you.
hope there's some grandmothers.
Oh, there
listening,
are
right?
grandmothers. and if you're watching, keep doing what you're doing. You're playing such an important role in influencing and inspiring our young children with examples of love. But maybe you can continue that by sharing with them these ideas of how do they think they might make a difference in the world someday as adults. And I think that all comes from going within through a meditative practice and just quieting the mind and allowing that connection with higher consciousness, whatever you want to label that thing. Again, I sometimes think of it as my higher self. And I think that higher self that I identify with is an aspect of that Godhead, that universal consciousness that's overseeing everything. So that's how I connect with it and tap into that. And as long as I'm leading with my heart, I get these amazing inspirational downloads that inform me on how to act and make a big difference, because I'm a big thinker and all I'm asking is how can I make the biggest positive impact in the world? That's really what I meditate on. Mm-hmm. And over the last 7 years, this is the kind of stuff that I'm getting, and it's culminated in this harmonic convergence. This is my life's work. I was born for this role, and I know it. I'm very honored and blessed to be able to lead in this unique way. But I also recognize that this isn't just me. This is a movement. There are other incredible people who have had more impact than I have, who have showed me the way, who have inspired me, and now I want to share with everyone ways in which they can be inspired and draw on that inspiration directly from source.
Well, thank you, Mark. Thanks for sharing everything you did today, all these different ways that we can be inspired, take action, inspire others. And so thank you once again, and we'll see you tomorrow on the Harmonic Convergence 2020.
You were connected to everyone in the world. How would your life change? What if you could see the patterns see the beauty. New ideas in science. Deepen your connection to nature, to the stars, and to each other. Learn to see the world differently.
What really keeps me going, this transformation I can see when a person realizes that they're connected to everything and that they matter in the universe. We experience this life and most people don't ask, like, how did I get here? What is this life? How am I moving trillions of atoms around? We often hear the concept, everything is connected, it's all one. For many people, it resonates as something true. But how is that true? Some of the work I've been doing starts to open the door to understanding how everything is connected. Everything we experience as reality is actually made up of 99.99999% space. So maybe instead of looking at matter, defining the space, I start to think maybe it's space that defines matter. When I look carefully at the natural world, I found this interconnectivity of all things. And I started to wonder, what is the source of this self-organizing system?
The connected universe.
Biodiversity of fungal systems and associations within this ecosphere. And it's that biodiversity that gives sustainability to the ecosystem. The mushroom mycelium represents rebirth, regeneration, rejuvenation. The task that we face today is to understand the language of nature. And so hopefully the spirit of goodness will survive. One giant consciousness. Regeneration, rejuvenation. We have the intelligence of nature underneath our feet. One giant consciousness.
Wow. Desert Dwellers
Michelle,
brought it.
I'm feeling it. I'm still buzzing. It was so great. Where are they from?
Colorado. They're from Colorado.
That's great. Well, thank you so much for sending that amazing piece for us. And hey, you've seen them live, right?
I have. Saw them live last year at DisclosureFest at
LA.
Los Angeles State Historic Park. They just bring it. They bring a whole new level of just cosmicness, you know. I love watching them, and that was a really well done video. You know that they were with us. Most of you maybe don't know that they were with us at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington D.C.
11/11, year before last, as a matter of fact. So DisclosureFest, we are everywhere, so you should come and check us out. I want to make sure that people are swinging by the website. We appreciate you signing up for this because we want to stay in touch with you. We do have special gifts if you are able to do donations, a chakra alignment download for you. And how are your chakras feeling?
My chakras are spinning. After that, my chakras are spinning. I know.
Well, I feel vibrant myself. It's really been an incredible weekend of high vibes. And I don't know about you, but this year has been, I was going to say brutal, and that doesn't seem appropriate, but I'm feeling very uplifted. I know we're still going, but I just want to reflect for a moment with you. I know you've interviewed some incredible people, as have I, and I feel really blessed to be here. And we're really blessed that you're joining us. So stay with us, please, and send us your comments and swing by our social media.
I love being here with you, and I love that we're able to bring this in a virtual way because the world needs us right now. So I really feel like what we're doing is modeling this collaborative way of being with each other, and we really appreciate you, our viewers, dancing with us to Desert Dwellers and getting ready to go into our crown chakra meditation. This is our evening meditation. We've been doing 2 meditations yesterday and today. This is our second meditation for today with Andrew Seeley. So getting ready to go into this segment with our crown chakra meditation.
Michelle, is this color? This is kind of a crown chakra shawl you've got going on right there, right?
You know, that wasn't even planned. And Maura and I look like we planned our outfits for today. I
think I got some purple in there somewhere.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's great to reflect on that. You're using, I mean, when we're talking about chakras. And whenever you're working with that energy, I mean, why not tap the color while you're at it?
I didn't even think about that, but that's really another way that the universe is working with us and bringing us together into this whole unspoken and unseen energy that comes through. I didn't plan it. It just kind of came out, but thank you for noticing. And I love that Maura had the matching color. And I love that Andrew Seeley is going to bring us into a whole new vibration. So a lot of you who are joining with us to meditate, we know that meditation is so important when we do it together. That's why the Mass Meditation Initiative is bringing us together so that we can raise the vibration and calm the collective. That's really what I feel we're getting ready to step into right now.
Yeah, I feel very honored to be a part of things this weekend. And I mean, what a strategic time. Here we are in mid-October. Who knows what the rest of this year is going to bring. But don't you feel fortified? And please go back and listen to these meditations again, because they will help us get through.
I'm ready. Let's bring it. Andrew Seeley.
Let's do
Thank
this.
you.
This class is all about awakening your Sahasrara, which is your 7th chakra, known also as the seat of Brahman. As Iyengar writes, the Sahasrara chakra, also known as the Dala or Dala body, troops of large numbers, is the seat of the Supreme Spirit, the Para Brahman, at the end of the Brahman Nadi or the Sushumna. When the Kundalini energy reaches the Sahasrara, the Sadhaka or the yogi has crossed all barriers and becomes an emancipated soul, otherwise known as a Siddha or Jivamukti. This state is referred to as the Sat Chakra Niropa, as the state of void, the complete state of immersion. So when we think about getting to the space of the 7th chakra, I always tell people that it's honestly just a space where we can be fully immersed in our being. And in doing so, we find that space of timelessness, of everlasting joy, and of pure bliss. And I feel this state only minimal times, a few times throughout my life when I've done deep meditation after long periods of fasting and lots of yoga. I find it to be a space that is very well guarded by all of the manas, the mind, the desires, all the things that bring us away from being our true self and being fully immersed in that which is our bliss. And I find oftentimes that the best way to get into this space is through a constant state of meditation. So constantly meditating means that when you wake up in the morning, allowing yourself to have 30 minutes of quiet, and when you go to sleep at the evening, allowing yourself to have 30 minutes of quiet. And this quiet time is a quiet time where you have no phones on, no, outside distractions, no people there to bring you out of your meditation, and no alarms or anything to even give you a sense of what time it is. I think that in true meditation, there's no you doing the meditation. Instead, the meditation is doing you. You realize that there is no longer a sense of you as the ego self, but you merge into all that is. And through that state, you begin to become more aware of the consciousness that pervades all matter. Every single cell in your body is connected to every single cell in the universe. And really the universe is within you. And so this is a new view for you to concentrate on, to bring your awareness to as we dive into this meditation here. Just allow yourself to find a comfortable seat where you can be upright in the spine and light in your mind. A nice pillow underneath the bottom helps to bring forth this sense of relaxation. And as you feel relaxed in your body, you begin to become relaxed in your mind. Go ahead and draw your eyes to close, bring your hands to heart center, take a deep inhale to the tops of your lungs. Exhale through the mouth. Inhale to the tops of your lungs. Allow the vibration of the Om to resonate through your heart, all the way down to the root of your sacrum, your tailbone, down into the earth, connecting you to all that is, and then allow that energy to rise all the way from the earth to the seat of your sacrum, up the lower chakras, back to the heart, through the palate of the mouth, through the center of your mind, right behind your third eye, and allow it to expand out through the crown of the head to the universe, allowing a direct connection from the earth to the heavens through you. Imagine this cord as a golden cord, a golden light that beams all the way from you, through you, to you. All that is you is all that ever was and all that ever is. Breathe into this expansive nature and realize that beyond you is only the self, that which is pervading all energy, that which brings forth connection to all energy, that which we call prana, chi, energy, light, vibration, is all one. Bring forth this realization as we take a deep inhale to the count of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gentle hold at the top. Exhale, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gentle hold at the bottom. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gentle hold at the top. Exhale, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gentle hold at the bottom. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gentle hold at the top. Exhale, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gentle hold at the bottom. Allow your inhales to match the exhales as your breath flows freely through your body, allowing the energy to rise up your spine. Breathe freely through your nostrils, evenly balancing the inhales with the exhales. Allowing the mind to be still. As your presence is here, draw your awareness to your third eye. Focus your energy on that one single point. Keep the breath even. And when your mind wanders, come back to the breath. Allow your mind to be free in this clarity. Allow your heart to shine clearly all the way to your mind, bringing forth clear thought that bring forth your intention. As your Dharma shines through your intention into your mind, allow your thoughts to be clear as a true representation of your heart's pure intention. Bring your hands to your heart center. Allow your breath to be lifted into the palms. As you exhale, draw your chin to your chest in gratitude for this body, this mind, this spirit, this ability to traverse the spiritual path, to be on the journey of enlightenment, of drawing yourself more near to that which is pure, that which is your pure essence, your pure bliss, your pure truth. Take a deep inhale into the tops of your lungs. Exhale fully to the bottom of the belly. Inhale. Bring your hands to your third eye to see with clarity. Hands to your mouth to only speak words of truth. And hands to your heart to be forever connected to your joyful youth. That which is infinite bliss, happiness, tranquility. Blessings and namaste. May you continue to thrive on your path. And may you continue to be clear on your journey and know that there are people out there that are here to help you and guiding you to that which is your true essence. Continue to connect with those who you feel to be bright souls, because we're all here to guide each other home. Blessings, and thank you so much for being here with me. Peace.
Hello. Thank you for joining us for these 2 days of full, impactful, meaningful, loving, just amazing practices. Thank you all for being a part of this amazing experience. Wow. So yeah, this download for this year was balancing your mind, body, and spirit, discovering your divine path. Have we discovered that? You know, I thought I discovered mine a long time ago, but like as we've been building this event, and I've been discovering more, you know, and I can't wait to take the journey into this next, you know, few months in my life. So it's been so powerful. And as you are discovering your divine path and, you know, really tuning into that balance of mind, body, and spirit, and remembering this amazing code, this frequency that you are, and the important, amazing time that we're in together. We all created this reality to be together in this amazing time, and, you know, make this time be what you want it to be. Such a beautiful thing. Laura, how did you like this weekend? What is let's hear from you.
I've loved it. And I must say, I miss the park. I love nature. And I love when we're all out there together dancing. And I also love that we got to bring this home. that we got to bring everything from this amazing festival, the incredible music, the inspiring speakers, and each other, and all of you, that we get to be together this weekend and to carry on, because we'll get to share these videos. We'll get to go back and watch them again. And as you said earlier about going within, I've loved this weekend because I've gotten to learn, grow, connect, play, and be in the incredible energy.
Amazing. Yeah. And, I totally missed the park. You're totally, and, the great thing is we were able to still go there, tap into that portal.
Yes.
That, and we did our mass meditation yesterday, and some of the opening ceremonies. So it was really beautiful, because we have been at this beautiful park, 32 acres, our Los Angeles State Historic Park. And in this last 3 years that we've done this festival there, we've had over 60,000 people in meditation. And we've created this portal in Los Angeles Center. Can we believe that? 60,000 people meditating in downtown LA?
That's incredible.
Well, I love just the last piece. As much as I miss it, I'm also so grateful to be here at Crete Academy.
Yeah.
What a gift this energy is, and this beauty, and everything I loved about the park is right here.
No.
The joy, the play, the inspiration. So
yeah.
What I really love about being here this year is that so many people are feeling isolated and alone right now. And this, to me, is a silver lining moment where we get to connect with you, the audience, from all around the world. Not just if you have airfare to get to Los Angeles to join us live. So it's my hope that every one of you who tuned in and watched with us these past 2 days and did the meditations and got the wisdom teachings and the inspiration, that you feel that you're a part of something so much bigger than all of us. This is something that we're doing. I'm getting goosebumps as I say that we're actually doing something to help bring us all back into our hearts, bring us into unity consciousness, see that we can be the change we want to see in the world, ending separation and division. And it's up to each one of us to really be responsible for our thoughts, our words, our deeds, our actions, and our emotions. Be responsible. And I really feel like this weekend, we got to tune in with so many people who are teaching us that, who are modeling that for us. So now we can take that forward in this next few weeks. It's more important than ever that we stay in our Zen space, that all of our speakers and our yoga instructors and the hosts that joined together here brought us into that space. And I'm just, it's really my greatest wish that we stay in that space, so that I think it's critical that we stay in that Zen space and be mindful that it's us that is bringing the change about that we wish to see on this planet. Adrian, it's your vision that brought us here. The purity of your heart and the way that you brought us all together, and every year you've done that. The way that you honor so humbly all of the people that you brought here. You're the belly of the octopus here, right? Do you get it? That you brought us all together to help raise and inspire and uplift.
Thank you.
In a word, activation.
Yeah.
That's what this is about right now. We've gone through an incredible year, and sure, we wish we could gather, and yet we didn't get to see each other. Only a few of us got to see each other in person. And yet, I mean, this is that transcendent time right now that we can still be connected in this way, and we have to be. And we have to know that through love and through courage, we can bring forth change. So I feel that we learned different tools this weekend. Mm-hmm. We saw different ways to meditate. We learned different things. But I'd say the overarching message is love, and certainly a balance. that mind, body, spirit.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you again for joining us at DisclosureFest. And again, like, you know, disclosure, like everyone asked this word, like it's the disclosure of me and you, like the disclosure of the inner work that we're doing and we're going to continue to do. It's the remembering, the disclosure of the remembering our connection to this grand universe, and that we are just one sentient being. So our thoughts and our reactions and the way we treat people, it's a ripple effect throughout the whole universe. And if we could remember the power of this amazing center over here, this heart frequency, and really tap into that as much and just remember how we are connected right here. It's such an amazing reality to remember. And I like to use the word remember because that's what we're doing. We're just remembering. There is nothing new in all of these amazing programs and conferences and festivals. It's just remembering some things that we kind of put aside for a little while so that we can work on some other deep work. And now we're here bringing it back to the surface so that we can all grow and expand and raise our frequency together. So I really want to thank our broadcast partners, iHeartRadio, Unify, Game Changer Network, Fade to Black. What do we got here? We got Awakening Code Radio, Portal to Ascension, our sponsors at Biomats, Kombucha, GT's Kombucha, Califia Farms, LA Weekly, Rock Paradise. And, you know, I really want to talk and thank our staff. We got Ryan McQuillan over here, one of my dearest old friends. He's been behind a camera all day. I don't think he's ever seen a camera. And we've been together, working together for over 25 years. And thank you for everything and seeing and working and just being part of this. Casey over there, who's my assistant and just my right hand, has really been working tirelessly on this event and just really showing me your true self. It's such a beauty. Thank you. Jason over here, who's done an amazing job running this live stream.
Woo-hoo.
Come on.
This wouldn't be possible without Jason. Yeah, thank you so much for all that you're doing. Gosh, we have such a great room and not a lot of people.
Yep,
very minimal staff.
Keep it safe.
Yeah.
Keep it safe.
We got Nilu in the other room. We got Tim running social media, and Nicolette, who ran social media and did a bunch of our graphic design. Colleen, Lee, Marcelo. We have a very amazing staff, and it's a small staff, but we do so much. So thank you for joining us here at DisclosureFest Foundation, a virtual mass meditation initiative. Thank you, Crete Academy, for allowing us to be here and anchor in and remember all the work that they're doing. And remember, please visit creteacademy.org and contribute anything you can, and DisclosureFest.org. You can donate there, and half of all the proceeds from this event will go to this school to help our children. Thank you for tuning in. We love you. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Adrian Valera with DisclosureFest Foundation. We are a multicultural initiative-based nonprofit platform here in Los Angeles, primarily focusing on 6 initiatives. Our Mass Meditation Initiative, a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival. Feed Our Souls, our homeless initiative. Starseed, our children's initiative. Our Clean Air Initiative, tree planting, forest restoration, our beach and river cleanup initiative, and our Every Elder initiative.
For me, it's about sparking something in humanity and our creativity and our passion for being with each other and the planet. It just makes my heart smile.
One of our initiatives that we're most known for is the Mass Meditation Initiative, which happens every year, summer solstice, in Los Angeles State Historic Park. Up to 22,000 people. This is a mindful yoga, music, healing and arts vegan festival. So we kind of touch on all these different ways for people to activate so many different parts of our higher consciousness. Meditation, workshops, and so many indigenous elders from numerous tribes come and inspires people to tap into a different frequency, something that sparks and activates our being. One of our most important initiatives is called Feed Our Souls, or Homeless Initiative, where we do these mini pop-up festivals in Skid Row, working with our homeless brothers and sisters on the streets, and bring different organic, plant-based foods, healing sanctuaries, a space for children, clothes, barbers, showers.
Can we show up and can we support each other? This is an honor for us to show up, to be present with our neighbors.
I'd say my favorite time was Feed Our Souls on Skid Row. The joy you see when somebody gets treated like a human and helps you connect back to that we're all connected.
One of our other initiatives that we do at DisclosureFest Foundation is our Starseed Initiative. We go into schools where our children are dealing with severe poverty or actual homelessness. So we bring a curriculum into these schools with different teachers, yoga teachers, instructors, sound healers, and we bring 100% plant-based foods.
This love and aloha, these peaceful vibrations, Jah.
So bringing these mindful meditation, yoga, sound healing, parkour, Jedi basketball to schools like this and work with children that are working with so much trauma. It's a healing exchange for these children and also the community of volunteers, instructors, and teachers that join us.
They get to really drop into their ninja self and they get to surprise themselves with what they're capable of.
We all feel equal here.
Yeah.
And it's like more fun. It's like I haven't been to a school like this before.
When I found DisclosureFest Foundation, it helped me find more purpose in my life. Living a life of service has helped my depression.
One of the first initiatives that we introduced in 2017 is our Clean Air Initiative. This initiative partners with multiple foundations like Tree People and Arroyo Seco. We plant trees and restore forests and waterways. We restored waterways on multiple mountains. We planted over 26,000 trees.
The trunk of the tree wants to be in the sun and in the wind and the air.
The tree that I just planted is called Coast Live Oak, which is the most important species like here in California, the lungs of Santa Monica Mountains.
This initiative is also designed to activate our root. When you're planting a tree and your hands are in the soil, you're remembering that connection with Mother Earth. Also in 2017, we introduced our Beach and River Cleanup Initiative, partnering with other foundations like Heal the Bay, Oceans Conservancy. It's great for the community to come out, put their feet in the sand, connect with the earth. Within a few years, we picked up over almost 30,000 pounds of trash. Some of the things you learn, how this trash affects our marine life and their habitat. And making a difference in the survival of that ecosystem is so important for the community. So in 2020, one of our newest initiatives that we partnered with Alma is our Every Elder Initiative. This is an initiative where we and our volunteers go into convalescent homes, retirement homes, assisted living, and just sit and listen to our elders. Let them speak and feel empowered. A lot of them have been forgotten, and we bring meditation and sound healing, industrial crafts, musicians that can sing a song. And when you can bring the community together, it's such a beautiful, amazing thing. DisclosureFest is all about being of service, and just know you can be a part of something that serves a homeless person in the streets, a child, or Mother Earth, or our oceans. So join us at DisclosureFest Foundation. You can go to disclosurefest.org.
Everything we do is volunteer based, so whether it's coming to a tree planting or joining us at Feed Our Souls, any one of our initiatives requires the energy and the passion of the people in our community around us.
They do amazing things for our world, like as a community. I was so happy to find them. Just like-minded people. When we uplift each other, it's really uplifting us too. I really encourage you guys to have this experience for yourself.
If you feel called, on our website you can sign up an application to become a volunteer. We'd love to have you, or support us in donations.
And if you feel really strongly about one of our initiatives in particular, we can make sure to direct your donation to that initiative. So please don't hesitate.
And love to see you soon.